Hi, guys. Thanks for being here. Another great day. We have a packed lineup today, and so much value is going to be brought to you. Not passionate about opening event, but today I have such a special guest that's so special to me and that has such a great mind and so much value to share with you all that I'm here to bring him on. And I just wanted to say a few things about him. Besides that, he is a very successful CEO and has been an entrepreneur for his entire life. The things that stand out about Corey, it's just not only the success that he has had, that he has, and that he'll continue to have in his life, but it's his charisma. And those things are tied up together because charisma really comes from an undying enthusiasm that's really required to succeed in anything in life. And what I think that is the biggest differential between the great people that we look up to is how they harness that enthusiasm, where they take that energy from. And what I've learned through my career, seeing champion athletes to like very successful entrepreneurs, what connects them is that they're harnessing that enthusiasm from purpose. And this is one of the big things that we like to share with you and why we created Project Uprise. So it's an honor to have Corey join me here today. And he is, hi, Corey, how are you?
Hi.
Great to have you. And so, where is he? Okay. So thank you. So thank you for being here. And he's going to be sharing with you, some of his success and some of the strategies that he used to build that success, and how he's able to make so many friends and influence so many people. And I'm just looking forward to learning from you today.
Well, I'm excited to be here. Congrats on another successful event. You can hear me okay? My audio is good?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor. And, I just really I'm very grateful to be on the stage with you and just really be behind everything that you're pursuing with Project Uprise and, really carrying this out to the world for good, right? It's my whole, MO of life is, how much value can I leave and add to this world before I leave it, right? And I just love aligning myself with projects that are, supporting that same cause, right? There's a lot of people hurting out there. And I think that, while I'm breathing air, and I know you're the same way, while we're breathing air, we're going to go out there and make the biggest difference and impact that we can. So congrats on day one and looking forward to a very powerful day two.
Thank you, Corey. So yeah, so if you can share, with people, I know you're very into personal development. I know, that you're an awesome trainer. So I'd love for you to share with people, like how can they do what you do, right? How can they go out there and be an influence and be able to generate the impact in people's lives like you do?
Well, the first thing I think that's the most important is you have to unlock the belief in yourself, right? It was a very difficult for me. I was a 16-year-old high school dropout, got in a bad car accident when I was 16. And my life went down a very, very dark path. And a lot of people, whatever the circumstance may be, they find themselves on that dark path. And it's very difficult to get off of it, right? That's why we see suicide rates so high. We see people, in jail and, on drugs and, fall into this big trap of, victimization. And I think that, one of the big things that happened to me early on in my entrepreneurial career when I was 21 years old, somebody said to me, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. And it was something that really shifted the course of my life. And I realized that I didn't really know anything about personal growth. I didn't know that I could become somebody different, right? I had this victim lens on that this is, the unfortunate events that happened to me, and this is the course of my life forever, right? It really took a lot of soul searching and really just flooding my brain with positive information that helped me get off of that dark path. And I like what you said, how to win friends and influence people. That was actually an intricate book that I read early on. Dale Carnegie, was actually one of the people, in the Andrew Carnegie and Think and Grow Rich and all that lineage, right? The Dale Carnegie books of, how to win friends and influence people, that type of stuff, how to have power and confidence in dealing with people, magic of thinking big, magic of believing, all of these books that, are out there for us to, digest. But, when you live in a world that, everybody's kind of walking through life with their blinders on, going to work, getting off, work, watching TV and doing it again the next day, right? It's like time to make the donuts weekend, time to make the donuts weekend. And you just fall into that path and that trap of life, whether your life is dark or not. We fall into this conformity, right? And we don't have this burning desire to want more. And there's so much information out there for us to digest and become better. But it was, a group of people that came into my life early on in my entrepreneurial career, right? It was this leadership development company that their whole entire system was built on building the people, right? It was a network marketing company. And they sold juice, but the juice wasn't really the product. The product was the people. And it was how we could develop people into big thinkers and big dreamers and, people that were constantly growing. So, for me, it was reading positive books. It was, listening to audios, right? Instead of listening to music, right? I realized my car was a rolling university and I could put, positive information into my mind all the time. And it gets you amped up and it gets you excited about, what you can do with your life. One of the big shifts for me, Olivia, was I realized that all of these people that we look up to in the world, they all have been on a dark path. A lot of them, right? Like probably 95% of them. In fact, I think some of the most successful people in the world became successful because that dark path was so dark, right? I tell people, like, they can say, man, I'm at the bottom of the barrel. I tell people there was a hole in my barrel. I think I fell right through it. It was rusty or something. You know what I mean? I went right through the bottom. And so the one thing that you have to realize is that there's going to be a point where you just kind of get sick and tired of being sick and tired. I hit that point early on in my life, which I'm very grateful for. And trust me, even though I started to make positive change in my life, I still had a roller coaster of an experience, right? There was still a lot of big valleys, which, reminds me of a great book, Peaks and Valleys, right? Read that book. It's a phenomenal book. And so every little challenge that we go through in life, there's information out there that we can put into our minds that help us get through those challenges. But you have to make the decision and you have to make disciplined decisions on a daily basis to be able to say, hey, listen, I'm in this really bad frame of thought right now. I need to get myself out of it. What can I do? What type of information can I put in to help me get through this unfortunate circumstance? And I think that if we start making those just, simple decisions, right? And they might be big decisions for you if you haven't made decisions on how you're going to approach things in life. But if you just make different decisions and start course correcting and say, this is the path that I'm going on. Anytime I divert from this path, what can I do? What book can I read? What audio can I listen to get me back on track? And I think that it's really just the way we think about things, right? And it's like everything shifted in my life because I just started making decisions. There's another great book called The Slight Edge. And it talks about just getting 1% better every day. Another book that I've just read recently is called The Power of One More. It's an Ed Mylett book, right? He's like one of the top personal development podcasts in the world. You can tell I'm a personal development guy, right? I love it, devour it. And even at the pinnacle of my success, devour it even more, because if I'm not growing, then what good am I to the people that I'm leading, right? How am I having influence in the world if I'm not constantly learning? You can only mentor somebody to the point or the level of mental capacity that you're at. So if you're not constantly improving, then you're doing a disservice to the people that follow you. That's how we really look at life. So it starts off, Livia, with simple decisions. And they might be big decisions and they might not be easy to make in the beginning, but as those decisions compound against each other, right? That 1%, like that penny doubling every day, right? The guy goes to somebody with a briefcase, says, here's $1 million. I'll give you $1 million cash, or I'll give you 1 penny that doubles every day for 30 days. Most people say, I'm taking the $1 million. 1 cent, 2 cents, 4 cents, 8 cents, 16 cents. 32, 34 cents, something like that, right? You're 6 days in, almost a weekend, and you're not even at $1 yet. But we know the rest of that story. At day 30, it's over $5 million. And at day 31, if it's 31-day month, It's over $10 million, right? So that 1% better every day compounding on itself, or 365% minimum better every year. That's what people talk about, right? 365% better, but it's 1% compounding on itself. So you're way more than 365% better. And that power of compounding works in your life, in all areas of your life, in finance, in personal growth, in just getting better. So I think it starts with a decision. I want to change, right? You either hate changing enough to lose, or you hate losing enough to change. So you have to make that decision first. I want to change. This is not what I want my life to be like. I'm built for more. I'm destined for greatness. And now, after you embody that, you have to start putting in the work. So from there, there's a lot that can happen, right? But if you don't start with that utter, like, burning desire, right? A flame that has to burn, like, and you have to get up every day and say, today I'm committed to being the best version of myself I can be. And you might not be a good person today, but it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you finish. So maybe just do a little bit today, and then do a little bit tomorrow. And don't be like, hey, listen, over this next year, this is what I'm going to accomplish. And don't be, so, I guess, just buried in what you're going to accomplish over the year. Just try it for one more day. This is a big, big thing that I've been implementing in my life. Like, if I can be the best version of myself I can be today, I don't need to worry about 90 days from now. I'm going to be the best version of myself I can be today. I'm going to learn. I'm going to study. I'm going to grow today. And then guess what? Tomorrow, I'm going to do it again. And then I'm going to do it for one more day. And maybe when you're at the gym, it's one more rep, right? One more rep at the gym. Maybe it's one more I love you to your kids. Maybe it's one more hug and kiss to your wife or your husband, right? Whatever it is, just do one more. And if you keep compounding that principle of that one more, that 1%, that in everything that you do, you're just pushing yourself and you're pushing your limits every single day. And that's where you're going to start building the belief in yourself. So I would say number one, Livia, is you have to build belief in yourself. When I started as an entrepreneur, I had zero self-esteem. I was a drug addict for the 4 years previous, right? I was 1 year clean and sober when I entered the world of entrepreneurship. I had no self-esteem. Like, my whole circle was drug dealers and alcoholics. You know what I mean? So it's like zero self-esteem, zero confidence. Like, oh yeah, Corey Cromer is going to be a business guy, right? Like, yeah, right. But so everybody in the world around me was laughing at me when I decided to change. And that's what's going to happen. But that's when you know you're on the right path as well. So I would say, number one, you have to dig deep. You have to ignite the flame, and then you have to start working on yourself. That's going to be the very first, most important thing to do.
Awesome, Kari. Thank you so much. And then I just wanted to give a message to people out there that just feel like, lost. And I feel like a lot of people, they have a hard time, tuning in to their purpose, or, to something that will move them forward in some moments in life, right? So I just wanted you to give them a message of what
Sure.
would you tell them?
Yeah. So this is what I would say. After you start really building yourself, right? And this is an influencer summit. So, and how to have influence over other people, like in anything that you're going to pursue in your life. I like what you said when you introduced me, right? That How to Win Friends and Influence People, that being a key book, right? It's like you have to learn how to be nice to people, right? That was the first principle in that book. You have to learn how to be nice to people. It's the first and foremost basic principle of handling people, is to be nice, right? So you got to be nice. And I'm going to tell you right now, you have to be charismatic. You have to be excited, right? I'm not going to follow somebody who has zero energy. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't have energy and if you're not enthusiastic about life, you're not going to be somebody that I tuned into or I follow. And then, from there, you have to figure out what does your audience want, right? What do they want? It's the second fundamental technique, is recognizing what others want and giving it to them, right? So whatever your path is, figure out what they want. And when you help them get what they want, which is the third fundamental principle in the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, the power is to kind of stimulate an eager want in others. And this is what I'm telling you guys. Like, I want you to listen to me today. And I want you to say, you know what, today's the day that I'm going to decide to make some change in my life. Right. And if you tune into my stuff, I'm going to be the guy that's going to push you every day. Right. I like Tony Robbins wrote a book called Awakening the Giant Within. We all have this giant within us, and it's waiting to come out. Right. Wherever you're at in your life, wherever you're at in your journey right now, I'm just letting you know there are going to be ups, there are going to be downs. It's life, it happens, but it's how you deal with the negative that, you know, will really keep you on path to becoming a better person, right? It's how you deal with the negative. You know, Winston Churchill said, success is going from failure to failure with a positive attitude. So I want to, if you start to believe in yourself just a little bit bigger and a little bit faster, right, every single day, and then you become genuinely interested in other people, not just looking at them as a paycheck, but become genuinely interested in other people, right? Make a good first impression by smiling, you know, let them know that you're somebody that just loves life and you love people, right? You know, remember their names. That was a big rule in the book, right? Be a good listener, encourage people to talk about themselves. It's really flattering to pay exclusive attention to the person who's speaking, rather than looking around to see what else, you know, might be there. Like if somebody's talking to you, look them in the eye and listen to what they have to say and be genuinely interested in it, right? And you want to always talk in ways of other people's interests. Like speak about their hobbies, their passions, right? You know, there's a quote in the book. It says, the royal road to a person's heart is to talk about the things that he or she treasures the most. That's one of my favorite quotes of all time. The royal road to a person's heart is to talk about the things he or she treasures most, right? And there's this like principle in human nature, and it's the craving to be appreciated, right? So if you just go out there every day and just be genuinely excited about getting to know other people, you're going to really harness a lot of power and energy just from the positivity that you're putting out there, right? If you put out a bunch of positive energy and really just make people feel important, make them smile. I always give people a challenge, right? In the group that I lead, right? I always tell them a challenge. Go out for one day. And when you go to the grocery store, you go to the gas station, you go anywhere, every single person, make eye contact with every single person that you pass by and just smile. And watch how many of those people will smile back at you. You cannot be in a negative mood if you're just walking around being happy and smiling at people all day long and they're smiling back at you. That energy, right, that you feed, you cannot be in a dark place if you're happy and if you're smiling, right? One of the big things in Think and Grow Rich said, I'm so happy and grateful now that, right? And then it's your goals and your dreams and whatever it is. I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm a multimillionaire. I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm leading an organization of 1 million people. I'm so happy and grateful now that I've created 100 millionaires or 1 million millionaires or whatever your dream is. How big, right? The impossible dream. I always say the impossible dream is just the right size. I'm a big dreamer. You know why? Because I was the guy that everybody wrote off in life. I was the guy that was never going to make it. I was the guy that was homeless on the streets, addicted to drugs, crawling underneath cars in the middle of an alley to get warm in the middle of winter because I didn't have anywhere to go and I didn't have a car to live in. I lived in a snowsuit, right? For a whole month, I was on the streets. And people can look at somebody that has success today and say, well, if only I had a speaking talent like that guy, or if only I had a nice suit and a nice car like that. I didn't always have that. I bought my suits at Goodwill. I got them tailored for $40 to look sharp. I had a car that had 350,000 miles on it that I would park 6 blocks up the road and I would walk to my meetings and I would wait for everybody to leave. And then I would walk back to my car because it was awful, rust everywhere. But that's how I started. And it doesn't matter how you start. It matters how you finish. It's the things that you do today that will reward you for the rest of your life. But you have to make those decisions. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy, but it's worth it. But it's worth it. I wouldn't change anything in my life. I wouldn't change anything in my life. Yeah, I had unfortunate things happen to me in my life. And it's sad. You know, there's sad things that happen to me. But it really made me a very strong person. And I was not the person that I am today. You would never see me on a video like this teaching about entrepreneurship and business and life, right? But I'm a guy who's lived it. I've been through it all, right? In and out of jail, right? All of the negative things that could happen to somebody. I went through all of that stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've been on both sides. This is the side that I choose every single day, right? Pursuing excellence in your life, consistent, focused execution every single day in your life. It's hard to be down when you have a big purpose and something that you hold in front of you, right? So you have to have a big dream. You have to have a reason why you're doing it. Maybe it's your family. Maybe it's for a cause, whatever it might be. Maybe it's for multiple different things. Maybe it's to donate to church and charity, whatever it is, hold it in front of you and run for it. Just run for it with everything you got. You're right. Babe Ruth. I want one more story. Babe Ruth, right? We know him for how many home runs he hit. Right? He would point to the outfield every time he'd get on the baseball diamond. He points to the outfield. This is one of my favorite stories. And he would swing the bat as hard as he could. He struck out more than any baseball player in the world, but you don't know about him from the amount of times he struck out. You know about him for the amount of home runs he hit. So step up to that plate and swing the bat over and over and over again. And pretty soon you're going to connect with that ball and it's going to be out in the outfield and you're going to hit your home run in life. So I really hope you guys get some value from that today. I want you to dig deep. I want you to ignite that flame, and we'll be here to pour gas on it all day long.
No, thank you so much. I love that. I mean, everybody's just blowing up the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. I know this is the perfect beginning for everybody's day. So just take that on, guys, and carry it with you. Don't drop it, right? Just keep it with you. Thank you so much, Corey. Appreciate it so much for everything, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Have a good day, guys.
All right, so now I'm going to bring our awesome Eric. And I'm going to give the hosting to you, my pro host.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? I'm like enjoying this. I think you should stay hosting the rest of the day.
No, I just can't love watching you. I put in my big TV and I just go like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I have these people in my life. So
it's
thank
amazing.
you so much. I'm gonna give it to you, and then I know Christine is waiting there on the studio on the backdrop, and I'll let her bring her in. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Absolutely. Oh wow, that was, oh my goodness, there was so much gold just now. I was so excited to hear what he was saying, and wow, it's amazing that even when you try to become like your future self, now your present reality actually gets so much better. So, and I really appreciate Livia for hosting. I was actually speaking at another event and was able to join as soon as I finished that speaking engagement. So I'm here with you guys today. It's day 2. So excited. And we've already started with so much amazing fire, and we're ready to just keep the fire going. So awesome. Thank you, Matt. Manny says, let's go, Eric. Robert says, thank you, Corey. Corey was amazing. Lynn says, thank you, showing the love to Corey. So thank you so much, Corey, for doing that as well. So it looks like we're ready to dive into Christine as well. So I'm going to bring you up, Christine. Oh, look at that amazing cover photo for her, of course. Christine Curran, how are you doing today?
Awesome. After listening to Corey, I'm hyped up. He brought the energy for sure.
He did. He gave us all like a lot to think about as well. I would love for those in the audience that don't know who you are, I'd love for you to introduce yourself, and then we could dive right into like 1,000 questions that I have, if you're okay with that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm Christine Curran. I've been in entertainment my entire adult life, model, actress, TV host, red carpet interviewer. And we have a TV show now that's about food and travel. It's a women empowerment movement called Dining Divas, where different boss ladies come together over food, fun, and travel. And we have the Dining Dudes launching this year. So we have the whole dining empire of fun, food, and travel type of content. We have a deal with the Travel Channel, so we're filming for that right now. And I do just everything's really about women empowerment and elevating together with other like-minded individuals. So I have a cryptocurrency called the WIMP token, which is a women empowerment token. And we are launching an accelerator this year, which we're very excited about, to help women entrepreneurs scale their companies with Leaf Capital Partners. So a lot of great things happening.
Awesome. Well, the last time that you were, I think it was at the last event that we had here where you spoke, I went to it's a diningdivas.tv.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I was so intrigued by what you were talking about. And I went to the site and I started checking it out. I'm like, this is like so crazy cool. And, you know, with Corey talking about like how we can essentially become like our future self, I think a lot of influencers that are on right now are looking at somebody like you thinking, wow, that's like, you're where I want to be in a year or 5 years or 10 years or whatever. So can we go back a little bit to the beginning of your journey? Because sometimes we tend to see like successful people as overnight successes, when the reality is you know how it is. I mean, you're rewarded in public for what you do in private, and nobody sees the tears and the frustration and the challenge and hitting the roadblocks. So how was that for you? Like what was that point where you felt like, was there anything that you did that you felt like really sort of launched you into being the influencer that you are today?
I think being authentic is number one. I mean, I get on my stories, I don't wear makeup. I'm like, I don't care. Like, I'm not going to be editing every picture and trying to look picture perfect, because people want to be relatable. They want to be able to feel like they know you and they feel close to you, and talking about your struggles and your good times, and just really being an all around authentic person is definitely number one. And I mean, yeah, you talk about tears. I could fill buckets with the tears of trying to build companies. It's hard, and it does seem like it's overnight success, but there's so much work that went into it to get there, and it's really just having good energy, being focused, and staying on task every day, like with that dream in mind, writing it down, speaking it to existence, teaming up with like-minded people. I mean, all of those things, they come together, and that's what makes you successful.
Wow. I heard a quote once that said that winners lose more than losers lose. Meaning, we think that winners are these overnight successes and they're doing great. But the fact is, you and I've experienced failure after failure, loss after loss. But the difference is you just keep going and you keep trying. Like, what inspires you? Like, how do you level up when you're where you are today? Like, what's leveling up for you?
Oh man. I mean, always having like like 3 steps ahead of where I want to be. Like I always have a vision of what's going to be the next. When I go to bed at night, I envision what it is that I want for my future self. And so that way I go to sleep thinking about that, which is very powerful. And I think, well, actually it's part of the Think and Grow Rich, right? You want to imagine, if you can see it, if you can visualize it, you can have it. And so that's definitely a way to level up too. And just finding good people to work with, because you cannot do anything by yourself. Nobody can do anything by themselves. You have to have people in your life, and you just need to find people that, you have good energy with, that you vibe with.
So when you like visualize where you want to be, or even when you've done that in the past, how does that look for you? Do you kind of visualize your day? Do you do that like nightly? I love to, because this is something that I've done in the past. And of course, Think and Grow Rich is one of my all-time favorite books. Napoleon Hill is my favorite. I always call him my favorite dead author, because I have a favorite living author too. But incredible, insane book. And I think most people in this world, and if you haven't read that, this is kind of the beginning for a lot of our journeys, is when we all read Think and Grow Rich, or maybe even, How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. So how do you, do you have like a visualization technique that you use that really sort of cements that into you?
Yeah, I mean, I really tried to see it, like see the full picture, see what I'm going to feel like, see what I'm going to look like. Like, I just really try to put myself there and really place myself there before bed, because I think that helps me when I wake up in the morning. I'm like ready to go, like I just got myself so motivated, right before I went to bed. So I wake up with a good energy, ready to, just take over the day.
Oh, I love that. By the way, Facebook user would give us your name. They're saying great conversation with Eric and Christine. They're showing you the love. No one is self-made. Yep, that is true. Your network, it can become your net worth. It can really be helpful to you for sure. And you're getting some love in the chat, so that's awesome. So when you have a failure, and I think Napoleon Hill defined that there's no true failure. There's only temporary defeat. The only true failure is when you actually, stop and quit. So my question for you is, like, when you, in the past, when you were building this empire, when you're growing it to where it is today, how did you break through the obstacle? Like, when that hits you and when you feel like you're failing, how do you keep going?
Oh man, I mean, it's rough, because you think you come with so much passion and you want to do something, and people shut you down, or people try to like block deals, and you're like, why are you just not giving me my chance? But it's a numbers game. I think Corey said it best when he was talking about the baseball player who struck out so many times, but the only thing that people remember about him is when he was hitting all the home runs, right? Like the number of home runs he's had. So, it's about just keep going. You gotta throw it out there 100 times and to get 1 or 2 sometimes. And it's just a matter of just perseverance. You have to just not stop, never stop.
Well, and that's amazing. You can't ever beat the person that won't quit, right? And a lot of us sometimes will stop short of what could have been us, or what could have been an opportunity. I love what Manny says. In my eyes, failure is just a lesson. It is. And since we're on Napoleon Hill, one of the things Napoleon Hill always talked about was in every single temporary defeat or perceived failure leaves with it the seed of an equivalent success, which is exactly right. Failure is just a lesson. Tiffany says, never stop. I love that. So you mentioned earlier about authenticity. And I think sometimes it's really challenging for people to be authentic because, you know, if you go live, for example, on Instagram or on Facebook, and you start talking about your failures and talking about how you didn't know how to do it, or really being vulnerable, that's not easy. That's really hard. And a lot of us don't want to show our true colors, or don't want to show everything that's made up of us, only the good stuff. I mean, I wish that everything that was on social media was reality, but most of it's not. It's sort of that the best of the best of the best, right? We don't post the sad stuff. We don't post the hard stuff. But how do you be authentic when sometimes you're so used to maybe either faking it or trying to be somebody that you're not? How do you what can authenticity do for you, and how do you be authentic?
Well, I think what you said, you know, when people say you take an L, it's like, it's not a loss, it's a lesson. And that's what I call an L. So I agree with that. And I think it's all about just finding the good in every bad situation. Like, what did I learn from this? Or what can I do differently so this doesn't happen again? And so if you're always in a good place where you're always in a positive mindset, it helps you to stay authentic. Because I mean, you're not going to go on social media and start complaining about everybody. Oh, this person screwed me up, and this, you're not going to do that. That's not being authentic. That's just being a complainer. But just always finding the lesson in it and being authentic about that. Like, hey, I made a mistake, or I trusted somebody the wrong way, or I didn't get my right paperwork in order, and I got screwed over. And so now I've learned something from that, though, and now I'm going to take this and this step moving forward so that doesn't happen to me again. And usually when you learn a lesson, it's because you're preparing for something even bigger. And so if you didn't learn that lesson then, you could have really been hurt later on, right? So it's good to take these lessons and really process, like, what is it that I got out of this, and what am I never going to do again, and what am I going to continue to do that's working for me? So all those things are very important to being authentic.
I love that. That's awesome. And maybe we can dive a little deeper into like the practicality of the things that you're doing, knowing this is an Influencer Summit, obviously, and looking at your footprint online, looking at your site and the things that you've done, you've got a decent presence out there. So how, if an influencer is starting out, or maybe they're just trying to start push content or whatever direction that they're going, how have you been able to generate the influence you've generated? How do you generate more influence? Do you have like a practical strategy, or do you have like a content strategy that you use to be able to do what you do?
Yeah, I mean, engage. You need to talk to people. You need to be engaging. People like to feel heard. They like to, know that you're appreciative of their time they spend writing a comment on your page. And so it is a lot of work, but it's very, very important.
So when you're engaging, do you typically like comment on everyone's post that's posting? Is that how you engage? Like, tell us a little bit about that strategy.
Sure. I mean, when people say something, if there's something I can say back that's like a sentence, I will, if it makes sense. But if they're just saying, hey, beautiful, or hey, that's awesome, or whatever, then maybe I put some fun emojis. But it's just a matter of them knowing that you saw and you're appreciative and you're responding to them. And I think that's really, and then I get a lot of DMs. People are always messaging me, and I try really hard to get back to everybody on the DMs, because, they're usually asking questions or they're inquisitive about something. And once you engage with them on a DM, they feel like, oh, now I have a personal relationship with this person and I feel close to this person. And now they're going to be more likely to continue to, be a follower, a fan, and a friend. So,
I was in a call with Dean Graziosi, and he's a huge influencer. He has millions of followers. And this may not be true today, but this was a couple of years ago. And he mentioned that he actually engages and comments on every single comment that's posted on his post. And I'm like, not his team, him. I'm thinking, how in the world is he doing that? Because some of his posts will have like 300 or 400 comments on that. And I'm like, wow, that's like real. Like the fact that he's literally commenting, if it were me, I'd be like, okay, team, go ahead and comment as if you're me. But yeah, he really wanted to connect with his audience. So he would actually post and comment on every single person that had posted there. We got some awesome comments. By the way, we found out who the Facebook user was. Carissa, how are you? Good to see you. Tiffany said, never stop, learn the lesson, tell the truth, period. Debbie, thank you. Tiffany says, I post the hard stuff, learn from my mistakes, and if you relate to making them, when you learn a lesson, you get something even bigger and better. Yeah, and Tiffany, building relationships, direct relationships, trust and rapport, yeah, is 100%. Like,
Yes.
there's this old saying that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah.
So I want to know what's next for you. Like, what are you working on right now? All right, anything that you could tell us?
Yeah, so I've got 2 amazing partnerships. Actually, I'm wearing one of them. I am activewear. We're partnering with Dining Divas, so we're really excited about that. We're just partnered with Adora and the drink, the Brain IQ. We have our own Dining Divas drink now, the nootropic, which is super exciting. So we're really starting to launch out product lines, and we have our app, and so now we're going to be going phase 2 to the Dining Empire from the Dining Divas. So a lot of fun things. Follow our journey, come be part of it. I'll follow you back, and let's start engaging.
And
Awesome. Hi, good morning.
Hi,
Good morning. It's morning here. Yeah. So Christine, I don't know what you all have already dived into, but I know you've spent a lot of years in the entertainment industry. I know you've worked with hundreds of women booking models and booking people. I know that you have works with a lot of celebrities. My dog's in the background jacking with that plant. Excuse me. It's peace lilies are not good for dogs. That's what I heard. And I know that you have built real influence online with celebrities, with different brands. What are some of the tips you can give us for people wanting to build their influence and wanting specifically, because I don't think we did with Tom dive into a little bit about how you work, building, getting video, getting footage, like anything you want to say about how you build and thinking of people wanting to build influence online. How can they do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was telling Eric, engage. It's so important that people feel heard, people feel appreciated. So that's number one. And just being authentic and talking about situations, but coming from a place of like, what's the lesson you learn, not complaining, right? Nobody wants to hear you complain all the time. But if you're like, hey, this happened, but this is how I overcame it, or that's great, because people like to hear, or maybe they're relating. A lot of times people are like, oh man, I needed to hear that today. And I love when people say that. So that's always a good one too. And I think just also finding like-minded people that you like or that you want to associate with and following them. Like, I mean, the craziest story, Tamara, one of the girls that's working with us, she's a Dining Diva now. She was just a fan of ours. And she said she's been following me for years. And I'm like, really? And we never talked. I never engaged. And she ended up going to St. Lucia with us. And we built, she came there just authentically to be there, to learn, to grow. And I asked her to be one of our Dining Divas because she came with so much value. We got to know each other. And now we're working together on the business. So it's like when you go and you find people and you follow them and you're engaging with them, just so they start to see you, they start to hear your name, they read your name, you're commenting, putting authentic comments on their posts, you're going to start getting a lot of engagement back too. So you kind of want to do both.
Okay, so great. And thanks for catching me up on where you all were. So can you, it's something I want you to speak to, because as a woman who you have worked with hundreds of women in the business environment, I think every influencer, when you start going and getting in circles, and you touched on it by following people that you like, not being a complainer, giving the lessons, but how do you keep that positive empowerment woman vibe, even when, all the hormones, emotions, cycles, all the things are, coming in, all the like divas, people who really want to be on stage or want to be in front of the camera, especially in your realm of TV, or people who don't want to be on the camera, how do you, any tips around really staying in an empowered place with
Oh,
women?
absolutely. I'm all about giving everybody their 5 minutes. Like I want everyone to feel appreciated. I invite people on the show all the time. Like I put people on a platform. Like I always tag everybody. Like I really can't stand people who don't tag people. I think it's very rude. But I'm like, you need to like really be you want to help others too and make them feel special and make them get where they want to be. And that helps you get where you want to be. So I think just really empowering other people, sharing if your friend does something amazing, sharing it on your story, tagging them, say, look, my friend just created this. I'm so proud of them. Like you should be always cheerleading all of your people and even people that you don't know. And that's, I think, one of the most important things is then people are really going to gravitate to you. You get what you put out. So
that's amazing. That is really, really amazing. So there's a tip right there, tag other people, the people in the post, celebrate people, share. And I know like as we start, I started getting more active and social media was the place that I connected with my audience, that real estate becomes more expensive. And I got so many people in my email box saying, will you share the sale of my company? Will you post this and I'll give you a free product? And, I had to say no a lot because already Instagram, Facebook limits how much of your own audience sees your stuff. So
right.
How do you deal with that? Like, do you put up a post that also is marketing what you want, but tag a bunch of people? Like what do you have to say about that?
Yeah. I mean, if somebody's asking me to post something to help them sell and they're not like in my inner circle, obviously I'm going to tell them like, this is my work and I'm going to need to get paid. And this is what my costs are. You know what I mean? Like if it's just like, we're at an event together and I see you and we take a picture together, I'm going to post to tag you, celebrate you or so, but it's not, there's a big difference between just posting somebody's offer that they're asking you to post, and versus just celebrating somebody because you're with them or you saw they did something great on your own. You know what I mean? Because it is
that
money.
In stories, right? So you could do it in stories and not take away from your core real estate that lives in the scroll all the time. And inner circle. And if it's outer circle, what are you going to pay other than free product? I've got plenty of that, right? I've got plenty of that. Or the chance to win a book or something like that, which is, it's awesome. It's all momentum, but you just have to realize when you're at a certain level that doesn't come across as valuable. So it's important to know where are you really being valuable, and celebrating someone and their accomplishments is always going to be valuable. That's powerful. Something else I noticed that you do, and I've been meaning to ask, is a lot of times I comment on people's stuff with an emoji, like a heart, claps, dancing. It's like has a lot of words in it, right? Woo, ole! But you put a little like 3 words and emojis. Is there something to that the algorithm, or is that just how you are?
Yeah, that's what they say, that with words go up the algorithm better than emojis. So it is important to do that.
Just followed your lead. I should have just went. She's a boss. Christina's doing it. I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm so glad I asked you though. So go ahead.
And my little fingers hurt. Like all the texting and social media all day. Like my hands hurt. So I do a lot of voice texting. I'll like voice 3 words and press send. Voice. So and that's helpful too, because then you don't have to like do so many texts.
Well, I've updated my phone, and iPhone is relearning and I have said some janky stuff through voice text lately. So if you do that, and Rudy, my guy is like the police when it comes to that. He's gotten better, but he'll be like, hey, that word, go correct it now, and I'm thankful, but it's also like, why didn't I check that here? Yeah. So that's good. So do you all hear that when you're commenting on someone else's post, add words and emojis? I've also heard add a question, because then they have to answer and it like gets what do you think about that?
I mean, sure, if it makes sense. Depends on what the post is. If it's just
your hands already hurt, you're like, girl, I did my dues. I paid my dues. I'm not doing it anymore. Yeah, that's so awesome. Well, I know, let me just check the time. Yeah, I know we've got our next guest in the background, but Christina, I personally want to, thank you because we have become really great friends and business partners. We did the Dining Divas episode in St. Lucia. We just recorded another episode. Tom and Kim are in that episode, Eric, that we recorded in California.
We gotta bring Eric with us.
We do need to bring Eric with us. That's right.
Let's do this.
Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. And Eric is we need to do something with Uprise, with Eric, and I know that's what you stand for. So I want to personally thank you, because I know that you have come from a world where you've been exposed. I mean, you were booking Jello shot girls, Fort Lickerdale. You've seen a lot, right? And had $1 million cash business doing that at a very young age, and then pivoted. And it's like you found your voice, not just in food and travel, but then, you know what? I want powerful women that are all bosses in their own right. And then we did the mastermind. You're like, ooh, I love the way these feel. I want more of that, which is why we're doing the Think and Grow Rich mastermind in June. But what I love is you've evolved into this woman who, I'm sure you were always this woman, but it's loud and proud now, who is a total stand for women and like empowerment, and you're always growing. You're always helping other women. You're like a no BS, don't bring me the drama, or step out of the circle, right? And so, and I know that's messy and no one's perfect and the camera's on all the time and the prep, but I just want to celebrate you and every woman who's aligned with that. And I love you so much, and we'll be seeing you soon.
I love you so much.
I'll put words on your post from now on. Words. Okay.
Eric, it's a pleasure. Thank you, Adora.
You too. Thanks for talking.
Bye,
as always. Isn't she amazing?
Yeah.
I love her personality, and she has an incredible product. Like, wow. It's just amazing to talk with her.
She's a boss. Like, so I keep thinking she's from New York, and she's not. But when her best friend is, so I think, I don't know, when I'm talking to her, she gets like, you know, the way a New Yorker moves through life. Oh, yes. She's amazing. Yeah. We get it. Yes. And like, let's go. And, but smiles and laughs and she's amazing. Yeah. So Eric, I want to tell you a little bit about our next guest. And do you know Ken Jocelyn?
I know of him. Yes.
Okay. So this is cool. So Nicolette, I love that you love her. So Ken and I met through a mutual friend, Brent Gove. And we can take that down. Hi, Ken. I didn't know they were going to bring you up already, but let me edify you a little bit more.
No, you're good.
Yeah, so Ken was introduced to me by Brent Gove. Then we got to spend more time together, have mutual friends, Amberly Lago, some other people. We went to the Dennis Waitley mastermind, really got to know each other some more. But Ken has a mastermind, and he puts on events that Ed Milet, John Maxwell, Gary Brecka, all those guys are on his stage. And he really focuses on faith-based entrepreneurs, which I love so much, and has a background in ministry as a pastor. So I'm super excited to have you here, Ken. And Eric, meet Ken. And I know
what's up, buddy? Good to see you, my friend.
Anyone
who's a friend of Adora's is a friend of mine.
So thank you. It's great to meet you.
Yeah, and Eric, I met, by the way, and everybody's watching this introduction. Isn't this fun, guys? Eric, I met for the first time at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. He flew the jet in that Russell was on. He's in Russell's friend circle, and Russell's probably like, I'm glad I got this guy in my circle that he'll. It was a very small group. We were watching Don Green get an award at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. Russell, Eric, who's very close with, that's where we first met. And Eric has been the quarterback of our Project Uprise. Like when I met him, Ken, and started sharing, this is what I'm about to dedicate myself to, his eyes watered up, and he showed me that he already gives a lot to Operation Underground Railroad.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing how God just brings the right people into our lives at the right season, at the right moments, and the relationships I don't exactly know what our format is this morning, but relationships really are, I say all the time, proximity is a cheat code. You know, relationships are the number one currency that we have. And I love the last guest, how she talked about some of the things that she does in relationships. And it's huge, man. It really is all about, it's all about the relationships. Everything starts and ends with the relationships that you have in your life.
Eric,
Well,
I'm going to let you ask some questions. Yes, I was
Yeah,
about to say.
I'm dying to know. All the people that you worked with, I love. I've seen
Mhm.
most of them live. Ed Milet just a few months ago, and I learned some
Mhm.
really. That was the first time I had actually met Ed Milet. I hadn't,
Yeah.
he's been around for a long time. But
Mhm.
how do you do what you do? How do you connect with some of the biggest names and get them on stages? And how have you done all of this?
Yeah. Well, the last 30 years, I spent half of that in full-time vocational ministry, pastoring and planting churches. The other half, top producing mortgage broker from like '01 to '08, back into ministry. And then 2016, 17, got back into real estate when I moved to Birmingham, Alabama. And then about 3 years ago, I started my GSD community. And, people, that's the number one question I get. Like, how do you get around guys like Vic Keller, who's one of my best friends, who's in my mastermind? He'll be in Puerto Rico with us this week. Had 11 companies successfully acquired by Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett for an undisclosed amount that I'll tell you is about $8 billion. And served as Warren's CEO for Berkshire Hathaway Automotives for 3 years. Guys like Gary Breck. I was just texting Gary and Sage this morning. Guys like Brent Gove, who's one of the top guys at EXP, who's got 30,000 agents in his downline. My best friend, Jafar Jafari, 2 million followers on Instagram. Forbes magazine does a write-up, and he's the Tony Robbins of Persia. He does huge 15, 20,000 person events in Malaysia and in Dubai. And I mean, I could just keep going on. I have a text thread with 6 guys in it. And those are some of the guys. Brian Covey's in that. He's the senior vice president of Revolution Mortgage. Randy Garn, who is a New York Times bestselling author. He's on the board with Tony Robbins, best friends with Dean Graziosi. Like those are the 6, those are like my guys. And one of the things that I say to people all the time is great leaders want something for people, not from people, Eric. They really do. They really want something for people and not from people. And, even with Vic, Vic's a new relationship. Vic and I have been close since about August. And one of my really good friends who worked for John Maxwell for 20 years, that's how I met John 20 years ago, what is a CMO in one of Vic's company. And Nate and I were actually on a FaceTime call one time, and Vic walks in the room and he's like, "Hey, meet my buddy Ken." He's meet Vic. He owns, now he has, I think he has 17 companies now in his portfolio. And Vic's like, he gets weird off the call. We just kind of chat real quick, and he goes, "I want to connect with Ken." So he schedules a 15-minute phone call back in August for Vic and I to hop on a call. And that 15-minute call went an hour and 27 minutes. We just hit it off. I mean, we hit it off. And so what I did, number one, is I made myself available, obviously. But at the very end of the call, I think the thing that sealed the deal for Vic and I was, and here's a guy when he asked me the same question 6 times. And I shared this on the stage at my Create conference in Atlanta last month. He asked me, he goes, "Ken, what can I do for you?" And I said, "Vic, I don't need anything from you, bro. I don't need anything from you." And literally 6 times he asked me. I said, "Dude, I don't need anything. Vic, I'm good." Now here's an individual who has the power to invest or connect me or do all of the things that would literally change my business and change my life. I just said, "Dude, I don't need anything." And after the 6th time, he finally said, he goes, "Dude, seriously, I want to help you. I love your passion. I love your mission. I love what you're doing. How can I help you?" And I said, "Tell you what you can do, Vic. In November the 1st, I've got my next mastermind in Scottsdale. All the guys I just mentioned, Randy Garn, Gary Brecka, Brent Gove, Brian Covey, Master Jeff, they're all going to be there. And I know what you're wanting to do in the next season of your life." He's starting it's called Epic MBA, where he's training business guys. And this dude loves God, great family. He is the most humble human being you've ever met in your life. And I said, "Come spend a couple days with us." And he goes, "I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 1 day. I'll fly down. I'll fly my jet down." He was actually, to give you guys a little backdrop on the story, Sunday afternoon, he flew from Omaha. He had dinner at Warren Buffett's house with Warren and his family. And he flew on Monday to come to my mastermind. And he not only stayed 1 day, he stayed the entire time. Not only did he stay the entire time, he goes, "Ken, I want to be in your circle and in your corner. I want to be in your sphere of influence." because of what God's doing in you and through this group of and not just high achievers, but they're as equal or better human beings as they are business people. That's the amazing thing. The number one thing I get from people, even at we sold our Create conference out. Nora said, John Maxwell, Ed Milet, Gary Brecka, Amberly Locke. I mean, just the lineup. And those are all friends of mine. Those are all people that I'm close with. I don't put people on my stage if I do not know them. I won't do it. Like, you have to have the same DNA and the same heart I have in wanting something for people, not from people, to be able to for me to be able to put you in that, because I have got to trust you with what we've built. So I know that's a long answer for a small question, but it really is. Great leaders want something for people, not from people. And I think when you learn to be relational versus transactional, Eric, and it changes people. They sense that. Your last guest was talking about the energy. You attract and draw the right people. And I am blown away every single day I wake up, dude. And I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Brent Gove called me this morning. Brent Gove has sold my mastermind's $40K a year. He's put more people in my mastermind than I have. He's got 30,000 people in his organization at EXP, like 1.2 million a month. And he sells my stuff more than I do. And him and Kathy are on the beach in Puerto Rico. They just sent me a picture of them on the beach this morning. They're on the beach and they are sending me pictures of them eating on the beach this morning. And I'm like, are
Beautiful.
you kidding me? Like literally, like boom, there they are.
Beautiful.
On the beach,
And
picture of their shrimp cocktail. And I'm like, he's on the phone. He goes, dude, I got 2 more people for the mastermind this week. I was like, dude, like, you don't have to do this. And he goes, and Kathy, his wife over there, who's one of the most amazing human beings on the planet, loves God, loves people at a very high level. I can hear her over there in the background. Tell Ken we love him. Tell Ken we love him.
Oh, that's
I'm like, dude, I could not do what I do. I'm texting Gary Brecka, Vic Keller, and Brent Gove this morning. And we're in Nashville. It's a little late. We went to the Tedeschi Trucks concert in Nashville last night. And I'm laying in bed. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I get to do life with this level of human beings, not necessarily just the level of business. I'm talking about some of the top entrepreneurs, business and CEOs in the world. And I get to connect with these people constantly.
I'm dying to know, and I'll let Adora ask the next question, but we see where you are today and like the insanely cool things that you're doing right now, the lives that you're changing. I love the fact that you're faith-based as well. I am as well. But think about yourself 20 years ago, before the successes, before the relationship. What advice would Ken give to your 20-year-old self?
Yeah, I get asked that question a decent amount. I've got a quote that's in the bottom of my planner that I created, that when I met a guy named Grant Cardone, most of you guys know, Grant and I are close friends. He's been a great mentor for 3 years. I wrote in my 10X planner until I created my own. I tell people I took Grant's planner and I put his on steroids and created our GSD planner with goals, gratitude, affirmations, top 3, 1%, wins for the day, goals again, and then a scoreboard at the bottom of every page. And in the bottom right-hand side next to the scoreboard that I did, I put a quote: get in rooms with people who think bigger than you do. You've got to get around people. Like, what does that look like to be able to get around people who think bigger than you do? And I'll take it back to my first big stage I was fortunate to speak on was 23 years ago. And it was also behind John Maxwell. I spoke behind John 3 times. I don't know about you guys. You know John Maxwell? He sucks all the air out of the room. Like, when you get on the stage, man, if you don't have some moxie and some passion, you're finished, because John sucks all the air out of the room. And I spoke behind John 23 years ago, crowd of about 8,800, 9,000 people. And it was my first big stage that I ever got on. And I got my mentor spoke behind me. We got done, and Jeannie said, hey, can we go do lunch tomorrow? And I said, sure. So we go do lunch, and she asked me a question at lunch while we're sitting there that really changed the direction of my life. And she said, Ken, do you want to be significant or do you want to be successful? Because there's a massive difference. And so it started a journey for me, 23-year journey of understanding that significant leaders build others around them so they can win. And that, which gets you right to my favorite Zig Ziglar quote: if I help enough people get what they want, eventually I'm going to get what I want. And
That's so awesome.
People who chase success, they use other people and they always leave a trail of damage behind them, and it's usually pretty ugly, and they don't attract the right people. So when you do it that way, I think you attract the right people.
So awesome. Well, we have our next guest in the background, who is someone you also know, but there's a question I have for you, and what I'd like, Ken, is I want to ask this question, and then I want you to post the answer in your story. And I want you to drop in the comments, and you see it's at Ken Jocelyn, that you find him on Instagram, so they can get the answer. You see what we're doing here? Getting you guys
I can do that.
social. We're getting your social.
I can do that.
Like, the answer, or the question that I want is, you've been dropping bombs that people are quoting, be significance versus success, get in rooms that people think bigger than you do. These are all things we align with. I love, and it stood out to me the first time I heard you say it about want something for people, not from people. I really love that. And I love you so much. You're an incredible human being.
Thank you.
Being a person of influence online, how do you take those philosophies and use that on your online platforms to connect with audiences? And that's the question for you to answer in your story.
Oh, I can't answer it now?
You can't answer it now. You have to answer it in the story.
So
I want the answer.
That's like torture.
I'm driving them.
I know, right?
I'm driving them.
I gotta go. No, you're
well,
good.
if our guest in the background doesn't put on his, is everybody see someone drop at Ken Jocelyn in the comments, so you know where to go find this answer, because our guest is in the background. I'll pull him up so you all can say hi to each other. But first, let me say this.
Who is gentleman. It? I'm like.
I know the torture. You see, I'm building the tension. It's working. We've got.
Hey, let me say something. Let me say something about you. We met a few months ago. I had you in for a dinner at a deal in Dallas, just with a bunch of friends of mine. We were on Marie Costco's TV show, and we had dinner. I love your heart and your passion, and you are. We joke you with each other. You are the female version of me. It's great. I don't know very many people that are as connected outside of Randy Garn. He's the most connected human being on the planet. I've never met anybody that knows more people or is friends with Randy, but you are as equal or better of a human being than anybody that I've been around and been connected with. So honored. And congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. That means so much to me. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
And I'm looking forward for our next time together. And I was like, where was I? You just took me all into my heart and out of the details. So the next gentleman that I'm going to bring up, I've known for over 20 years. And there was a long period of time that the main title it was in a time when having a title was really the thing to do. It was given to me by this guy, the Celebrity Connector. He helped me pull this out and brand it up. Do you know who I'm talking about yet?
I think you're talking about Greg Reed, if I'm not
mistaken.
You
go, Greg Reed. Secret knock, 3 feet from gold.
Can I take 90 seconds real quick?
Yes.
3 years ago, I sat in this man's living room, and Woo. You got me.
Hi, brother. Hi. Hello, brother. Good to see you.
I love you, man. All I had was a dream. And I'll never forget, I sat down in Greg's living room, and I pulled out my planner and a pen, and he said, you don't need that. We're just two friends having a conversation. And Greg spent an hour and a half with me. God, I can't believe I'm getting this emotional. Honor is a huge thing for me. When I did my conference 3 weeks ago in Atlanta, we sold it out. Unbelievable. I did $500,000 in revenue last month. I mean, one of the first people I text is Greg Reed. and I do it. I'm like, Greg, Grant, Sharon Lecter, Carlos Reyes, some friends of mine. And I always honor them. Woo. This wasn't what I expected. Because listen, I don't care how successful you are, you never, ever get there on your own. It is always people like Greg who opened up his home to me to be able to breathe. I left that day, Greg, going, I can do this. I can do this. And the word encourage literally means to add courage to. And I tell people all the time, if you don't have courage, you borrow some of mine. Well, 3 years ago, I stepped in Greg's living room and I borrowed some of his courage. I borrowed some of Greg's belief in me. So,
And
wow,
now you're doing it, inspiring the lives, baby. Woo! Way to go.
Amazing.
buddy.
That's so good.
Appreciate you, man.
That's so good. Great to see you, brother. I'll see you in a
Good to see
couple
you,
weeks at SK.
Yes, love you guys.
Bye.
Awesome. Wow, that was awesome, Greg. That was awesome,
That was
Eric.
amazing. That was so
Yeah,
good.
so Greg and Eric, you haven't met each other yet, have you?
I don't believe so. Pleasure.
Okay, so
Great to meet you too. But I know all about you. I've successfully stalked you online. So yeah, I'm a stalker. So
Thank you.
Oh, cool. So, yeah, so Greg has written books with the Napoleon Hill Foundation, with Sharon Lecter, with has The Secret Knock, has launched many, many, many entrepreneurs in the world, including me in my early 20s. I think by the time we were in each other's realm, it was around 2004. And is still at it. He's still at it. Is one of the most stylish thought leaders that I know, and stays on the edge of that. So, Eric, you may have heard, he's not only in Russell Brunson's inner circle, he has the 10 million award, and means that his funnel does at least 10 million, just one stream of income, does at least 10 million a year, and is a crazy activist when it comes to protecting children from child trafficking. And he's been our quarterback. The last event that we did, I always call Eric our quarterback, because he just is like, how can I serve? What can we do? And we've become dear friends because of that. Greg, I personally am so grateful and thankful for you in my world, and really shining light on my skill of connection way back in the day, and helping to name me that. So now that we've got you here, Greg, I'm going to ask you one question. Then Eric, I know you've got so many inside. So what is lighting you up right now? What is lighting you up right now?
Great to see you. Eric, dude, you can walk on water, heal lepers. You're doing great stuff. God bless you for being out there. It was awesome to see Ken, my brother. I mean, it's amazing what he has done. You know, many receive good advice, but actually few profit from it and do something with it. And he's a great example of honoring your mentorship by doing something, because that's what it's all about. And right now, what lights me up is what's coming next. I mean, there's always something new on the horizons. And I think most great entrepreneurs are seeking that next thing. You're never arrived. You're never there. You're just always seeking to improve yourself. That's the whole idea. The peskiest part about personal growth is the growth part. And if you're always on that student's mindset, you're always learning and always expanding.
Awesome. Eric, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I want to know how many of you in the chat have read 3 Feet from Gold, by the way. Like,
I did. I read it.
I think, yeah, I know you have. So good. I remember when I first heard about 3 Feet from Gold and Think and Grow Rich. And I've used that so many times, and either my speeches on stages or in masterminds, because it is one of the most powerful lessons. And to me, it's like the difference between being successful and not is, are you quitting before you're actually arriving? Are you quitting before you're actually there? And I would love to know, and this is, I'm sorry if I can indulge a little bit, how did that book come about, and what drove you guys to create that?
Okay, so here's the little story behind the story. In 1908, Napoleon Hill had a meeting with the richest dude of the world, Andrew Carnegie. It was supposed to be a 30-minute interview, turned out to be 3 full days and nights. At the end of it, Carnegie says, I like you, here's an opportunity. He said, work for me for free for 20 years, and I'll send you on a mission to meet my friends. When Napoleon Hill said, yes, I'll complete that task, Carnegie was a stickler for action and gave his guests 60 seconds to make up his mind. That was it. Carnegie pulls out a stopwatch. There's 31 seconds left. He made a major life-changing decision in 29 seconds. But what's interesting is Mr. Carnegie made that same offer to 250 men before Napoleon Hill. He was the only person to say yes, because everyone else had something called a bad case of the once eyes. I'll take action once I get the kids out, once I get the big break. And it's the people that are given an opportunity and take it, they're the ones that we tell the stories about. Fast forward 100 years later, I was very amazingly introduced to Don Green, president CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, by my mentor, Charlie Tremendous Jones. And just like Napoleon Hill was given a letter of introduction, well, the foundation gave me a letter. And basically, it's a Willy Wonka ticket to meet any human alive and travel the world to meet these amazing people. And now I get to tell their stories in books and film. That's how it all came to be. But the greatest aha, I think, of this one was this guy, John Schwartz, who invented string theory. And, if you ever watched a Big Bang Theory, Sheldon's trying to figure it out. But the dude who did, his name's John Schwartz. And I said, what do successful people do different than other people? And here's his answer. He said, successful people seek counsel where failures listen to opinion. I said, what's the difference? He goes, opinion is based on ignorance, lack of knowledge, inexperience, like all your family friends who've never done what you're about to venture upon. Counsel is based on wisdom, knowledge, mentorship. People have paved the way. If I go to a family friend and say I'm going to write a best-selling book, they're going to try to talk me out of it to protect me. Plus, they've never written a best-selling book. But if I go to Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul, he's going to say, Greg, sit down. Here's what you need to know, and give you counsel based on wisdom, knowledge, mentorship. John Schwartz said, if we would spend our activity only seeking counsel and ignoring people's opinion, that's the day, that's the moment our lives would change.
Oh, that's so good. I know Grant Cardone talks a little bit about this too. I know that was mentioned by Ken, but Grant Cardone says that you'll never, ever be criticized by people that are more successful than you. It's only those that have opinions that aren't where you are or are not as successful as you. That's where the haters come. That's where their opinions come. And I love that because it reminds me to always reach up. Reach higher than where you're at today to get counsel from those that have been where you are and that are now where you want to be. It's such a powerful model to me. So I love that. And by the way, I didn't know that Carnegie had reached out to that many people.
Oh, yes.
I didn't realize that background.
Yeah, they even talked about it in Outwitting the Devil. But it was very, very interesting when you start peeling this onion. Something you said was brilliant in itself here. This guy, Ruben Gonzalez, he's a 4-time Olympian going for 5 right now. And he said, surround yourself with people you have respect for, not people you have influence over. I'll say it again. Surround yourself with people you have respect for, not people you have influence over. And then your life will change accordingly. They sit there and say, we're a reflection of the people we hang around. To a point. We're a reflection of the people we hung around, learned from, and then did something with, right? Because it's the action of the law of attraction that makes our dreams a reality. You got to think it, feel it. Ultimately, you got to get backside and you got to take action. You got to do it.
Are you guys getting this gold action in the law of attraction? I've never heard that before as well. Outwitting the Devil, by the way, one of my favorite books. I had a chance to hold the original manuscript back in October when we were at the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and just holding the original manuscript of that was amazing. I have a picture that I took with it. And I was so careful turning the pages because, that book was written in 1938. So everybody knows Think and Grow Rich, but if you haven't had a chance, read Outwitting the Devil. In my opinion, I think that's my favorite Napoleon Hill book.
Wait. And there's some other good ones here too. Don't forget about Stickability, the power to persevere. This to me was awesome because I got to sit down with some of the people that blew my mind. In fact, when I wrote Stickability and started this journey after 3 Feet from Gold, I was watching 60 Minutes and a cat showed up. His name was Marty Cooper, who invented the cell phone. And 3 days later, I'm in his office. I go, Marty, what is stickability? What does that mean to you? And he said, stickability has to be parallel with another word called flexibility. He says, if you're not willing to adapt and adjust, you'll get stuck. And he told the story about the spider monkey. He said, in the rainforest, you can't catch it, harpoon it, spear it. It's too wiry. One hunter, San Juan, figured it out. Took a heavy log, drilled a tiny hole, dropped a peanut, left it at the base of the jungle. The monkey would smell the nut, come down from the treetop, reach his hand and grab a hold of it, and his fist becomes so big he can't pull it back out, become anchored to the log. All he's got to do is let go, but he holds on with dear life, thinking that nut is nutrition. It's saving him. The hunter comes by an hour later, captures the elusive spider monkey. And the moral is, are we holding on to our own nut right now? But it could be in the form of a job or fear or guilt or car or remorse or the past. And what we're holding on with dear life, just like the monkey was holding on to the nut, could also be the thing that's leading to our own demise right now. Sometimes we have to have the courage and the fortitude to simply let go, adapt, and adjust so we can live to fight another day.
Are you guys? This is amazing.
Okay, yeah, I know.
Forever.
I
Show
know.
Greg the love in the chat. This is amazing. I seriously, we could talk for 10 hours on this.
And you need to, and I will connect you guys. I will connect you guys, and he'll be at the Best You Expo. So I know a lot of you are coming to that. I'll get to see you again. So I want to tie this into, because the promise of this workshop is the Influencer Summit. And we've been giving people the mind of the different influencers, the heart, the how you think, how you show up authentically, which is so powerful. But I want to make sure we tie in, and how did you, and any advice about building influence online, both with showing up as you do, but also the build, any strategy that you want to share?
Yeah, I just surround myself with amazing people that are smarter than me. I mean, I'm not a 20-year-old Instagram influencer, but I will tell you that I hire them to go out and put all my content. But I'm also very careful what I put out. I mean, everyone's just putting out crap. Okay. A lot of people are out there putting out just anything, right? And I'm very selective of what I put out. So if you go look at my Instagram, for example, I only post one actual message a month probably, but I do stories nonstop so you can see the personal stuff behind the scenes. But I just don't put content out like everybody else does. And by doing that, I think people are anticipating and waiting to see what comes next. And then it's high quality. So I make sure that I'm more quality over quantity. And I know that goes against the rule of thumb, but that's just what I choose to do. And it seems to be working pretty well.
Well, it goes again, but you do put out a lot of stories, more stories than a lot of people, and someone who's not. And I like that's your rhythm. Is you just gave us 3 things. You hire the best. And so they actually put together what goes on the front side, and that is brand congruent and what you're willing and want to be perceived as. So that place, your quality over quantity, and you hire the best. And then in the stories, you're very active and still allow people into the personal realm.
Exactly. And I'm also very cautious about imagery. So for example, my same photograph will be the same on my verified Twitter, is the same as my verified Instagram, same as my verified Facebook, same as my verified everything. Because what I do is no matter where you're at, when it pops up, you got congruency. And a lot of times people will put different things all the time. So I'm very, cautious and conscientious of making sure that that all is congruent. And again, the whole way I work my life is you work with strengths and higher weaknesses. Look, I've made major motion pictures, and I've never ran a camera. I didn't do catering. I never knitted a costume, right? I just make the movie. And I think that's one of the biggest things that holds people back. They think they have to know everything, which I don't believe. I believe you have to have the vision and then incorporate the quality people that are experts in their field to make it come to life.
That's awesome. I got to be one of those experts with your Pass It On movie. I think I introduced you and your friend Ruben now, who you're such good friends with. And even back then you were talking often about people being willing to pay more and to get the great expertise. I'd love for you, because right now, the world is saying tough times, uncertain economic times. We haven't really talked about that a lot here. But in times like this, people hesitate in being able, they can, in hiring the right people. So how important is it to pay to get in the right rooms, hire the right people, even if you think, oh, I should be more resourceful right now or whatever?
Well, again, let me rephrase it then. Work your strengths, hire your weaknesses. How about this? Work your strengths and align with your weaknesses. So, for example, a lot of people don't know this. I've been published in 148 books, 45 languages, just got a star on the Walk of Fame, right? For writing books, yet I can't write, I can't spell, I can't read. Play me words with friends, you'll win every single time. And so, what I understood the power of leverage. So, what I do is I got amazing ghostwriters and editors that could sit down and I'd say, hey, a boy wants a bicycle. He gets off his butt. He mows lawns, makes money, buys a bike. And it comes back to me in book form. It was a wonderful Sunday afternoon when a young, bright-eyed lad caught the entrepreneurial spirit. I work my strengths and then I align with my weaknesses. And sometimes you can do that in the form of sharing equity. So for example, I remember the first books I did, I said, hey, I don't have a lot of dough, so I'll give you part of the profits, but you work your strengths and I'll work my strengths, but I'll be the marketing arm to make sure that we both get paid. So there's many ways to skin that cat when you start putting it out.
Very good. Okay, so yes, Eric, you have a question. You're up.
You're muted, Eric.
I love your energy. It is it's just amazing. And I love people that talk fast like I do. I used to really connect to that
Eric,
personality.
we go together like shabba baba ding baba boom ding.
Let's go. You know, you've accomplished so many amazing things in your life, and you're still just really, I love how I call it focus on your strengths and surround yourself with your weaknesses, because you know where you're strong and you know where you're not, and you're filling in those gaps with what you're not. So we're here on, of course, with a lot of influencers, or a lot of people that want to have influence, that maybe want to write a book. You know, how do you, like, if I ask the same question or a similar question to Ken, you know, what would your advice be to your 20-year-old self of, okay, I know where you're at right now and where you were back then, but if you could go back and talk to yourself, just like you're talking to a lot of influencers that are in the early on in their journey, what would you tell yourself?
All right, this is going to be an easy one. CPC. I did this book. It's called Wealth Made Easy. And by the way, I will put these books in a little thing and send it to you guys, and then you can ship them out to anyone that you want. I'll autograph them and send them out. So Wealth Made Easy. I interviewed all these people worth $100 million to $1 billion. And the biggest conclusion was CPC. It's an acronym that stands for clues, C, patterns, P, C, choices. It's about accountability and responsibility, that everything that happens is your fault. Stop blaming other people. It works like this. I'm a single guy. I got on a first date. Amazing woman. She's 20 minutes late. There's a little red flag. That's the first C. It's a clue. But I dig her. She's awesome. We keep going out on dates. Every single time she's 20 minutes late, that forms a P, which is a pattern. Now it's my C, my choice, whether I deal with it, I yell at her, I break up, I tell her a different time, but it's not her fault. She's just late. We have to stop trying to change people to fit into our own paradigm box. No one wants to be changed. But we'll see someone with a bad reputation in business. They cheat your best friend. You do business, things go wrong, you're mad at the person. You saw the clue, you saw the pattern, you made the choice. It'd be like seeing a rattlesnake rattle, bite your kid's sister, you go pet it, get bitten, you're mad at the snake. Looking back in life, rarely will we be angry at relationships that failed or negotiations that fell through. We're mad at ourselves because we saw the clues, we followed the patterns, but we made our choices late.
Wow. But it's so hard to like look in the mirror. It's so hard to sometimes realize that it's our fault. You know, when I talk to business owners, I tell them the number one chokehold in any business is the business owner. And a lot of them, a lot of us, we tend to, as just humans, like blame other people rather than take accountability for our success. So I've never heard clues, patterns, and choices. I've never heard that framework yet. So that's gold. And by the way, did you guys hear about him sending books? Like, how awesome is that? Like, thank you, Greg. It's like absolutely.
People ask all the time why I give out so many books when I speak. And the truth is they didn't sell so good. So let me pack them up for you and I'll put them in a box for you. You know, it's interesting. Bob Proctor and I did a book together called Think and Grow Rich, Thoughts Are Things. And we went around and interviewed everyone from the founder of UGG to the guy who started JetBlue Airlines, everyone in between. And we realized really quickly that thoughts are not things. It's only thoughts backed by action become things. We've all had $1 million idea in the shower. And by the time we brush our teeth, it's down the drain to see it on a billboard 10 years later. The only difference between us and that person is one person acted. And back to what we said earlier, it is that action and the law of attraction that makes our dreams reality.
Yeah, you're right. You haven't sold many books. I mean, 148 countries is what you said.
No, 148 books, 45.
Oh,
I think
148 books.
Hey, I forget. Yeah, 148 books, 45.
Oh, goodness.
And again, so check this out. The first book I ever did, you probably read it. It's called The Millionaire Mentor. And
yes.
This one here is The Millionaire Mentor. This is my first book. One quote from this book was shared 37 million times last year. It says, a dream written down with a date becomes a goal broken down becomes a plan backed by action makes your dreams come true. I was turned down. Listen to this. When you write a book, you do a query letter, says who you are, what's your message, why you're an expert, who's going to read your book. I was turned down 268 times in a row for my first book. I'm dyslexic. It was horrible. So I got that ghostwriter who recrafted it and went on to inspire millions of people. And a lot of folks don't believe me, but I'm in my house. So check this out. Boom. These are all my rejection letters. These are all the people telling me why I'll never become an author, let alone the big dog. And the way that you do it is that you never let another person or yourself set your limitations or what you're capable of.
Unbelievable. And I know we have Carissa coming up here in just a little bit, but I do want to ask a question. 148. That's insane. How do you keep that pace?
I mean, again, I surround myself with people that are getting the results that I want. I have amazing ghostwriters, editors. For example, the cat who wrote this one for me, his name is Gary Krebs. He's the former publisher of McGraw-Hill Publishing Corporation. Who can write a better book, me or that dude, right? And
Yeah.
I understand the power of surrounding yourself with just amazing people that literally play at what I struggle at. And if you're watching this right now and say, hey, I want to write a best-selling book, reach out to me. I've got the best ghostwriters available to literally take your message and transform them into reality. It's pretty awesome.
Well, that's insane. I'm actually launching my very first book on May 11th called Commit First. So really excited about that one. And by the way, if you guys want a copy of that too, let me know as well. And I'll send them out to you also, because I have sold 0 books so far in my life.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you talk to me offline, I will teach you the real inside outside of how it works, the real bestseller list, how you can go out and make the biggest impact. And you'll understand really fast it's all about leverage. There was 968,000 books published last year. 99.4% sold 100 copies or less, because that's all our family and friends will buy. And once you learn the power of leverage of how to do that, it's amazing. Just a real quick example, one book club that has 100 members selling that one person and having that leverage, that's 100 purchases compared to go out and buy, selling one book at a time to 100 different people. So there's many ways to do that in positive ways.
Wow. Well, I will definitely for sure reach out to you on that. And, I saw that, I think there was a stat that I saw, and I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like, but the Barnes and Noble books that are there, most of them haven't sold more than 3,000-4,000 copies that are at Barnes and Noble. That's insane when you think about it, and how difficult it is to really become a New York Times bestseller or to sell as many books as you've sold, for example.
It's crazy. In fact, the last book Napoleon Hill was supposed to write before he died was this one, and Sharon and I did it. It's called Success in Something Greater. And it's very interesting when you write a book, your whole goal is to get into Barnes and Noble, the final bookstore left. Well, when we did 3 Feet from Gold, it's the first book in the history of the world that Barnes and Noble published themselves. And so basically, Sharon and I and the Napoleon Hill Foundation sat them down and said, we'll take no advance, we'll take no dough, but we'll do an equity share, but you publish it through your sister company. That's why it went on to become a greater juggernaut. I mean, who's got a bigger email list, me or Barnes and Noble?
Yeah. Yeah, they have a huge network, of course, of customers over the years. And you're right, the last man standing, right, when it comes to Barnes and Noble.
Yeah, and I got more nuggets on that, but we got to go because we got to make our way for our next guest. And I want to say thank you for having me on. I truly appreciate it, and I look forward to seeing you face to face.
Thank you so much. It's so great to meet you. And of course, I'll reach out to you and we'll be talking. And then maybe we can share that lesson. Brandy says he wants to learn that process as well. So maybe we'll share that with the group.
The answer is yes. Bye.
Let's go. We'll see you. Oh, was that amazing? Let's show the love for him in the chat, please. And you guys have already been lighting the chat. Brandy's like, I want a book. Tiffany showing the fire. Oh, so good. Yeah, Greg he's just amazing, an amazing person. Has done incredible things. I'm sure his content has changed so many lives. I'm mostly familiar with 3 Feet from Gold, mainly because, of course, that idea originally came from Napoleon Hill and his story about the prospector. And if you haven't read that, it is so good. And even the person that stopped 3 Feet from Gold ended up going on, learning the lesson that he needed to learn, that lesson of that seed of an equivalent success inside of a failure. And he went on to become a very successful person in a different venture, not as a prospector. So even he learned that lesson as well. So, all right, our next guest, I'm super excited about. And by the way, I know, or Dora, you can come on too and introduce her, because I know you've been dying to do that. Carissa has a very busy weekend. She's got other commitments this weekend. She wanted to fit this in and she made it work, which we are so grateful that she did, because Chris is amazing. And you guys probably know her from the last time she spoke at Project Uprise. And it was one of the most memorable conversations that I remember from the very first event, because she's amazing. So I started following her on Instagram, and her posts are like gold, and she just has some amazing content. So Adora, I'll let you finish that thought, but I'm super excited for Carissa.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm very excited to bring Carissa up too. She has a background in mental health and helping people with peak performance. She's on an event right now with Les Brown and the National Association for Mental. She'll have to fill in what the I is, NAMI, because I forget. But yeah, just an incredible stand of what peak performance leadership in a female body, interacting with everyone. She's a powerhouse, and we've co-produced several events together. She's been on production on my own events before, and I love this woman. She's a way maker for sure. So let's bring her up. There we go.
Oh my goodness, you guys! I'm like, so if you could see my cheeks back here, I was blushing. They hurt already. Thank you so much for having me. It's truly a gift to be a part of such an incredible organization that's really elevating these powerhouse conversations, but also backed by so much heart of what, is really going on behind the scenes. So it's really important for me to be here and show up and add value. And I'm just grateful and excited for what's going to unfold.
I'm going to ask the first few questions, then I'm going to bow out and let Eric roll. So because it's so important to me, and I know it is to you too, that when we give our word on something that we deliver and make sure and you are really great at making sure, what did I say? And tick, 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 and bringing it up. So this is the Influencer Summit. People who want to be here, want to create influence. And so I'd like both. And I want to start with strategy to make sure, because we start geeking out on mindset and philosophy and off we go. And then next speaker's up. So I want to start there with strategy on how many followers do you have on Instagram right now?
I think we just hit 13,100 this morning.
Yeah. And every time you post, there's like 2,000 likes or comments or, and so, you and I, we both met a lot of great people that don't have that level. You've done something well in there. So give us some strategy, and then we'll go into the mindset of, not comparing yourself, being authentic, all of that. But let's talk strategy first that they could use or begin to tap into.
Yeah. I'll start with strategy because I know that that's what people want. And I also want to acknowledge that it is important. I talk a lot about mindset, but my whole business, my building my following, it is backed by strategy. There is a lot of things that I do. I have played around with different things that have supported me and things I've failed miserably at. So some strategy here is, number one, with the mindset for a moment is I make a commitment. When I decided to, my background is in clinical psychology. I have a mental health background, a licensed mental health counselor, as well as many other things. But when I got that, I dedicated my Instagram to show up every day. So I said from day one, I don't know that I've ever missed showing up one day, whether it was an email that went out, a story that went out, a post that went out, or something along that nature, a podcast. Every single day for like the last maybe 8 years, I have shown up. So, I'm not perfect. There might've been something, but like I have made a commitment. So my word is my signature. When I sign off on something, I'm there. And if something happens, I take responsibility. So I made a commitment, and every day I have shown up for that. So whether I feel like it or not, I really, as a feminine leader being, I do honor my feelings. But then there are times where you have to say, okay, this is what I feel. And what is my word? What is my commitment? So I've made plans and strategies that have included every day showing up. I think the thing that's doing really well right now is content that's coming from the heart and talking about that. But, reels are doing really well right now. The videos and those 60-second clips, those are doing really well right now. I think, and something else to do, and this is a really good strategy that I don't share very often, but is something I really want people to walk away with here, is the reason why my following has grown so much, especially over the last couple of months, is we'll get into the mindset stuff, is because I know how to leverage my time. I can produce 10 pieces of content with one thing. So for example, we've built out a funnel that we're fine-tuning right now, where I record a podcast that's also video and audio. My team can clip that podcast into 4 or 5 reels. We can transcribe it with AI, or my team just transcribes it. And then I have the skeleton of what I've said. And then I will take that and I will build that into an email. That email will then be clipped into 4 or 5 posts. So from one podcast, we have built out 10 to 20 pieces of content. So people are constantly like, how are you posting so much every day? How are you you getting all this content out? And it's because I know how to leverage my time. So it's a really important thing is content multiplication in a world where we are overstimulated. I think we're up to, you need to see something 10 to 20 times for it to actually land with you. So I built out a structure and a way to leverage my content so that people are constantly seeing my feed. And all mindset aside, you just got to put it out there, and you got to split test it. You got to see what works. My audience loves all of my content. They love my written, they love my visual, they love my reels, they love all of it. And some people, their videos will perform better. Some people just love written, but I diversify my content. I see what they love, and I just listen. I listen to my audience, and I produce, and I show up for what my commitments are.
I love that, Carissa, and thank you for your generosity in sharing many things. So I'm going to unpack and restate some of that and ask some things. So first of all, your commitment, there's such a beautiful balance of masculine and feminine, and like being your word, strategy, and honoring your feelings, which is what I heard. And you absolutely know how to do with your background and all the other things you've added. So giving a commitment and letting that be your signature. I really loved the way you articulated that. It's my signature. If I sign off on it, I'm here. And you being here right now is evidence of that. Yeah. And, you know, when you have a vision, because lots of people, we get those visions in those emotional, heart open, you're inspired, but then putting down that commitment. And when the emotional wave has washed over, showing up again and again is very, very powerful. Then 8 years of showing up every day in some form. And also I love you are prompting something in me. I learned a system a long time ago of having one trigger content, and they did suggest it be podcast. And then, but I never created the structure and made my team accountable for splitting it up and making sure it got done start to finish. So I may pick your brain about that offline, like Eric's picking Greg's. I may come to you for that. But then being able to show up very congruently. And I also love that you listen to your audience. You're showing up every day. You've got a structure and a strategy. You follow through with that, and that your emotions that you honor. But I love so much that you said, but what was my word? You know, what was my word? And to add to that and then ask the next question before I bring Eric up. So I know my life changed. I was always a really great starter. And I realize even when I do gratitude, the births of my children come up. I love the birth of new things, the birth of new love, new projects, new relationship. But when I started doing the work to complete, and I complete what I start, I finish what I say, I give my word is my bond. I know Eric loves your commitment because he's got his book coming out, Commit First. But that's when my life started changing. And even, you know, we started with Project Uprise together, everyone here back in December. And I put all these actions that I laid out for myself for the year with some openness. And I have been crazy busy to the point of like, who am I? Am I still on? Oh yeah, all this stuff was in my vision. And people ask me, how do you feel about the engagement? And I'm like, I feel like I'm in a football game and that was 4 plays ago. And I got to run down the road with, you know, like it's that, but because it's aligned with my commitment of who I said I was. Now I have to settle at some point and reassess and check in. Everything that's happening is magic. And that is a strategy that I think if you don't know it and honor it, it can be really hard to miss. So one more mindset now that you've given us a bunch of strategy. So what about, you said, my emotions come up. I'm a feminine leader. I honor my emotions, but I'm still my word. Because when I was younger, I'd be like, but I don't feel like it, which means I must be called over here. And I had evidence of being called to beautiful places. But so how do you process that? How do you get to honor your emotions and your commitments?
Yeah. I'll give you a couple examples because similarly, I feel like my feet are on the ground running and I can only be in this moment. I'm like, what do I have on my schedule today? Because, you know, I got the football. I can't look behind me. I can't look aside of me. I'm like, I got the football. We're going here. That's where we're going right now. So I feel very similar in terms of my life feels very full, but it feels full of what I love. The things that I'm doing, I'm so excited about, and it's really, backed by impact. So here's the thing is that emotions are always going to arise, but I am not my emotions. And the truth is my emotions aren't always valid. You can be triggered by something and be like, oh, I'm angry, but like what's underneath that? Like your emotions are valid, but your emotions aren't always actually the truth of what you really feel. They can be temporary. Like imagine an emotion is like a wave, and it sometimes it comes and it goes. So what we do is, especially women, because I've worked with a lot of leaders and decision makers, is they experience an emotion and then they make a decision in that moment based on that emotion. And instead, what I encourage them to do is, okay, feel that emotion. Maybe you have 10, 15 minutes to be in that emotion. Before my next call, I'm like, okay, I'm angry right now. Instead of being like, I'm canceling my calls for the rest of the day, I'm taking a bath, I'm eating cake, and I'm like, okay, number one, let's go back to the why. Number two, maybe you can take 10 minutes. So okay, I have 10 minutes in my call. Maybe I can start my call 10 minutes later, whatever. And I have tools that will move me through that, right? There's a lot of tools I do that are called NNT, notice, name, touch, where you can actually physically touch your body, move yourself through.
Take us through that NNT real quick.
Yeah, notice, name, touch. So basically what happens is people will be like, okay, I'm just feeling a sensation. They don't actually know what it is. So what we have to do is become aware. So, okay, if I'll notice right now, we'll actually do it with a heightened emotion, because for many people, that's what they're making decisions based off of. So you have an emotion, and maybe it's frustration, and you're like, you just feel hot and heavy. Your mind's chaotic. Your heart is racing. People just notice the symptoms. They don't actually identify the emotion because they're not slowing down. So what you want to do is, okay, you're noticing a shift in your body. This is why getting in your body is really important. So you get in your body and you notice you're shifting. You're like, okay, I'm just going to pause. I'm going to take a breath. Okay, I notice I'm feeling, and you notice my palms are sweaty. You notice your heart is racing. You notice your mind. Okay, I notice this. And then after you bring awareness to it, bring awareness to this fullness of this moment, then you go, okay, try to identify where the emotion is. So for some people, it's their heart. You might be feeling it in your chest, your back. Bring the awareness to, okay, where am I feeling this emotion? And then say it's in your heart. You might ask your heart, okay, heart, what are you trying to show me? Because your body is incredibly intelligent. Anxiety, depression, all of these things are showing you something. So heart, what are you trying to show me? Or what are you trying to tell me? And then just sit for a moment. And I like to place my hand on my heart, because physical touch, even if provided by yourself, releases oxytocin. And when your nervous system is unregulated, you are in a fight or flight response. But if you were running from a bear, you would not be able to put your hand on your chest. So it's different. People are like, oh, know that you're safe. It's not a knowing. You have to feel safe. And the only way that you can feel safe is to embody safety. What does it feel like to be safe? And you can't just tell your body you're safe. You have to show it. So you have to put your hand on your chest and acknowledge to your nervous system that you are safe. Ask the emotion what it's telling you, and it'll tell you whether it's like, I'm overwhelmed or whatever. So then you got to name it. Okay, I'm overwhelmed right now. You have to name the emotion, and you can't just be not a thought. Overwhelm is an emotion. Frustration is an emotion. You have to identify the emotion, because if you don't identify the emotion, you cannot meet the need of the emotion. All of the emotions that arise in your body are because there's an unmet need. There's something that's happening in the moment. Overwhelm is because you need safety. You need to feel calm and grounded, right? So you put your hand on your heart, regulate, you notice, you name it. Okay, I am experiencing, I'm not saying I am, because there's the power in I am statements. So I'm not saying I am frustrated. I'm saying I'm experiencing some frustration. I'm witnessing that there is a little bit of, overwhelm in my experience right now. I'm softening in my language. I'm bringing awareness to it. And then you can talk to yourself. You can bring that voice out loud. You can talk to a friend. So T is talk and touch. So NNTT, notice, name, touch, talk. would be the full process of that. And just to kind of wrap this up and close this out, and then I can elaborate a little bit more, is people make decisions based on that really quickly. They're like, I'm frustrated, canceling my whole agenda. What if you just did, you could walk through that process in 5 minutes in between a call, and you're like, okay, I'm back. And in addition to that, something that's really important is, like last night, I had, after my 7 hours of live broadcasting, I still had emails to update my team on for a program that we're creating. I still had to delegate a bunch of stuff. I desired to. Language matters. I was desiring to do this. Okay, so what I did was, it still needed to get done. Okay, whether I liked it or not, it was my word, it was my commitment. I'm anchored in my why of why I'm doing it. I don't get lost in the busyness of, I have to do these things. I desire to do them because I know my why, and my why is my everything. It's what anchors me to my vision. So instead of saying, I'm not going to do it, and instead of getting it done and resenting it and sitting at my desk and be like, I got 8 hours, you know what I did? I did it in the bath. I drew myself a bath. I lit candles. I ate food in the bath. I ate some fruit unapologetically, some chocolate in the bath, and I wrote the emails and I delegated to my team in the bath. I brought joy into the experience so that I didn't resent the experience, so that my emotions were valid. I was feeling slightly overwhelmed. I was like, wow, this is a lot. I honored the part of me that felt that. What did she need? She needed to relax. So instead of saying, I'm not going to get it done, the need was, I needed to feel more relaxed. I got in the bath and I got it done. So if you bring joy into the experience, that can really help you move through those emotions while still honoring your commitment.
That's awesome. Eric, I am going to pass it to you in just a moment. Just let me, Carissa's singing my soul language, and I know she's singing yours too.
Oh, everybody's loving this in the chat.
Yeah. You know, we have a mutual friend, Jim Poole of New Calm. And one thing I've noticed is I've been spending a lot of time with him is he has an awesome sense of humor, right? And one thing that I'm hearing in you and knowing in myself, play is that something that when I invite play into the intensity of my life, I enjoy myself way more. When I hold this serious mission, I get bitchy, excuse my language. I just flew out. I couldn't find, but I get edgy and rigid and very serious about everything we need to, and I'm not a fun mom. I'm not a fun me. Like, there's a version of me. I love her. I love the intensity.
Yep.
I love it. My intensity is so important, but the playfulness and the joy diffuses the pressure and the noise and the energy. With Jim Poole, it's the sense of humor. I know it is. He speaks 300 days a year. He's working in some of the darkest parts with the FBI, the CIA, post-Trump, but his laughter is a constant, like, shh. And you just sharing like that powerful tool, and someone write it in NNTT with an example of, I'm keeping my word. What do I notice? What do I name it? Notice, name, touch, talk, right? So, and bringing the bath and the candles and all that. So thank you. Okay, Eric, I'll let you in.
Enjoy. Bring it in joy. Yes, I love humor. Absolutely.
You're muted, Eric.
That was amazing. And I know we only have you, Carissa, for a few more minutes, but I'm listening to what you're saying. And by the way, you can tell everybody in the chat's like absolutely loving this. And I love how you work this. So I have a really important question, but before I don't want to lose this momentum. Like for you, have you gotten this notice, name, touch, talk process down so well that you do it? And does it take you a couple of minutes, 5 minutes? And how often do you use it? And when usually are the times that you use it?
Yeah. So I want to give credit to the practitioner that I worked with who supported me in this. And his name is Nathan Tagan. And he is my emotional intelligence coach that I've been working with for the last couple of years. So that's his modality that I embody into my own life. And so, yeah, I mean, when I first started it, here's the thing. We live in a very mentally rewarded society. So at the beginning, and I was really in my masculine at the beginning of my business when I started this, almost 5 years ago. So, I haven't always been really emotionally intelligent or very aware of my body. I was like, I would just be in my thoughts. So at the beginning, when I learned this, it took me a little bit. It might take me, 20 minutes to move through this to even be aware of what I was feeling. All I knew was that I was feeling intensity. The only emotions I could identify was that I was feeling anger or happy. I was like, there was no spectrum in the middle. I was like, I'm either angry and intense or I'm happy there. And then at one point I was like, oh my God, I like felt this really interesting sensation in my body. And I asked my coach, like, what is this? And I was like, I don't know. It feels like this emptiness, this place I have to fill. And she's like, oh, that's calm. You're grounded. I was like, oh, that feels kind of boring. So at the beginning, it was, it took me about 20, 30 minutes. Now it takes me, 5 minutes tops. I can work through it really quickly just from practice. And, I would say I probably utilize this tool a couple times a week because I have many different modalities and many different tools that I use. Sometimes it just takes the awareness. Sometimes just the awareness of what you're feeling can move it. Sometimes you need to go through the whole process. But I would say I use it probably a couple times a week, and I could get through about a few minutes at a time. And sometimes it's not that fast. I could utilize this tool, but I could be moving through something really triggering, and it's activating something really traumatic in me that I'm not fully aware of. So it might wipe me out for a couple of hours, and I might choose to work later that day. So it just takes practice. For me, it's been a daily tool, just like gratitude. I'm really becoming a lot more aware of my body, what my needs are. And then now it just, because I live in this place, I'm not always even aware that I'm doing it. It's just kind of habit. You know how you get to a place of gratitude where you just automatically start moving yourself to that? They become habits. So it just become a habit now.
Well, in the world, especially, being a guy in this world, I think women do a better job of connecting with their emotions. But us guys, the world teaches us, emotions are silly, they're weak. You don't connect with your emotions. That's just dumb. And the reality is the same thing happens where if we don't deal with those emotions, eventually we're going to explode or get angry or, whatever it might be. And I love this because I know for me, it takes courage to stop and look at those emotions, to notice them, to name them, to go through your exercise. It takes courage because most people don't want to face the darkness that's inside of them, those dark feelings that they might have or whatever their emotion. And I was the same way too. It was fear or happy or sadness and joy. It was just like that polar opposite all the time. And it seemed like it was always for me a roller coaster.
Yeah.
So I love that you're really giving us a framework to work through those things. And I love that you said it's a daily practice now.
Mm-hmm.
Because we really do have to deal with our emotions on a daily basis. Otherwise, they seem to get the best of us. And it seems like it's like a rubber band. We make some progress, and those old emotions and those old stories just sort of pull us back. But my big question for you, and it may seem like a simple question, but I'm listening to everything that you've said and watching you over the last couple of months. I would love for you to tell us your why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I grew up with really severe anxiety at a very young age. At the age of 6 years old, I was diagnosed with anxiety and depression. And through not having tools and with a mother who was a single parent, I got into substance use, really severe substance use at the age of 13 and 14 years old. And I suffered significantly. I went through so many dark moments of not wanting to live and not feeling like my life was worth living. So I got into clinical psychology as a master's. I got my master's degree in that. I got into community mental health. And I realized that emotions and mental health, as well as these spiritual inquiries that we have around these existential things of like, what is life? Who am I? These identity things are common. And we are not taught how to deal with them. I believe that many of the lives that we're seeing taken in this day and age, because suicide has risen significantly, especially over the last couple of years, could have been prevented if people had emotional intelligence, had a strong support system, and were aware of frameworks and were aware of their body as well as how to nourish it. So my why is to touch the lives of millions of people who are navigating challenges with their mental health, spiritual inquiries around what is life, who am I, what is my identity, as well as how to lead and how to prosper in a world that sometimes makes it hard to do that. So, the why is anchored to just being of service to the world in a way that helps people access their personal power, helps them come into their purpose, and helps them lead a prosperous life. And that there's many different tools that I have to do that. But, my mission is to impact 1 million people. My desire is to be a household name like Oprah, to just be so generous where I'm giving back, I'm helping people heal. And the fundamental thing I want people to realize that is the anchor of my why is, as a healer, I do not heal you. I give you tools and I help facilitate the transformation within you to help you recognize that you can heal yourself, and your body is incredibly intelligent and it can heal you as well. So it's bringing people into sovereignty and helping them recognize and remember the God within them that is incredibly powerful and can shift and transform realities.
I love it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Woo-hoo.
good.
So we need to keep this conversation going, and I know we will offline. Everybody, Carissa, please put your Instagram handle in the chat so people can find you. If they're new, you're definitely going to want to follow her, and you see her website up there. And Carissa, we're going to be seeing you soon. I know that you have such a heart of contribution for Project Uprise and what we're doing here. You hunted me down when I brought it up. You're like, tell me about what you're doing. I must be involved, and I feel it in a big way. And I just want to thank you. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for your vulnerability, your commitment, your strategies, all the goods. Give her some love in the chat. And I know you've got an event to get back to. So love you.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be here. I know I love and honor the work that you're doing, and it's truly a gift to be a part of it. So thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Eric, before we bring up our next host and we get to talk about the gorgeous shirt and the wonderful cause that is happening. So what do you want? Have you seen the shirts?
I have seen the shirts, and I think we've got a video we can play too as well.
Yeah.
Introduce this. So if you guys want to queue up the video, let's go ahead and play that video, and then we'll talk a little bit about what this shirt is all about.
All right. Do you know how to talk in an accent? Okay.
So good. So good. So all of you right now for being here, you can see the scroll that's coming across the bottom here. You can go to timetouprise.com/merch and get the merch, and you'll actually get 20% off. Got Heart 20. Pretty cool merch. Like that heart it's like your heart's like bursting out. And that's really, the heart is at the center of what we're trying to do by, of course, eliminating human trafficking in the US and in the world.
Yeah, it's such a big cause. And for everybody here, I know you've been getting value and you've been learning things about how to increase your life, your business, your influence. And that's the heart of what we're doing, is that first, we are a stand that all children get to be safe and free, and they get to, not only these children that have been trafficked, but that we put an end to trafficking, that we don't just make a tiny dent, but we make such a huge dent that it raises awareness and we get behind great organizations. That is why we're all here. But then second is our heart, that as we invite you into our space, that you get so much value for your own life, and that it's such a great use of your time, that you see an actual ROI if you take action. Of course, you're not going to just get it by osmosis, but if you take action that you're going to get so much value. And we know Livia set this intention from the beginning, and Aaron with us, that if we win at this, and you're going to see, we're going to get better and better. We're in the game too, right? We're going to get better and better. But if we win at having you win in the areas of life that are absolutely pertinent to you right now, and then we take 100% of profits and move it to this cause, that we are going to be able to make some game-changing freaking moves together as a community. And it's not we versus you. Our intention is you step in with us, and that we become so good that there's no other place you'd rather be when it comes to moving the needle in your business or life. Yeah.
Yes. And go in, dive in, grab the merch. And I would love to see you tag Project Uprise, showing and sporting the heart. That would be amazing. And of course, maybe we can start this wave of people asking questions about what this is all about. And of course, future events, we'll be talking about this as well. I think at the next event, Adora, we need to be sporting the gear.
I said that too. I agree. Like, we need it. I want to know whatever we're going to be sporting this. And I want you to remember that Monday, February 27th at midnight, that 20% off code goes away. So if you love this and you want to sport it and you want to, help us with this wave, and I think they're so cool. I love this one. I really, really love this one. They're so colorful. Yeah. Then go to projectuprise.com/merch and use the code GotHeart20. Before you and I go off and welcome our next panelist and host, I want to know if you can talk in an accent. So can you tell them what to do in an accent, please?
Wow. This is putting me on. I have a Utah accent. Does that count?
Oh, no, I want you to really lean in here. Right, Eric? I know you love to have it prepared, but we got to be out of our
do it at all.
All right, you did it. I heard it.
That was terrible. That was horrible.
No, it wasn't. It was amazing. I loved it. So I want you, Tiffany's giving you love. Give him props for going way out of his comfort zone. That was clearly out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, that was not easy at all. So thank you.
I love it. And he did it again. Yes. Okay. All right. So where do they need to go though? One more time.
Okay. Go to timetouprise.com/merch. and use a promo code GotHeart20 in my Utah voice. Got to finalize my Utah voice there.
All right. So, folks, all my kinfolk are in Tennessee, and we say fixing to go here and fixing to go there. So what I'm fixing to do is bring up not Livia Fisher Kane, even though that's what it says on the screen, but we're going to bring up Aaron.
I see Aaron. Yeah.
There
he is.
There he is.
Legend.
Hey, what's up? How are you? You guys have been doing great.
Thank you.
Nora, you guys are amazing.
Well, it's easy when you have contributors that are just dropping gold. Today, I feel like there's been just so much gold early on this. Like, I can't wait for the rest of the day. It's going to be insane.
I know. And what makes it the most amazing is the cause, really. That's what brings all that inspiration, all that passion. Everybody comes on here just ready to deliver and to give everything they've got to help these kids. So that's what's the most amazing about this.
Thank you so much. You two together came up with this, your heart for humanity, your heart for the kids. You allow us to live our purpose inside of this and to live more meaningful lives. And everybody here that's staying and going, I am a stand for this with my time, with my attention, with my t-shirt, with whatever, with my gifts. So thank you. Thank you. It is a privilege and a pleasure.
Well, Adora, it's really because of all of us. That's really the key here is the power of the people it's only possible when all of us come together. There's no, it's impossible for one person to really make much of a difference in the global national world, So it's all of us. It's Eric, Adora, all of you, everyone behind the scenes. There's so many people that I won't even remember all the names. So just go with that. We're all together in this and fighting the good fight,
Yes. Well, thank you. And I know Eric and I are going to bow out for a bit, and I'm going to bring on your co-host, There they are. Ready? He heard it.
All right, let's
and
go.
we'll let you take it. Love you.
Man,
Oh,
You guys are amazing.
amazing. What an amazing day. What an amazing yesterday. I'm so honored to be here once again, huh?
Very much so. Right. Great influencer summit.
Uh,
great to
Certainly
have
have.
you here. And Misty.
Hi, Misty. How are you?
Hello, great to be back again today. Looking forward to doing this interview with these amazing athletes. You know, being an athlete myself, it's just been amazing to be able to be a part of this and to give back to Project Uprise. And super excited to see you guys, Lynn and Will, again today for some more fun talk.
We're in a different room.
Oh,
Right, yeah. You guys have a lot of rooms there.
Stuff back here, so it's all good.
me too. Yeah, I mean, they were talking about gold, but now we're bringing in these Olympians, these amazing athletes, and I'm sure we're gonna hear some gold from them. So,
all right, let's bring them on.
Exactly. And what's Will always say? For the children. So let's see FTC in the chat. FTC, please put FTC in the chat. I love to see it. For the children.
Peter, Logan, great to have you guys here.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming to Project Uprise. You guys are amazing athletes and amazing coaches. It's just an honor to have you guys here to speak on behalf of the kids around the world who need your inspiration.
Yeah, awesome. We're happy to be here.
So let's just jump straight in then. Peter and Logan, both of you are elite athletes and elite coaches. So if you could talk a little bit about your background as an athlete and as a coach, that would be great. Peter, if you could go first.
Yes, sir. First, as an athlete, I began as an athlete that was not recruited out of high school. I was a walk-on out at what is now Texas A&M Commerce. And I really wanted to be a scholarship student athlete. I went out there for 1 year. I came home for the summer. Unfortunately, my mom and dad were experiencing marital problems. I stayed home, went to a JC. One of the volunteer coaches at the high school that I went to was now the head coach at the local community college track and field and cross country team. He convinced me into running there. I was going to retire at the ripe old age of 18. And he convinced me to run in there. I ended up making junior college All-American twice, indoor and outdoor. And from a guy that was not recruited in high school, I began to receive offers from many major universities. I chose the University of Florida. I went there, was blessed to become captain. It was a part of 5 school records, named All-American. And I went on to run for Nike. And I was part of the USA bobsled team back when they were recruiting football track type athletes along with Herschel Walker, Willie Galton, athletes of that nature. So, it goes on, but I'll stop there as far as coaching. I coached from 86 to 2020. And I'm blessed to be now in 3 athlete and coaching Hall of Fames. Coach football, basketball, track and field, and cross country. We were a part of 3 consecutive state championships here in Florida. We broke the public school record for state championships consecutively, almost won the 4th. We were runner-up. And I just enjoyed it so much and just enjoyed my time as an athlete and coach, and was grateful to be able to give back to the experiences that I had as an athlete, and then also as I also was a junior national coach for the United States for the junior national team, track and field team over in Europe. So, there's more, but I'll stop there and just say how grateful I am to be here and happy to share.
It's great to have you here. Logan, I know you're a 4-time Olympian. Yeah, please tell us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so I'm a little of a unique athlete. So I decided to specialize in a sport called trampoline and tumbling. And so I did have the honor to actually, represent our country in the Olympic Games for trampoline. Kind of how I started was I started as a kid that just had lots of energy, loved to play outside, loved to run and expend all my energy. And so I also like to expend my energy jumping on beds. So I jumped on my parents' bed until they couldn't take it anymore. So they bought me a backyard trampoline. From the backyard trampoline, I started learning some flips on my own. My mom got really scared. And so, back in the day, they had this beautiful thing called the Yellow Pages. And so mom went to the Yellow Pages and kind of, scrolled through there and found a place that would teach me how to do what I was doing in the backyard safely. And so I found my coach there, who ended up being the first Olympic coach for the USA. And he taught a girl named Jennifer Perla. And she, I ended up being on the team with her and training with her, and it inspired me to want to move forward and to push that next level. And so that was kind of the start of my inspiration to move forward onto a serious path of taking gymnastics and trampoline into that next level of my career. So I had my ups and my downs as a trampoline sport would do, where I tried really hard. I dedicated a lot of time. When I was 18, I got accepted to go to the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs and be a part of a residence program. And that helped boost me to the next level. And so in 2008, I was the alternate for Team USA going to the Olympic Games. And for trampoline, it's a little bit rare, where there's only one spot in the United States that is given. So I was kind of like the runner-up per se, but I got to be a part of the Olympic team in 2008. I ended up doing the same thing in 2012, where I was the alternate for 2012. And at this point, I was like, oh my goodness, what am I doing? Where am I going? I want this so bad. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get to that next level. And so I really buckled down. I moved back home to my original gym with my original coach, and really went full steam ahead. And so for 2016, I ended up being able to represent Team USA in the Olympic Games finally, after a few goes and a few runs. And it was just an amazing experience. And then after that, I took on a coaching role. I've been coaching most of my all the way through. But after 2016, I took on coaching full time, and I ended up getting to be the Olympic coach for 2021. And so that's kind of the transition that I made.
No, yeah, that's fascinating. And so, Peter, you are a Hall of Fame athlete as well as a Hall of Fame coach. Can you explain what are the commonalities? What is the common factors between the elite athletes and elite coaches? What do they have in common that gets them to that level?
I've been asked that quite a bit. To be honest with you, I think it's discipline, and added with a touch of faith. Most of the successful athletes I know, I'm not really talking about religious, but there's a certain amount of spirituality with them, where they believe, whether it's in their mission, in themselves, or they have a significant other who believes, whether it's a mother, grandmother, aunt, but there's some spirituality in there somewhere. And I think when it's all said and done, that helps us to endure most of the challenges that we face as athletes and coaches. And the other aspect I mentioned was discipline. And I don't think you can get anywhere without discipline. You use the root of disciple. And I think in anything that you do, there's a foundational aspect of learning and teaching and teachability. And if you're a disciple of what you do, I think that's an element that you must have in any form of success. So I think if you add discipline in there and belief, you have a special formula. that separates you from anyone. And I think that's the commonality of any successful athlete and any successful coach.
Mm-hmm. No, that's interesting. And so, Logan, you were talking about how that you really wanted it to become, to get into the Olympics, and I'm sure you've wanted many stages of your career. You've wanted to succeed and to get into whatever team or win whatever championships, which is it's a lot of pressure. Not only that you want it, but everyone around you is watching you and all this. And dealing with that pressure as an athlete, how does a coach help with that? So from the other side, once you were a coach, a full-time coach in the Olympics, what was it that you learned from being an athlete that you used to help the athletes that you were coaching to deal with that pressure?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think I can also complement kind of what Peter was saying, where the support system is really, really necessary. And so even, taking on the biggest challenges and the biggest hurdles in your life, you really need a strong support system. And that goes back to relying on your coaches, relying on, I had a great support system with my coaches, with my parents, with my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife. As an athlete, those people help transition you into where you need to go. And so to get a support system is just instrumental. When I think about my athletic career of what I accomplished versus what I need to push forward as a coach, I think the one thing that you really have to really reinforce is nothing's going to be perfect the first time. It always takes an extra time to get it done. So even if where you're at now is not perfect, you just need to build on that and build and move forward with what you're working on and what your purpose is. So I think really encouragement is the top thing that you need to do as a coach, as well as support where they are mentally, physically, and just help those people grow as people to help them develop more as athletes.
Right. And so, Logan, just to keep with you, I know you work with neurodivergent youth, dyslexia, youth with dyslexia. So they deal with maybe a lot of insecurities, or maybe they feel different in some way. They deal with a lot of issues. But the truth is, it's starting to become known in the world now, luckily, fortunately, that this is not actually necessarily a negative thing. It just means they have other talents and other strengths that maybe other people don't have. So they actually just have some interesting and unique abilities rather than something that's wrong with them. So yeah.
It's a personal issue for me as well. So I am dyslexic. I was diagnosed dyslexic in the first grade when I wrote all my homework backwards, would change every letter, every direction. I actually didn't learn to read until I was in the 5th grade. So I'm a smart individual. I'm an intuitive individual, but I didn't have the basic skills that most kids my age had. And I was fortunate enough to find a school called the Prentice School that helped teach me a method of how to learn. And I ended up, figuring it out and becoming successful both academically and sport-wise. But for me, my journey through athletics was also rooted a little bit with the fact that I was a little bit different. I had other challenges. I had kids, telling me that, oh, you go to RSP, which stands for really stupid people. And, as a child, you have to have an outlet of somewhere that you can be successful. And my outlet was to show my athleticism, to show my talent, to show off my coordination. And it was another driving factor for me to kind of move forward and allow myself to have the confidence, what it takes to just be a productive member of society. So I always do, take up gigs with the Prentice School and talk to kids with dyslexia, because just because you have something that sets you back doesn't mean that you can't impact the world in a greater way. So yeah, that's sort of my mission with representing working with dyslexic children.
Cool.
No, yeah, that's amazing. It's and so Peter, you also work with the youth. What are some of your strategies for helping the youth find their inner talents that maybe they haven't found yet, or to fulfill their potential more in general?
I think what's important for the youth in establishing their talents or fulfilling their potential is, first of all, for them to understand that there has to be an element of fun. I think they must enjoy what they're doing. A lot of the times, the youth are thrust into situations and circumstances that is overwhelming. And even though I've competed at the highest level, and I'm known as a pretty tough coach, I do understand the fact that everyone, initially cannot be thrust into a highly competitive environment. So I think the most important thing that I can accent with the youth, especially initially, is the enjoyment of the sport. So I have very unorthodox ways of coaching. We used to have fun, and we worked hard. You ask the kids, they would tell you, we worked very hard, but we had a lot of fun. I mean, we would play games during track and cross country practice. We played team handball and things of that nature. And I tried to bring another aspect to it, where they're actually getting the attributes for success without them even knowing it. So we would have marker relays. I'd hide markers all over the darn city. I mean, it was cross country, and I'd have cones with magic markers under them and index cards, and they'd have to run to those cones and mark the index card with the appropriate color. So if they had green on their list and they ran all the way for a half mile and they uncovered blue, by golly, they got to go find green. It was the wrong color. So even though they were getting exercise, it seemed like something fun. And I think it's very important for the youth to have an enjoyment and passion for what they're doing. And I think the coach is a facilitator of that. If they decide not to come back or not to pursue it, then you might have lost someone at a young age who could have been something not just special talent-wise, but could have gained a lot of life learning from that sport. So I think you introduce them gently and have them enjoy it first.
Interesting. Misty, could you, I know you have some questions of your own.
Yeah. I just want to add to, what we were talking about with kids, and you guys can probably verify this. It's just that when you're working with kids, the way the world works versus, the way I think it should be and working with kids is that, a lot of people look at what they're not good at, and let's focus on that. Let's focus on math because you're not good at math. And I think every kid is so individualized, and be able to work with each kid as an individual and see them as an individual and not just as like, this is how we do it with kids, is so huge, and has helped me, when I'm working with the kids that I work with, just looking at them as an individual, and working towards their strengths versus working towards, whatever it is that they're not good at. So that was kind of my input on that. But I kind of want to bring it to a fun level, with Logan. I mean, I know Logan personally. I've gotten to know him over the years because I'm also in the gymnastics world, and I own a gym here in San Diego. And a lot of people think about gymnastics, they think about regular gymnastics, but trampolining is a huge up and coming sport. It's in the Olympics, as Logan's been there and represented the United States. And to see these guys jump like 30 feet in the air and flip 2 or 3 or 4 times, doing multiple twists while they're flipping, is just like crazy. I mean, I was a gymnast myself, and I look at some of these trampolinists, and I watch Logan in person, and it's just like, wow, like, how do you do that? Like, people probably sitting there watching you like, how do you do that? Like, how do you learn a triple flip with 2 twists? Like, Logan, tell us how you learned that.
Well, I mean, I think you kind of taught it. You said it in just a simple way a second ago. So it's kind of encouraging those skills, encouraging those kids that you know, to let their talents move forward, right? Like we just talked about encouraging kids to go and pursue not only not good at, but to pursue what they're good at to help build that confidence, right? So it's like you take your foundation of where you're starting and what is fun, because you're typically what you're good at is fun, right? So when you're exceeding at something, you typically have joy exceeding in what you're doing. And so it's just really building one foot in front of the other, right? One twist leads to 2 twists, 2 twists leads to 3 twists, and keep that progression moving forward. Obviously there's technical terms that we could get into that I'm sure not a lot of people will follow, but it's really just taking the one step and putting that next step forward, and just creating an excitement about it. Because when you're excited to do something, you're excited to learn, you're excited to give, you're excited to move. You know, once that passion is there, which, you know, I'm seeing in this room, there's lots of passion moving around, and that helps build foundations moving forward.
Very good. Very good.
And Logan, I'm sure you can't even really succeed if you didn't love it, right? I mean, it's almost like a talent in its own to love what you do, and only to do what you love. Otherwise,
yeah, something that I like to tell my kids that I teach, you know, even at the highest level, you know, when you're feeling this feeling of nerves and anxiety and this like emotion of like, oh my goodness, this is so big, what am I doing? I like to tell them, look, the emotion of nerves and the emotion of excitement are the same thing in your brain. It's really the same chemical being released. It's just how you're looking at it. So if you look at those nerves as, oh my goodness, I am so excited to be here, I am shaking because I'm excited, rather than I am shaking because I'm nervous. I feel like that mentality really helps kind of push you to the next level, because it's okay to be excited, and it's okay to go out and try and be excited trying. But when you're nervous, it gives you a different sense and a different feel of like, oh my goodness, am I making a mistake? Am I doing this wrong? Let me hyper critically, you know.
right.
It makes your brain go everywhere.
Exactly.
But when you're excited about it, you live a little bit more in the moment, and you live a little more present. So that's something that I like to tell my kids, is to be excited, and to you know, embrace that, the love that you have, and all the hard work that you did. It's now just time to show it off.
That's so cool.
Peter, you, I don't know if you always knew you had the talent to write, but you wrote a book with Brian Tracy, who's a legend in his own field. What was that journey like of discovering your talent as a writer?
Oh, wow. That's one of the, I think, most rewarding experiences I've ever had. It was coming off of 3 very tragic things in my life. And I had been really blessed to accomplish a lot in a short amount of time with not many challenges. So I experienced some hardships all within a month of time. And I was sitting down one day, and I received a prompt in an email to potentially write a chapter in a book with a best-selling author. So I didn't think I was going to be able to do that. I didn't study English or journalism in college. I did pay attention in English class, but I had zero experience in writing. And I think, as we have talked about here in this session, I think the passion a lot to do with it because what I did was I entitled my chapter "It's Not Over," and what it did was it was a microcosm of everything that I experienced, from the highs of being on the World Cup bobsled and USA national track team, to the lows of my mom finding out that she was in the 4th stage of cancer after seeing the same doctor for 7 years and getting a new doctor, and he immediately diagnosed her as being in 4th stage. So, I mean, there were highs and lows, and I kept notes during that time. And I really believe the passion that I had in writing enabled me to get the editorial award, and then of course for that book to become a bestseller. But it's just a testimony, I think, to, and alluding to what has also been talked about, are the challenges in your life. I think it's how you look at them, and that's what I had to learn in the brief moments of my life. I had a few challenges, but I think we have to look at those as being moments where we can be taught, and where our belief and faith can be elevated. And that's what I'm learning now. And sometimes we look at challenges as things that probably shouldn't have happened, but on the other side of it are ways to elevate your faith and your mind. And I think that passion in writing probably transformed me into what looked like an actual author.
No, that's amazing. It's fascinating. So, Misty, do you have any more questions? I think we have to wrap up here, actually.
I mean, maybe if you guys just want to, speak to what advice would you give to aspiring athletes, young athletes. I mean, I was a young athlete and I wanted to go to the Olympics too. I mean, I never got there, but what would you speak to young athletes who have those goals and want to be the best athletes in the world? What would be your advice to them?
I think my advice to them would just be, be the best version of yourself. Always try to compete with yourself and push yourself to that next level, because you're only going to be as good as the work you put in. So put in the work, be the best version that you can be, and then everybody will recognize the work that you put in, because you're internally showing them what what you have to offer.
That's awesome. Great answer.
Yeah, I agree with Logan. I think it's very important for you to believe in what you do, and what's in your heart and what's in your mind. When I wasn't offered a high school scholarship, I could have very well just packed it up and said, "That's it. I'm going to go and do something else." But in my heart and mind, I knew that I could compete at the college level. So I think you have to keep those dreams and that hope alive. And then from there, I think the foundation of your growth, at least mine, was just learning. I took it upon myself to learn a little bit about exercise physiology. And that summer after high school, when I wasn't offered that scholarship, I studied and I wrote my own workouts, and I was running over causeway bridges. I was doing tire pulls. I was doing all of that stuff. And I just learned. And I think your teachability is instrumental in learning, and in turn, your growth. Never stop learning. That means align yourself with people who are going to put you in the proper place or position. And I think that's very important, that we end up in position. And you can't do that. I'll go back to discipline again, without discipline. So I think, and just to sum it up, is just grow, believe, and then grow by learning. And always keep the belief strong. Never let anyone tell you that it won't happen. Only your heart and your mind can dictate what happens.
I think it's also important to allow kids to dream, and to encourage them to dream, and to dream big, and to not set limitations on their dreams as well.
Yes, so good.
Well, thank you, Logan. Thank you, Peter. That was amazing. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for coming here to Project Uprise. I know you guys are passionate about the cause, and you have all the causes that you guys support. Thank you for coming here.
Well,
Lynn, Will.
Thank you
Yes,
for having
guys.
Thank you, Misty.
me. Take care.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much.
That was fabulous.
That was fabulous.
So
wasn't
many,
it?
yeah.
Huh?
Discipline, faith, heart. Don't listen to anybody that may put you
I
down.
wanted to keep him just a little bit longer, Peter did, because I just want to know one thing. I want to know how he got into bobsledding. I know he was good in track, but bobsledding, that's kind of interesting little side gig there. And Logan, oh my gosh, we tried out 3 times. That's a lot of space between those 2 Olympic times, you know.
Right.
So, wow, and they just motored right through it.
Right.
But hey, we've had a heck of a lineup this afternoon, don't we?
We certainly do. So this is the Influencer Summit, and we have some influencers
We certainly
on
do.
board.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk to here in just a minute, and when they're ready, they can come on. We have Jay, we have Selena, and we have a Josh. Now, what's cool about these webinars,
And we
what
have Jay.
yeah,
We have 2 J's.
we have 2 Jays. Oh my God, there's 3 Jays.
Great.
That's awesome. So we'll figure all this out. But you know what's good is what I like about these is I know some people here, and I do not know anybody, the other people. So it's always great to find out firsthand what they're all about, don't you think?
Right.
So Jay, you're right up in the top there in the corner there. So we'll just go ahead and do it this way, if you don't mind. Jay, if you would be so kind to introduce yourself and tell us about yourself and where you come from, and then turn the microphone right over to Selena.
What's going on? Obviously, you guys can hear me, right? You guys can see me?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we hear you.
Awesome. Well, hey, super blessed to be here and super grateful to, of course, be with this Uprise Influencer Summit and the ability to speak here. You know, my name is Jay Adams. Obviously, you know, I've been in the entrepreneur influencer space now for over a decade. So, you know, with that being said, with that influence comes great responsibility. So I've always been an individual who has, you know, put myself out there in terms of helping people. You know, that's what it's always been about, is helping people, whatever situation it may be, because, you know, I don't come from any type of wealthy background. I come from a middle class background. So what I've been able to do in my career, per se, we don't have to get into, but it's just a testimony to show you that anything is possible if you put your mind into it. And I just want to be able to help other people understand that. Like, it doesn't matter where you come from, it doesn't matter what's happened in your past. You're not a product of your past, and success can be attainable for you. And you can be a great influence no matter what. I'm a true believer that every single one of us has a story to tell the world. You know, God gave us a, you know, story for each and every single individual to go and share that story, share that testimony with everybody. So that's pretty much what, you know, about me and stuff. Obviously, you guys know, Lynn and Will, I'm in also the trading education space. That's where most of my influence comes from, is helping people learn how to grow their money, you know, with their own money. And that's been my passion now for almost 8 years. This year is actually my 8th year of teaching people all across the world. You know, I've taught probably over, I would say, 1 million students have come and gone into learning what I have in the trading space and the trading industry. And it's just it's amazing to have people, you know, even from third world countries and stuff, come up to you at these seminars and events that you have done across the world and be like, hey, I'm so blessed that you have, you know, poured your heart out to go and teach, because now through that teaching, I've been able to go and help my family, you know, over in where I'm from in Africa, and be able to pay their bills and stuff from the skill set that you have taught me. So, you know, that's kind of one of my biggest passions, especially, you know, and will forever be my passion. I believe that's my calling and stuff. So that's pretty much it for me. You know, so you can go and discuss what.
That's amazing. You touch one, but you actually touch thousands just with one touch, and that's just a great story.
In 8 years, that's
Yeah.
a short period of time to affect that many people. That's beautiful.
And by the way, he's my mentor in trading, and thank you so much.
So thank you. So
Grasshopper listens.
Well, thank you so much, Lynn and Will, for being such amazing hosts, and thank you, Lydia and Aaron and all of you that started this nonprofit, and we're just so grateful to be here. And this is something very close and dear to my heart. So I'm Selena, and I'm also an influencer, published model and blogger, and I also do trading as well. Binary is my favorite. Super simple. But yeah, so that's pretty much about me. So if you guys have any questions.
Well, I saw you have Amazon storefront.
Yes, that's
right?
part of the influencing. So that's more like, what would you call that? More like marketing, like where you pretty much affiliate marketing. That's the name of it. Affiliate marketing for Amazon and LTK creator. So like whatever you're wearing or using, you can actually link that, and you can make profits off of that just by inspiring people what you're posting and using and stuff. So
Lifestyle.
another way to make passive income, kind of like, yeah, it's like YouTube. Like people post their affiliate links and make money that way too. So
how long has that type of influencer marketing been around?
Right.
I don't know. It's very new. I mean, it's crazy nowadays what you can do online with generating income for so many different avenues and different ways. I mean, Instagram changed the entire game. I know Josh and Jana just like changed the entire game as far as, you know, now you have these influencers like with this huge followings, and they simply just like, you know, even a collab or a post or something like that. I mean, she's got paid for just making posts and stuff. Like, we'll pay you X amount to just post about our brand, post about this product and stuff. And it's pretty much, that's kind of like the new age of marketing. Whereas, you know, instead of spending all this money on commercials and stuff, I mean, commercials are still obviously going nowadays, but now it's, hey, let's get into this modern day space of, you know, this new generational, you know, thing with Instagram, Twitter, Facebook,
but
all
it's
these things.
people's real opinions of things. Versus
Yeah.
like it's very edited and like just scriptural. And this, you can actually just give your real opinions, and I think people like that and they trust that more too. So people follow you because they trust you, and you have that credibility too. So.
Well, I just had like 2 or 3 questions pop up, but I don't want to leave these gentlemen sitting over here in the corner.
Thank you. Collaboration.
So we're gonna come right back to you. And yeah, I got a couple, 2 or 3 that I was like, wow, I didn't even think of that when we were just speaking with you all. So so let's bring up Jay. Jay, I do not know you. So tell me about yourself and what you're all about.
Hi, and thank you guys for having me. I hope you guys are doing well. So
good. Oh, yeah, very good. We're very grateful you're here.
We are.
Thank you. And yeah, honestly, a little bit about me. So I'm 25 years old. I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm a Midwest boy, born and raised. And I've been in the whole entrepreneurship, you know, space, influence space for the last 6 years. And so, I mean, essentially how I got into it was I was just looking for an alternative route of just like everything. I went to school with the guy that you'll hear from next. We're business partners. We met in college, but honestly was just looking for a different way of life. You know, I realized that my entire life I didn't grow up with much. It was me, my mom. She was a single mother, and we bounced around a lot. And I realized that when you're younger, you always have these big dreams, goals, and aspirations, right? And you know, when you're a kid, you're like, I'm gonna be a billionaire. I'm gonna be an actor, an entrepreneur, an entertainer, a singer, a doctor, all these things. And you get older, and a lot of times people's, you know, their goals start to dwindle, right? It's like, okay, maybe I'll settle for 6 figures. And you're like, okay, you go to college, okay, 6 figures is maybe hard. So maybe I'll settle for 50K or 60K or 70K a year. And when I found the space, it allowed me to dream again, right? Just big dreams. And so, yeah, I've been in this for the last 6 years, and it's been a blessing. And I'm excited to give that same dream and hope to others around the world because it is a blessing. So,
wow. And you're 25 years old. That's fabulous.
You started 6 years ago?
Yes.
Yes, I started when I was 6 years ago, when I was about 20.
Oh, I'm not telling you how old I am.
But that's terrific. What a great story. Just in 6 years' time, you have so much wisdom already that you're imparting and that you are going to share with so many other people along your path. It's a beautiful thing.
So it seems like a common theme today has been about dream. A lot of people spoke about dream right off the bat. I mean, Corey came right out of the gates, you know, with his statement about dreams. And I've heard dream be mentioned here several times. So so we want to make this dream definitely come true.
Oh,
with
the movement.
For the children. FTC, drop FTC in the bottom there. Drop in the comments. But all right, now we have our last gentleman here, Joshua. come on up, and why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself and what you're all about? Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you guys. I appreciate you having us on, and I'm very excited, obviously, to be able to share a little bit about me. I obviously know the other speakers on here and a lot of the other ones who have been on, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing and dedicating the time to it. I'm also 25, and Jay and I, we've been business partners for 5 years now. I started just entrepreneurship when I was around like 13. So what is that, like? I think that's like 12 years now. And it wasn't anything like super serious until I got to around like 20. But I mean, just the idea of like influence. So I mean, when people hear the word influencer, they're thinking like, thousands of followers on social media and, stuff like that. And that's not really what I look at it as. I mean, that happens with it, but influence really starts down from like when you're really young to just like directing your friend group on, hey guys, let's go eat here, or let's go to this movie, or let's, start this thing. It's really small. And then people start to realize, oh, I'm influencing my friends, and they either start to use it for bad or good as they get older. And so, what I thought was cool about surrounding myself with people like Jay and Selena, and, obviously Jay in this call, and Corey especially, is you learn to use these skills that you develop for good, and you can go and make a massive impact around the world. And so I learned this when I was in college. I started a cryptocurrency club. I joined leadership programs, and because I wanted to use it for good rather than bad. And that's just kind of, how it kind of came up. And eventually, we all kind of became business partners, and now we just got a big passion for helping people. I've obviously a lot of tips about how to grow your influence, how to, obviously expand it and use it in the proper way. But, that's just a little bit about me and, my story.
Wow. I love it. I love it. So just a question, so do you think all influencers are like a type A personality, or do you think
No, I don't. It depends. I mean, when you're looking at an influencer that's like, talking a lot online, and they're on go mode, there's a lot of those, but there's also influencers that are very quiet. They're shy. They don't say anything, but they're providing massive value to the point where, you consider them an influencer. So it varies all the personalities, I'd say.
Yeah, that's interesting. I always thought, the influencer would be the person to be in your face. And
yeah, 100%.
I'm sure mentorship is a big part of your life.
Yes, 100%. It's thousands of people that we've, had to help. First, we had to help ourselves, though, mentally, spiritually. Now we're able to help a lot of people, especially, Jay Adams. He makes a huge, huge impact in our business.
Yeah, definitely. So tell us, why don't we start, when we just go backwards. So Josh, why don't you just give us a few of those tips, if you don't mind, if you have them available.
Sure. Yeah. So kind of what I was saying is like, when you start to learn the skills of influence, which is just kind of like directing and guiding a situation, just basically recommending stuff, or it could be as simple as that. It's a decision to be a good influencer. So when you want to start doing it on a high level, the first thing you got to learn is, what is your expertise? Like, what is the thing that you're actually good at, that you can actually be known for? You're not an influencer in every single category of life in the world. So you got to find something that you know a lot about and that you're able to make a positive impact. That's the first thing. What's your expertise? Next thing would be, start creating valuable content for people. Utilize social media and create stuff for free. Just give stuff out to create value, and, for whatever movement or business or, whatever you're running, create free value for people. So you can obviously start helping them. Collaborate with others too. I noticed some of the biggest influencers and leaders and mentors in my life, they collaborate with other people, just like we're doing right now on this call. And that creates more, you reach a way, way wider audience. You reach way more people because you're collaborating with others. And then just, attending a lot of events and networking, getting your name out there, getting as much attention as you possibly can, to continue the consistency with what you're trying to do. So those are just a few tips.
Wow, that's great. Is IG do you have a particular platform that you prefer over the others?
Yeah, it'd be Instagram. But I haven't gotten in. I mean, like TikTok, I have one, but I'm not I'm not all on that like crazy right now. Just mainly Instagram. Instagram's like the new resume. It's really what it is, especially with the space that we're in, digital entrepreneurship. And so, yeah, it'd be Instagram.
Wow, that's good. And how about you, Jay, from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, no, I can piggyback off of what Josh was saying. And one of the biggest things when it comes to influence or like even leadership is, I found that like the best leaders know when to lead and they know when to follow. You know, just because you have influence, just because you're an influencer, just because you're a leader doesn't mean you have to be leading 24/7. And that was something that really hit me because I heard a quote. It was, the greatest thing I know is I know nothing. And it's being receptive to, you know, information and constructive criticism in your influence and how you influence and how you lead is what really can make you, you know, the best version of yourself or the best leader. And that was because Josh hit a lot of the nails on the head, but that was just something that always stuck with me, is you need to understand that you're not always in charge. And leadership or influence doesn't mean you're, you know, you have to speak every time. You have to know when to listen. And so, yeah, I think that's my biggest tip, is just knowing when to listen, know when to lead, but also know when to follow as well. So.
Wow, that's very.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You're so wise. But listening, you're right. If you're always talking, you're not hearing other people. That's very smart, very wise. That's great. And Jay and Selena, how about both of you? Is IG also your platform of choice, kind of, that you enjoy the most?
The main one, yeah. I agree with them. It does take a lot of leadership and just listening to what your followers need from you, and also having belief in yourself, because, you know, I'm introverted and I don't like putting myself out there very much, but if I have my why, like why I do it for other people, and I think there's power in your testimony as well. So I think using that and also being able to inspire others through what's important to you, and to, yeah, just to help people. But the belief is so important. So many people don't do influencing or think they can because they don't think they're enough. And we're not better than anybody else. We all started from the very bottom too, you know? So like, I think it's important to know that we all are capable of doing something bigger than ourselves, or a bigger goal.
I love that.
Right. We all have value within. I know. And thinking that you're not good enough is really coming from a lack mindset.
Yes.
And you have to let that stuff go.
Yeah. Like earlier, Awaken the Giant from Within, Tony Robbins, like I'm in the middle of reading that again. And they talk about the whole belief system and how like our minds are so much, it's powerful. It's capable of anything. Let's say like the doctor told you that you might have cancer, and then you go home and start, you know, thinking about that, and your body gets more weaker, your immune system, and you feel sicker, and you end up not having cancer. Or maybe it's like a placebo effect that scientists are doing on people. It's the mind. Like what you think is what you are, pretty much. So yeah, I think that's very, very important, is to definitely grow your mindset, read those books, and just have confidence in yourself, and know that you have a lot of value to give. And yeah, I think that's my take.
You're sticking to it, right?
Well, you have Jay.
Too much public speaking. He's the public speaker, so I'm just like, okay.
She says she's.
Yes, you know, you're influencing in two different niche markets. You know, she's a more fashion, and Jay, you're training education, but so my question was, so I don't know much about your niche there, Selena. So forgive me if I'm fashion, yeah. So do these people just come to you and say, hey, here's some clothes, can you wear it and put it online, or this is how it goes?
Collaboration.
What do you return the clothes, or do you keep them, or what happens?
No, you keep them. So it's like I'm like I like to be a lifestyle influencer, because I'm a little bit of everything, even though like what Josh said, it's better if you could pick something. But like I love to cook, I work out, and I just share like my everyday life with people, and it just inspires them. So I have like I'm working with a workout company right now, so we get like free supplements and workout gear and stuff, but they're really good stuff. So I'm not lying when I'm talking about it. I give my true opinion on the things, and I'm very vulnerable online. So like I let people see like my vulnerability and like who I am. I'm not, you know, So that gives me more credibility, but also, yeah, so like fashion, workout stuff, beauty products, like just anything.
Do you just stick to one line at a time, and then okay, that one, and let's move to the next one?
If you can do one line at a time, but you can charge more for that because of exclusivity rights. So if they say, oh, you can only you can't work with another workout brand for like 90 days, then you can charge more because you're going to lose out on paid collaborations. And then you can also charge more too for like if they want like full rights to your photos and videos and they're going to use it for advertisements and stuff, you can charge for that as well, versus just having a post on Instagram for like 60, 90 days and taking it down. And then you can also charge more if you have a blog like I do and say, well, it's going to be on there forever. So this is my packages, and negotiate on that as well.
Wow, that's great. I thought of something that she had said, being vulnerable and being real.
Yes.
In the last 6 months, I actually unfollowed a lot of people because I just felt like there wasn't authenticity there. But with each of you, we have 2 J's, a Selena and Joshua. All of you seem you're just very approachable, very real, authentic. I mean, it really resonates. And I think that goes up forever.
Yeah, I wouldn't avoid any one of these in public.
But you build that reputation too, where you're real.
Yeah.
And you're going to say your opinion.
Right.
Yeah. And not just go with the flow with what you should be. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. That's what people want, is
not talk.
To relate to truth.
Yeah. You make people can relate to you better that way too.
Right.
So if it's somebody who's always posting, like just looking perfect all the time, perfect life, perfect relationship, everything like that. Like, I just think, no one really wants to put, the negative stuff on there. But in my stories, I'll talk to my followers or go live and stuff and talk to them and answer any questions and stuff. And we'll do like couple Q&As and stuff too. But yeah, just showing that like real vulnerable side of being human. People love that. And sharing.
I'm sorry. I just want to throw that out there. Anybody wants to answer. So being an influencer, is it a busy lifestyle? Is it?
No, like
I know traders is kind of like, okay, I want to work Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays for 2 hours a day. I'm out of here.
It's really kind of different.
Yeah, like the collabs, it's not actually that bad. It does take time to get like the talent and take and learn like how to get the perfect content. And they give you a certain deadline to meet and like how much you're supposed to post a week, whatever contract. So, anybody can do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is like the new day and age of where you can just make money so easily online and get free products. So it's fun.
It's great. You're in control of your life. Each and every one of you are in control of your life.
Yeah.
That's a great thing.
That financial freedom, which I think everybody wants, and passively, you don't want to be a slave to your job or your company. I had my own beauty business for 7 years and I was a slave to my job. Like, I didn't, I wanted more freedom, and like I was doing eyelash extensions and permanent makeup. So I was bent over like this all the time, killed my back, my eyes, and never got to eat. So my health was deteriorating. And yeah, so I was like, you know what? I sold my business. We moved to Miami to start a fresh life, just took the risk, and our lives have been better ever since. So take risks too, because it's really scary. But at the end of the day, I feel like God always provides. And we're human. We're going to make it through whatever is thrown at us. We're going to find a way, always. So never be afraid of not taking that risk. And yeah, it's in your heart and your intuition's telling you to do it. Just do it.
Your dream.
Yeah. That's a
financial freedom from anywhere in the world.
I'll tell you a couple of things. She says she's introverted, but she sure ain't introverted on this call right now. So.
I'm not going on stage.
It's like, I'm introverted, you know, and then she's over here, you know, explaining it's amazing and stuff. So guys, give some love to Selena in the chat box if you can. I don't know where it's at and stuff, but I just want to touch on a few things, you know, before we give it back to you, Lynn and Will. I think it's you know, I wasn't always extroverted, or I wasn't always that individual who was seasoned on stage. I mean, if you see me on stage now, you'll be like, man, this guy's been doing it for like 20 years and I'm only 33 years old, you know? So it's like, you know, I actually remember in college, I did a class on public speaking, and there was only like 8 students in the class who were taking this class. And I was up there like shaking tremendously. But, you know, I always go back and I live my life kind of by this quote. And it's a quote by Robert J. Kriegel. And it says that the limits within our minds are limitless. When you think of limits, you create them. So it thinks about the capacity that we have in our minds are limitless. If you think about somebody else like an Elon Musk, right? What makes him different than you and I? It might be a little bit of, they may make the excuse of an IQ, or maybe he read more books or took more classes at college. Like, no, it's because his thinking was that far off that he thought I am limitless into my capacity to think. It's when we think of limits is that we are creating them in our minds. So when you say, oh, I can't be a successful trader. Well, guess what? You are placing that limit in your mind because there are successful traders out there. Oh, I can't be an influence. You know, I'm scared to be in front of the camera or do all these things. Well, that's the limits that you're placing on yourself. But I always say this is that I think a big thing of why people place limits on themselves is because they're too focused on comparison. Okay. So when you're too focused on comparison, right? Let's say, right, Will, like, let's say I see you and you're a seasoned, you know, big trader and stuff, and I see you living in lifestyle. It's like, oh, I don't deserve to be that way, or I can't be like, you know, I can't be like Will. Well, let's say you're going to speak at an event, right? And I don't because I'm comparing myself, like, oh, I can't do what Will does, and I don't get a ticket to the event. But it ends up that God's calling me to that event, so I can hear something at that event that kind of changes my entire trajectory of my course. So I always say comparison keeps you out of rooms that you were meant to be in, right?
Wow.
I think it's important to understand that, one, we are limitless human beings here. Whatever limits you're placing, that you have to dig deep within yourself and understand that you are creating those limits. No one else. No one else, no government entity, no individual, no mentor of yours ever told you that you can't do something, because we are all capable of all things. And then you turn it around and say, well, especially this influencer world, like what she was saying, it's like, oh, their life looks perfect on Instagram and stuff, yada, yada, yada. And like people see that and they're like, well, I can't be like that, or I can't do that, or they're in this industry and that industry, and you know, I can't do that. Well, you're comparing yourself to somebody else, not even knowing their full story, one. And then two, you're comparing it to do what, essentially, to see if you can be like them? No, maybe be better than that. Maybe think, you know, to use that as inspiration. So I always say, you know, you can use comparison as motivation, but don't use comparison in a bad, negative way. And you know, I love what Josh said, and we'll let them speak here in a little bit. I know we'll be going for a little bit, but like you can use influence for good or bad. It's like the light and the darkness. So like there's two avenues, especially me in this industry has seen in entrepreneurship for the last decade. It's like I've seen people have great influence and then they just go the wrong way. You know, they're making these wrong deals, or they're guiding their people the wrong way. And it's kind of like, you know, what you said, Lynn, it's like, you know, the truth will always come to light. Like when you're humble and you're doing good, you may not see like fast success like some other people do, but I can tell you 90% of the time, people who choose that fast success route are undercutting people, choosing the darkness, and then later on, they're not into the kind of opportunities, or they're not finding the opportunities that were meant to take them to the next level. And then you have people who are following the good, following the truth, taking their time, remaining patient, and then it might not be today, it might not be next week, might not be a year or 2 years, but guess what? One day that opportunity is going to come where it's just like, whoa, and it's going to change the entire trajectory for the rest of your life. And that's why it's important to use your influence for the good, because, you know, above all else, you got to do it essentially for yourself. And of course, if you really have a heart to help other people, then why are you trying to rush the process? Enjoy it. Enjoy the process. enjoy helping people. That's what I've done each and every single day for the last, 8 years. I've been in the trading space, and, it turned into something that I wasn't even looking for. I was just like you said, Will, it's like, go and create free value. And that's how it started for me. Honestly, I started on Telegram with 30 people, 30 of my friends. I started saying, hey, buy this pair, or I'm looking at this, I'm looking at that. And it grew to over 10,000 people in the next 90 days without me even trying, just because I was doing free value, free value, free value. And then that led me into that kind of pathway to educate, which ended up taking me and being the first one in my family to, travel outside of the United States, go across the world, Dubai, Australia, all these places, and kind of be the first, millionaire in my family, and it's just a testimony to say it doesn't matter where you come from, use your influence for good, understand that, be patient in the process, don't compare, and, anything is possible.
I love it. Love it. Love it. So many nuggets that you just dropped. That's amazing. All of you. So we have 5 minutes max left. So Jay, if you could tell us one more thing that you would like to impart to everybody who's listening.
Yes, for sure. Something that I've been thinking about, and like what I'd love to leave people with is when you're on your journey of entrepreneurship, leadership, influence, whatever it may be, you're going to always get criticism. And that's usually what discourages people and stops people from, following their dreams, goals, and ambitions because of what the outside world says to them. And, that's what puts fear into a lot of people's hearts. But if you want to be in a position of, with great responsibility, of power, or of success, or, leadership or influence, you're going to always have criticism, and you have to get used to that. And I always tell people, that when they ask me, I'm afraid to do this because my friends say this, I say they never built a statue of a critic. It's only of great people that had, things to be said about them. So the biggest tip I can give to somebody is, it's gonna sometimes suck. You're gonna hear a lot of things that maybe you don't want to hear. And me, when I started my journey, and Josh knows this as well, we'd go into rooms and they we go to hang out with our high school friends or our college friends, and they'd yell, there's the trader guys or this, and then they make jokes. But we realize though that strangers, they will, or my fault, people, your friends will never congratulate you until they see strangers celebrating you. And so get used to the criticism.
Oh yeah, I love that quote.
It's an amazing quote. And it's, if you can get used to it, you can get over it. Eventually they'll celebrate you because they'll, want to say they're with you the whole entire time. But that's what it is. You just have to be comfortable and happy with yourself, and don't worry about what the outside world says.
Oh, you are so wise. So very
Thank
wise.
you.
You must make your mother very proud.
I love it to death. I
And
hope
you're
I do.
following your conscience was a beautiful thing. All of you have said that too as well. Use your influence for the good, and that's very powerful to me. So on that note, Joshua, can you impart one nugget of wisdom?
Bring us home, Joshua.
What's up? All right, guys. Well, I just want to say thanks again for having us on. If I could finish with one thing, for someone that's watching this, if you are trying to have influence in whatever space you're trying to do, the first thing that I had to do to even take the step one was, I heard this quote as, don't compare your chapter 1 to someone's chapter 30, because that's comparison, like Jay was talking about. That ruins it right out of the gate. It robs you of your joy. And so the first thing you want to do is you want to recreate your self-image. You want to completely redefine who you think you are. Because most people, when they're like, I want to get big in this industry or do, whatever it is, they're thinking I'm not an influencer. I don't have success. I can't help people. People don't trust me. People don't believe in me. I can't become that. That's crazy. I could never do what they're doing. That's their self-image. And so that's why oftentimes if you can't recreate that, you're going to stay that, you are what you think you are, kind of like Selena was saying. So first thing I did was I have to redevelop and recreate who I think I am. So I started doing positive affirmations every day. I am this person. I am successful. I am wealthy. I have influence. I help people. I'm changing the world. I literally would say that every single day when I'm in the shower. And it's just slowly recreating your self-image. It might not happen like Jay is saying tomorrow or a week from now or a year from now or whatever, but by redefining who you are, eventually you're going to align with that actual person and become them. So, if you're brand new on this call, that's just all I'd say is redevelop your self-image of who you think you are. Get rid of all negative stuff and replace it with all positive stuff, and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and back it up with action until it becomes a reality.
Right. All of you have the keys to like the law of attraction and the universal laws too. The I am affirmations. I do that. I recorded that on my phone. And when I drive around going to wherever, the gym, yoga, I listen to it.
Yes.
Every day. I mean, it's great. So, well, thank you very much.
You know, this has just been amazing. You know, I know Jay and Selena, but I just met two new amazing people, Jay and Joshua, and we're so privileged and honored to have you here to give you your knowledge. You know what's hard to be on this side of the camera is that you don't get to take good notes. I mean, I'm sitting there, hope they don't see me writing this stuff down, you know, but you know, there's so many things that I want to go back and watch the replay.
Yes.
You know, to get some of the notes that were dropped here on all of you guys.
Yeah, all of you, terrific group of leaders, really, influencers, leaders, and using it for a positive impact, and then being a part of Project Uprise too, and being a part of the movement that we are creating.
Exactly.
So
what a great thing.
So Selena, Jay, and Joshua, thank you so much. We're greatly appreciative.
Thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Sure.
All right, so I'm not sure what's gonna.
I believe.
Here we are. There's Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you, brother?
Hi, Aaron. Oh, you're muted.
Always start off muted there. Well, but that was amazing. Jay and Selena and Joshua, Jay, they were all amazing.
Yeah, they
very much. I mean, the youth, many people very, very wise. I mean,
who hasn't been? I mean, this thing's been great. I mean, look, who were we talking about last night? We were talking about the gal that the FBI girl. How cool is she?
Kara
the Huntress.
Oh yeah, Kara. She's amazing.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started following her. Like, wow, she opened up my eyes to many things, actually. Yeah.
Many things. Yeah. We didn't have enough time to speak with her really because she has an amazing career in the military, in the FBI, the NSA. It's really impressive.
Well, I'm sure she'll be back, right?
And deep, very deep. Yeah. I mean, she said a lot of things. I thought about like that word pimp. It has become normalized.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yeah. And we don't even realize it.
Right. No, it's normalized, and it's kind of it almost became something that people even aspire to be or something, you know, just because they're confused, they don't understand what it really means, you know. It literally means that you own people. I mean, you are a slave owner. So like, there's nothing good about it, but somehow it's captured, you know, this positive image in some strange way. It's very destructive to society, really, when those kinds of things happen.
Horribly, don't you think?
Right.
Jeez, oh Pete. Yeah. So we have some amazing guests coming up. Nice.
Yeah. Let's bring on Kenny Clark.
Ooh.
Woo.
Oh.
Kenny.
What's up? How are you,
brother?
Hello. How you guys doing?
Good to have you on.
Yes,
Man,
sir. Yes, sir. Good to be here.
Yeah. So if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, because I know that you and your sister, Casey Clark, were on MTV The Challenge, but that was your latest adventure. What was kind of, if you could give me a little breakdown of your life up until that point.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. So thank you for having me on here. Super honored to be part of such an awesome movement. But a little bit about me: born and raised in San Diego, California, and growing up, I was just an ordinary kid that played video games, played sports my whole life. Grew up, had bad grades, barely graduated high school. There was really nothing special about me. I wasn't really very talented at anything. I was super introverted and shy, and didn't have communication skills or confidence, and just trying to figure out life. You know, got in trouble with the law, just trying to figure out like how to be better. And I met some people that introduced me to network marketing back in 2012. And that really opened my eyes to the world of like personal growth and personal development and working on myself. when I found out that I could be successful, and it's just by learning more than I was already learning, and being around better people. For some reason, something clicked in my brain, thought that I didn't have to be the black sheep in my family. I didn't have to be the loser in my family. I could be successful. And that's just me being addicted to learning. So I got really addicted to personal growth development, reading books, going to seminars, coaching, and just working and improving on myself. And over time, it just catapulted to, in my mind, a pretty great life compared to where I was and where I used to be. And I had this, my sister, Casey Clark, she was on reality TV, Big Brother and The Challenge, and she won both. And, I thought it was pretty cool that she was on there, and, it'd be nice to be on there. And I remember seeing a video where we announced that we were having a baby to our friends and family. And the announcement went something like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna be on MTV The Challenge." And I said, just kidding. That'll be next year. And then we announced that we were pregnant. But what's crazy is that literally next year I was on The Challenge, and I had no idea that was coming. But that's kind of where I'm coming from and how it led to that.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, actually, I read that you found out that you were gonna have your second kid when you're being dropped off at the airport. Can you tell us how that happened?
Super crazy. So we were blessed to have a baby, and then a few months later, Casey got a call that she was allowed to bring a friend or family on the show. And, I was like, heck yeah, let's do it. So when I left, our baby was about 6 months old. And then I guess about a month before that, my wife found out that she was pregnant, but she didn't tell me. She kept it a surprise. Maybe she thought that I would have, maybe not gone on the show because, she worked a full-time job. So yeah, when she dropped off Casey, Nani, and myself at the airport, she gave me this notebook, and she's like, "Hey, I have a surprise for you." Gave me this notebook, had this letter printed on it. She opened it up, and then there was, for a half second, I thought it was a COVID test. I was like, "What? This is a terrible surprise." But then half second later, I found out that it was a pregnancy test, and yeah, we had another baby, and I was just like, the whole experience was overwhelming. I'm leaving, going on my first reality TV show, and then she just drops this bomb on me right before I go. So that was shocking for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny. And before we talk about the show specifically, how was your kind of personal development journey? Like, how did you first? What was kind of like the first book you started to read, and what really kind of triggered you into going on this path down personal development?
Yeah, for sure. It's an amazing journey for a lot of people that know what it's like to get into personal development. It's like you go into this world of like, how come they didn't teach me this in school? How come I didn't know this before? Some of it seems so obvious and simple. And then, I don't know, for me, I just was so fascinated by, we can design our lives, we can create our lives, we can be successful, we can do anything we want to do. I didn't know all this information beforehand, but as soon as I got into network marketing and being around successful people, they're like, "Hey, you got to do this, you got to do that." And I don't know, something switched. And the first book that really set me off was The Slight Edge, I think by Jeff Olson. But The Slight Edge. And I remember reading that, and I was like, dang, I can just make daily, hour by hour, minute by minute decisions that'll shape my life in the long run in a better direction, either worse or better. And for some reason that tricked my brain to be super productive. And every time I thought that I should do something, I'm like, Slight Edge, and I would go do it done, get it done. And I was super productive for 2 months straight. And then I just kept reading more and more books and learning from people that were doing better than me and that had the things that I wanted in my life. And I just dove really deep into that. So life-changing for sure.
Yeah. And it's interesting because you said that you didn't feel particularly talented in high school and all that, but personal development and self-improvement and learning and fulfilling your potential, it does seem like it's a kind of a talent, actually. So, some excel at it more than others. Did you feel like you kind of found something that you were naturally gifted at?
That's a interesting question. Never been asked that. I think that, like for me, I didn't really do well in middle school, high school, college. And maybe it wasn't the right type of learning for me, but yeah, I mean, learning from understanding that I could be, anything that I wanted to be. And that's just by learning for me, I don't know, I just went all in, like every time I drove a car, I was listening to audios, drive time university, we would call it. Every time I was at the gym, I'd be working out to personal development. When I'm cooking or cleaning, or when I'm doing anything that's not using my ears, I would be listening to audios or reading books in downtime. And I just felt like it was something that I could be good at, was just doing this. I stopped listening to music. You don't have to go that crazy, but anytime I had the chance, we call it net development, no extra time. You can listen to success when you're doing things that doesn't require ears, and you can just do it all day, all the time. One of my mentors, he said, if you read 5 books on one specific subject, you become smarter or more knowledgeable on that topic versus like 99% of the world or 95% of the world. And I was like, dang, just 5 books on one topic. So now I've, close to 150 books over this 11-year journey, and, multiple seminars and stuff like that. And not to say I made it, but what's crazy is that once you really dive into learning how to be better in yourself and your mind and who you are as a person, you can be great in every area of your life, right? Because it just transfers over. Every opportunity, every sales job I had, every business I had, I would just be successful. It's not because it was the industry, it's because I was a successful person, and that spilled over into anything. So I can be great at anything, and anybody can. It just takes time to work on yourself. Now people call me talented. Like, oh, Kenny, you're so talented. Oh my gosh, you're so good. But it's like, really, I didn't really have any talents. It was just, I got addicted to getting better every day, every time that I could. And not that I'm perfect, or not that I'm continuously did that straight for 11 years, but as much as I could, and just majority of the time. And it just started to spill over in a compound effect, over 11 years now.
Yeah. And a big part of personal development is, how to make friends and influence people.
Yeah.
For the better, I would hope. But it seems like that that part of your development is quite developed, because on the challenge, we don't get to see all the things that happen behind the scenes, of course, but just from the reactions of the cast, they seem to really like you, and they seem to really have a connection with you. It was funny, like when you lost one of the challenges, and then you got you had to leave the show, which you actually, spoiler alert, but and then there's a surprise that comes after. But the interesting thing was everyone's reaction. Usually when someone gets kicked off, or they lose the challenge or something, they there's these negative reactions, or like, say, people are like happy about it, or like, yes, he's leaving or whatever. But in your case, everyone was like, oh my God, like, I can't believe he's leaving. And it was very interesting. So you obviously are very skilled at making friends and influencing people, even though you said you were an introvert and this kind of thing. Can you talk about kind of your personal development and that specific aspect of it, influence and making friends, and how that helped you on the challenge?
Yeah, for sure. So I was definitely not the popular kid growing up. Like I said, I was introverted, shy, didn't have any communication skills or confidence. I remember the guy before me was speaking. I think his name is Jay Adams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could relate with him a lot. I'm 33, just like him, and he was shaking in his speech class. Literally, that's one of the things I always say. I was shaking and sweating in front of my speech class because I was just scared to death to talk in front of people. But one thing that really made a big change in my life was learning that if it feels uncomfortable, that means you're doing the right thing. And if you feel nervous or you feel like kind of scared or should I, that's like you're on the edge of your comfort zone, and you want to live in there as much as possible. You want to get comfortable getting uncomfortable. You want to live there as much as you can. And every time you feel that type of feeling, it means you're going in the right direction. You're doing the right things. And I remember, for example, in network marketing, I was trying to go prospect, in like Costco or something, in the mall or something. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to go talk to these people and try to like just randomly prospect some cold people. And I was in Costco trying to go talk to people, and I would have these negative thoughts in my head saying, oh no, they look busy. No, they don't want to talk to me, or whatever it was, whatever stories we tell ourselves that create these limiting beliefs and caps. And it's doing the things that are uncomfortable over and over and over again, and you just become better naturally. Like, I remember speaking in front of a small group for the first time, scared to death, hearts pounding, and I didn't know, how well I was going to do, but I just went up there and just doing and taking that leap of faith and breaking through fear. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's having the fear and doing it anyways. Right. And I went up there and shared my story, and it was pretty terrible. And I remember coming back and just feeling like, dang, I did that. So doing those type of things led me to being just a good communicator, and led me to be better at building relationships and talking to people, and which led me to be, I guess, a decent person, likable person, and I can build a relationship with most anybody, and that spilled over into the challenge and creating good relationships there. What's up,
Wow.
Adora?
Hi.
Yeah,
I hear
Dora's really good at making friends too. That's for sure.
Thank
Everybody
you.
loves Adora.
Most there you'd be surprised. There are a few. We have our
Well,
moments.
we would be surprised then, because
Thank you.
that doesn't make sense. But yeah.
I found it shocking, and not in the arrogant way, but people who love people, and we really know how to connect to the hearts. It feels weird when you can't get through, or something is off, right, Kenny? You know what I mean? You're like, what's going on right now? Yeah. And sometimes, go ahead.
Real quick. So, for me, like, I'm a pretty easy, chill, easygoing guy. I can get along with mostly anybody. And being on the challenge and in front of TV, there's always haters. And I say, if you don't have enough haters, you're not doing anything big enough yet. Like, I want more haters, because I'll be doing something more significant, reaching more people and getting attention in a good way, if you're doing it right. So it's just weird to have haters, people talking crap about maybe I was the boring guy, or the nice guy, and they want to see drama and craziness. But yeah, for sure.
You'll like this phrase, Kenny, if you haven't heard it before. I can't remember if it was Dr. Stan or who I first heard it from, but it was, let your haters be your elevators. And that, and the premise that he was rolling out is that the algorithms actually love when there's banter going. So he was saying, this was many years ago, but he was saying, don't erase the comments. I actually have one girlfriend that is so empathetic, and she stands for mom. She's $1 million mommy blogger. Great story of how she happened into it. But she has an assistant filter all the negative comments and emails. So she never even sees them, because she just says she just doesn't, it's easier for her to move in life without it. So I was listening, Kenny, earlier. You and I have a shared self-development kind of junkies, and got the fever for the flavor of what's possible, when you apply. It's not just about this taking in all this data. It's about when you apply something, you get almost immediate feedback of something different coming at you. Even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's whatever. So I relate to you. I heard Aaron saying, and I heard you, I thought same thing. Wow, what a question. Well, you're just really good at self-development. You're like, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't really good in school. I wasn't really good at, but it's more that you catch this possibility of what's available, and that gets pretty addictive. Like you just the growth and the gifts of that. So as we're thinking about influence and haters and all of that, I know we've talked a lot about mindset and what drives you. My awakening to entrepreneurship was also in network marketing, so I have a great love for that industry. It makes a lot possible for people who have, at that time for me, I didn't see any path for me other than a jewelry store waitress or something like that, you know? So I'm wondering, what strategies do you use to be influential online that other people could start to use now, even if it's been said before, you know, but how do you keep your rhythms, your authenticity?
For sure. No, I think a great way to be influential online and to build into confidence, build into communication, build into sharing who you are in your story, because everyone has a story that matters to somebody. Like there's people that Aaron can only reach that I can't, and Adora can reach that I can't, because you guys have been through stuff that I will never go through. And you share a little bit of your story and someone hears that and says, dude, I needed that. I needed to hear that so I can keep going. So I encourage people, and what I learned many years ago was to invest, learn, and teach. I probably got it from Ray Higdon. Invest your time or money to learn something, and then you teach it by just sharing a quick story online. And it may be the first time you heard it, but you hear it, you consume it, and you spit it out for 10, 20, 30 seconds, a minute, and someone hears that, and you're causing that ripple effect of compounding knowledge to just multiple people, and they might share it with their friend, family, or you know, someone that they know. So I think that that's such an easy thing to do, but also easy thing not to do, is we learn something and then quickly just share it to somebody, because the best way to learn is to teach, right? So if we can teach it, we're understanding it at a different level, and we can learn it more effectively at a higher understanding by teaching it. So that's one of the things that I do, and I enjoy, is just sharing what I learned recently. And you don't have to be an expert, but you can just be one step further than somebody else. Like you guys are reading the same book, but you're like 5 to 10 pages a little bit farther ahead, and you seem like an expert. But yeah, I think that's a way that pretty much everybody can share and build their confidence, communication, and
Kenny, we got to draw a line now. We got to draw a line. First of all, Ravi, yoga, read my comment. This is live and we see you. Thank you for bringing your comments in. You're here. We hear you. Okay. So I agree that sharing your self and what you're learning, it's not only generous, it's a way for you to focus on contribution, to even take your learning to a higher level. It's a great way. I mean, so many speakers, by the time you got their book, they're on to another chapter. And that's the value of masterminds, is like, no, but what's influencing you right now? What's hot off the press? And there are a lot of people on social media giving money advice, and they've never made money yet, right? And their first money is taking money to make money advice that they're. So how do we walk that line? Because every inner critic will say, I'm not there yet. I'm not perfect. I haven't mastered this, and could paralyze you. But at the same time, that's not what we're here for. We are learning things. We can be generous. And at the same time, there's that wanting to be congruent and in integrity and claim authority in the areas that we have some actual authority. So how do you help someone through that conversation?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept and idea. You know, we see a bunch of things online and it's like, what's right? What's wrong? Does this work? Are they just trying to make money off of me? You know, what's real? What I've learned through the years of investing in myself was, especially when you're younger, I would say try a lot of things. Just try a lot of things, see what you like. And once you find what you like, dig in for a year to 3 years. And really go all in and focus, follow one course until successful, like focus on that one thing, because you can be great at anything. I think that we all can, but it takes focus. A lot of people want to try this and crypto and trading and this and this and this and that. And then as humans, we can't multitask. We can't multi-focus. So dial in, try a bunch of things, see what you like, and then go all in on one thing for at least a year, if not 3. And the fastest way to grow that I've learned, I don't think there's a faster way, is to invest into mentorship. Pay for a coach. Group coaching is great if you can get one-on-one coaching because it's specific to you. And if you're in a group, you get general information, you know. But if you dial in and get a coach that has the things that you want and the success and lifestyle that you want, you pay for a coach. And if you pay a lot, will you take it more serious? For sure. You take it more serious when you get coaching from a personal mentor, and then it's so specific to you and you can ask questions. The best thing about getting a coach or a mentor is you can ask specific questions of what you need to fix right now in this moment. Because you might read a book, you might go through a whole course and it's great information, but when you get to talk to someone and ask questions on specific things to get over whatever challenges or blockages you're having right now, I know that paying for a coach personally is the fastest way to grow. Yeah. So hopefully that helps.
No, yeah, and Kenny, you also are like a very interesting example of the idea of luck being when preparation meets opportunity, because the way that you got onto the challenge was very sudden. You didn't have any time to get ready and to prepare and to train yourself. But luckily, you actually prepared yourself throughout the many years for the last decade, getting ready for this opportunity that you never could have guessed was going to happen. You know, so you never know what kind of opportunities you're going to have, and you have to prepare yourself as best as possible for those opportunities, because once they come, either you're ready or you're not, you know. And what's interesting is how did you use personal development with your opportunity on the challenge? How did it help you on the challenge specifically?
Great question. Yeah, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, right? So definitely working on myself. I was already doing it beforehand, and I just know there's a lot of people in something like that where they're freaked out, they're anxious, they're having anxiety. And for me, it was like, this is awesome. Like I like zero stress because I don't know, maybe I'm just a weirdo, but I just believe that I was going to win the whole thing, even though I didn't. You know, I just believe that I just had full confidence that I'm here for a reason. I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna enjoy the moment, and for me, all the preparation of years before that leads you to be quote unquote lucky over an overnight success that took 10 years, you know, to be ready for anything that comes your way. So super thankful. And just a testimony to that is my sister. You know, we dug deep into network marketing. We didn't make a lot of money. But what I love about network marketing is that most people don't make money, but most people will change their thinking in their environment. So we just dove really deep in growing ourselves. And then she had the opportunity to go on Big Brother, and she won the whole thing the first time. And then she wins the second one. And that's all because, and she'll attest to it, is our journey to get there made her ready for that. So yeah, definitely that's accurate.
Yeah, both you and Casey are big into personal development, and I know that you both kind of worked on it. I think all the way back in high school. And Casey talks about, or she's told me that you used to have like these little notes on your doors. Or can you tell us that about that? Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think it was Matt Morris. I think he was on here. Love that guy. But he helped me with a couple things. But yeah, he was back in his day when he was super young. He would put like, I make $10,000 a month all over his house, and he would see it all the time. It was on his car, on his mirrors, just everywhere, right? Because total immersion is a great way to learn something, but also to be obsessed with something. So just have it everywhere, right? And that's why it's so important of who you spend time with, because if you don't get to choose what you take from the people around you. You don't get to choose that. Quick story. I used to work at this sales job. I used to play ping pong with this guy, and his name is Chris. And every time he told a story, he would like do this weird like movement with his hands. And I didn't really like it. I was like, it looks kind of dumb. Looks kind of weird. But I hung up with him every single day after work, play ping pong. And then 3 weeks later, I remember started to tell a story, and I was just like, oh, what am I doing with my hands? Like, what's going on here? Even though I know that, at that point I already had personal development, but you don't get to choose what you take from the people around you. What you get to choose is how much time you spend with those people. So there's some people in our lives that we should spend 10 minutes with because they are negative or toxic, or don't spend any time with them at all. There's people that we should spend more time, like 10 hours with, that we only spend 10 minutes with, are alive. So for me, totally forgot what the question was, but
well, this is so cool. I'm just so in love with this story. So Matt Morse is one of my favorite and best guy friends on the planet. He's an incredible friend and human being, but started as a mentor as well. And I love that what you're saying is you have been drinking this in for so long. It's a way of being, right? What I want to know, because when you work with enough people as you have, where some of the personalities become limiters, right? Like so there may be someone that their superpower is focus. And they're so focused. I have a friend like that, creates a product, creates, all these things, but it's, do you fit my thing? Yes or no? Buy. So there is no room for new opportunity without a person like me going, hey, right here. Look, this guy's actually saying this, and, you can tie it together. So you were focused, and you talked about being focused, and you were prepared. So when someone is like, you know what, I'm going all in on something, and they're focused, and they're like, death is losing focus, right? That's how committed they are. How do you then open, or how would you suggest that person then open to an opportunity? Because this person might have been, or I'm not saying this person, I'm saying the people that move through life like this may not even be like, no, this isn't on the plan. So I'm not, it's not an opportunity because I planned right? And then we'll go to the other side of that. So how would you give advice for that person?
For sure. I think it's super important, because before personal development, I think most people think that I don't need personal development. Like I already, like I'm good where I'm at. I think that being a student is so important, and just knowing that we don't know everything, and you don't know what you don't know, and there's so much more to learn. And a closed mind serves no one, right? So I think that just understanding that life can always be better, and there's people out there that are just living how we want to live, and that have the tools and resources. And if we just drop our ego for a second and just think, what can I learn? So I think I made this up. I think that whenever you hear something that you think you've heard before, and you're like, sometimes we're like, oh, I've heard this before, or like, oh, I already know this, right? Those are the worst words you can say, is I already know this. I already got that. So I think I made this up, is when you hear something like that and you feel that way, take a pause, take a second, and go, okay, how can I, dang, it's been a while. So you hear something that you've heard before, you go, how can I learn from what they're saying in a different way, right? How can I learn maybe the words they're using, or their delivery? How can I teach it right? How can I teach it better? How do I understand this better through their delivery, tone, vocab, body language, whatever it is, and how can I teach it better, right? Because we can always teach better, and we can use words. Sometimes we can learn something from anybody, even if it's a child, right? On how they look at time or how they look at something. And you could go to you can learn from a homeless person, right? It doesn't matter who they are, where they're from. You can always learn at least one thing from anybody. So just understand that, you know, there's always room for growth. And if you can be a student in an everyday situation, then I think that, you know, we can just be a little bit better and get 1% better.
That is amazing. And you did give me other ways to ask the question. So think like body language. I love those tips. So here's a more specific one along the same tone. So what would be your advice to someone to recognize whether something is an opportunity or a distraction for them?
Yeah. Is it an opportunity or a distraction? Dang, these are good questions. So I would say, and once again, I'm not the guru, I'm not the expert, but I can give my perspective, is does it align with who you want to be in the future, 5-10 years from now? Will it help you get there, right? And if it can help me get to who I want to be or where I want to go in the next 5 to 10 years, then that's an opportunity. But if it's not, possibly it's a distraction. Unless you don't know where you're going, then I would say everything's an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Try everything, learn from anybody, and find something you like and then dig deep. So that's what I would say.
One more layer of that, and then I'll pass it to Aaron. Aaron, if you have something. If not, I'm going to keep digging. Okay, so that was powerful. Now, Kenny, before you went on to the show and got all of these, you know, new relationships, there were a certain amount of opportunities or distractions, pretty easy. But then once you start rising, there are a lot of Good to Great was probably inspired by this book, right? Like there were probably a lot of really good opportunities that are aligned with where you're going, everything that. So then how do you distinguish between all of these amazing things that check the boxes, which ones to say yes to and which ones to say no?
Woo! Dang, digging deep. Layers. I feel like an onion over here. All right, cool. So you have a lot of opportunities. It's like, what do you choose? They seem to align with your goals and who you want to be. I think what's important also is to seek counsel, is to talk to someone way more successful than you and get their opinion, right? Be vulnerable, be willing to open up yourself to friends, people that you look up to, role models. And still, at the end of the day, I'm just going to trust my gut. You know, for some people, that's the Holy Spirit. From some people, it's just your intuition, you know, your mind. I think it's just go with your gut, you know, because subconsciously, I think that we know better than our conscious mind. And trusting our gut is kind of like listening to your subconscious, in my mind. So that's what I would say is seek counsel, get information from people that are doing better than you and role models. And then at the end of the day, trust your gut and go for it and go all in.
Boom. That was a good answer. Really good. Thanks for rolling there. Aaron, you're ready with the question.
Great. Yeah, this is great. Kenny, I've also noticed, since I'm a documentary filmmaker and I work mostly with athletes, I've noticed that a lot of them, since they do feel talented actually in high school and stuff like that, and they just kind of focus on the sport, the athletic part of their development, many times later in their career, they'll start to have maybe the toughest moments of their career, and then they start to look into personal development, and they start to learn it kind of late compared to those of us who didn't feel talented in the beginning. And so we were like searching for strategies and ways to improve ourselves. So it goes with this as well, that school doesn't, traditional schooling doesn't usually go too well for many of us. and you have 2 young kids now. What is kind of your plan for your kids with everything that you know now from personal development and your own journey?
That's a deep and big question. But I've seen that as well, like talented people fall into personal development later. I guess because they didn't have to. They didn't have to find a way to be better. They were just riding their talents.
Exactly.
But something came up while you were asking that question, and it's understanding that you can have it all. And I think that all the areas in your life are just super important. A lot of people just focus on one area, like fitness or business or whatever, and it'll take away from other areas. What I've learned over the years is we can have it all. We can be a 10 in all areas, and understanding that every area affects every other area. If your relationship's lacking, I promise you that will affect your work, and so on and so forth, and faith and fitness and everything. So it's important to work on everything and improve on everything. But life will never be balanced. I learned this from, I think, Ryan Smith, owner of the Utah Jazz. He says, we're like in an airplane, and it will never be balanced. Like sometimes you'll be flying over the water in the ocean, and then work will cause more stress. So you kind of dip in and you're hitting the water, but you got to level out and you go back to your family, and we will never be balanced perfectly, but just understand that's part of the game. But the question of what was the end of the question there?
So your plan for your own kids.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's like, do we homeschool?
Mm-hmm.
Do I tell them to go to college? What we're going to do is we're not going to do a college fund. We're just going to do like, for me, it's going to be like coaching or mentorship fund. And it's just whatever I think that we're going to have them try a lot of things and figure out what they like and enjoy, and then have them just go on and on those things, and support them with whatever they want to do. Ideally, I probably want them to be an entrepreneur or something like that. But I think it's going to be whatever they want to do. After we force them to try a bunch of things first, is in my mind, and then just pay for coaches and mentors. I really think that's the fastest way to be great at anything. So that's kind of my plan so far. But yeah.
No, that's interesting that you said like a mentorship fund. That's interesting. Yeah. And this is a lot about influence. So what kind of is, can you talk about how mentors and their influence in people's lives, when they're really good, like kind of how that relationship works of the mentor influencing people's personal development?
Yeah, I think that a key to having a successful mentor is to be a pleasure to work with. Be someone that takes their advice and applies it right away. I've gotten acknowledgement from many mentors that give me a book, and then I just consume it right away, and I read it right away, and I start talking about the book, and I tag them maybe in a story, and then they're just like, wow, like, I always give information to people or give them coaching, but a lot of people don't apply it, and whatever. He did it right away. So being a pleasure to work with. I've also like one of my mentors now, like I went to go buy him, he's already super wealthy and successful, but I went to go buy him some stuff and like snacks, and just to show him that thanks for your support. So I think finding a way that you can give value to a mentor is super important. But one of my mentors, he said, pay for the line of communication. And what he did was he paid for a mentor for like 8 sessions for a lot of money. Went to one session, made 10 times the amount that he paid for all 8 sessions from one meeting. So I did that, and I paid for a mentor and got into some investing thing, and it went really well because I invested in a mentor, paid for the line of communication. Now I have a line with that mentor, and we can build a friendship because now I have his phone number. and I'm not bringing negativity to my mentors. I'm not, and it's okay if you guys are close enough to bring problems and challenges, but be someone that's likable and a pleasure to work with. I think it's super important to have a successful relationship with a mentor and figure out how you can bring value to them.
Kenny, my goodness, I'm hearing so many good things. The mentorship fun. I love that, which I think you'll like this one. Both of you guys. Dennis Waitley did something very unusual. Instead of leaving his children money that he imagined they would fight over or blow on house bills or whatever, he went to each child and grandchild and great-grandchild and said, what is something you're really passionate about pursuing, but you're stopped in following that passion? And he said, I'm not buying a car, I'm not buying a condo. And he invested in their dreams and their coaches and their house next to Disney, because she really wanted to work at Disney, but the pay there wouldn't, take care of a house over there. And what you said, though, reminded me of being along the lines of that, supporting what is their passion. And the other piece about being a pleasure to coach, that is, brilliant. That means exactly what you said, running in, applying the coaching that I've actually had conversations with friends that stopped coaching certain people or just stopped coaching in general because investing in businesses, because they would give all this advice and resources and then it's not applied. And at a certain level, and I don't mean level of person, I mean, when you've been in the game enough, you're investing in yourself, you're moving in life. It seems that we all want to see a return on our life energy. So if you pour all of this heart and coaching and something into someone and they don't run with it, which many don't, and you choose to be someone who does, you stand out. I also love that you said pay for the connection, because, back when I first started reading books at 17, a lot of books said, go take your mentor to dinner. But we live in a time now, those mentors can buy their own dinner. They're going to buy it at a better place, and they're going to get to spend that time with their own family, right? So we have to get creative about how we add value. So could you and now there are always going to be some mentors that will, yes, sure, take me to coffee, but the reality is it's a different time and people are hitting them up all the time and they really need their, so I'd love to know two things. And you can answer either one first. And if we don't hit it, you're going to intuitively go to the perfect place. So it's okay. It's okay. But two things. I want to know other ways people can get creative and give value to mentors, because often they think it's just a compliment. But so I want that so they can access more mentors. And then the other thing I forgot. So we'll start there.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
For sure. So what are some creative ways to maybe give value to a mentor? It just depends on the person, definitely. But let's say you have a skill that that is a high level skill that you can do for free for one of your mentors, or someone that is a high level person that you can connect with your mentor, and it'll be a great collaboration that will bring value to both of them, that maybe, they don't know each other or whatever. It could be a thoughtful gift, of, let's say they're really big into a certain passion, and you get them some custom made thing that maybe doesn't cost a lot of money, or, but it's very thoughtful. Because you heard them say something one time about, oh, I love this, and you give them a really thoughtful gift, because they can buy whatever they want, but if you have that creativity to give them something of value that they would find valuable, those are just a few ways that I can think of off the top of my head right now. But real quick, I wanted to bring up something that Adora, are you a parent? Do you have kids? Okay. And maybe I'll ask you as well, Aaron. But one thing that I want to find out, and I want to ask more leaders and successful people, is how to make our kids struggle, right? Not give them the silver spoon, right? Like, how do we create struggle in their life so that they have their own grit? They have their own reason to be successful by themselves versus they have all the tools and resources to be great. You know, there's I think there's a quick story where it's like this guy, he walked to work, or he walked to work, and he became successful, and he got a car. And then his son became successful off of his efforts, and then he got a super fast car, a sports car. And then his son walked again because he just had everything fed to him, and he didn't have the will to go get it himself. But yeah, what do you guys think in regards to how do we make our kids struggle so that they have their own grit and wanted to be successful by themselves?
Aaron, I'll let you go
Yeah,
first.
I mean, me and Livia, we homeschool, and one of the things that we want our kids to do is to do what they want to do, like whatever it is that they want to be successful at. That's what we want them to go for, rather than we tell them what to do or give them some kind of plan of discipline that they have to learn this and this and this. And I guess maybe their biggest struggle is to self-discipline themselves, because as Adora was saying, a lot of times, say the mentor will get frustrated because the mentee doesn't apply what they learned. It has to come from them, right? The mentor and the mentee have this relationship. If it's a good relationship, it's actually that both sides are dedicated to this relationship of self-improvement. And that's maybe one of the hardest things to teach. Maybe it's impossible to teach, to get someone to self-discipline themselves, to get them to actually go for what they want, since it has to come from themselves. Otherwise, they'll never make it to that level that they want to reach. You know, you can discipline them, you can kind of like make them do things, but they'll never reach the highest levels, and they'll never fulfill their potential unless it comes from themselves. So I think one of the biggest struggles that we can give them is the struggle to figure it out and succeed on their own, because it's something that, you know, we all have moments that we're alone, and when we're adults, or throughout school, you know, there's so many moments that you have to kind of do it yourself. You have to come up with the plan on your own. You have to discipline yourself. You have to find that passion to succeed on your own. And it's more of a privilege to have a good mentor and to find you know, services and schooling that might like actually improve you. You know, so that's one struggle that we give them.
For sure. Thank you.
Kenny, great question. How old are your children?
I have 2 kids under 15 months. We're busy.
Okay, you are busy. And I'm going to tell you, this is a great question that I'm currently in right now. So I have 2 grown men, almost 20 and 24, right?
Really?
And then I have one 11-year-old daughter. And so the boys got a lot of struggle just knowing me at that age. But those guys they had a tribe, they had grandmas. I was like, you know, I was 20 when I had my son, and I know some great 20-year-old mothers but they got struggle, you know. They struggled with me, and their grandparents had a lot of great work ethic and all of that. So they are incredible young men, incredible human beings. My daughter, you know, I'd grown a lot emotionally at that point and went right into, yes, just wanting to give her everything as well. But recognizing that this struggle, that they need to in order to remain kind and in order to have hunger, they need a certain amount of earning things. And my main thing is I was very hard-headed, and I am very strong-willed, and I'm kind, and all three of my kids are that way too. And so I couldn't approach them, and I still don't approach her with because I said so. You need to do this because, or arm wrestling her into or them into things never worked with me because it was incongruent with me, right? The grandparents could say because I said so, and they'd line up and yes, ma'am, because they were congruent with that, right? So for me, when they're younger, so first of all, I think it's always relationship. When you stay close to them, related to them, inside of their interests, we always have more influence, whether you want them to work for something or pursue something or get their homework done. And that relationship is a lot easier when they're younger. I'm going to tell you that all the way 7, 8, 9, they're going to be like hugging your legs. You're their hero. You're everything, right? Yeah, and you know the drill, right? And then something starts happening and it's like eye rolls and leaning back. And so now, and that's hard on the ego of the parents, right? And so now the game becomes, and even before for me, because I never spanked them, I had to put her stuff in timeout. I had to figure out ways to, because if anyone would have put me in timeout, I would have stood up eventually and been like, what are you going to do? And they would have had to chase me around the room. And my kids are no different. I would have had to sit on her. And I was like, this is not going to be pretty. So I had to influence her, right? And it's still a game of influence that I'm playing all the time. What is she interested in? In fact, a breakthrough moment, and then I'll pass it back, was I'm so into self-development. I hate those YouTube videos with all the blah, blah, blah reality show, all the they're watching games. It's a bunch of kids. And she would come into my room because my TV is the only one that has YouTube, whatever. And she would play it. And I'd be like, no, I don't want to hear that. I don't want that in my room. Zaina, you got to go. And then I realized, you know what? I need to pay attention. What are you watching? What do you like about it? Let's watch it together. And immediately that week it started, and this has nothing to do with how do we make them struggle, but it has to do with the bigger picture of how do we launch into the world kind human beings. And a major part of that, even before the strategy, is are you staying in relationship? That's my experience. You have to stay in relationship with them to have any influence with whatever strategy you're implementing.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, for sure. And it's so important to know what they're watching and what they're absorbing. I don't know where I learned it from, but it was also a big game changer for me, is understanding that we absorb everything, since we're babies. Some people think that even in the womb, but it's kind of like most of our decisions come from our subconscious mind. Something like 50 to 70,000 actions a day or ideas a day are coming from our subconscious mind. And only like 1% of that, it's like 70 decisions are conscious in a daily thing. So it's like, how do we, it's like, where does our reality come from? It comes from our results, which comes from our actions, and our actions come from our thoughts and our feelings, and then the words that we speak on ourselves. And then where does that come from? And it comes from our beliefs, which come from our programming, which come from like, what do we often hear for many years, right? Like I'm 33, and all the information that I've absorbed since I was a baby have created who I am and my beliefs and, my programming. So what I think is important is understanding, like, what are our kids listening to, and what are we listening to, coming from people that we spend time with, our music, our TV. Everything is super important, because let's say one of my kids is playing with their toys, or my wife and I are arguing in the background. Even though he's focused here, subconscious mind is absorbing all data and creating beliefs in the future. So I think it's just super important for us to understand that what we continuously hear will create our beliefs, which creates our our thoughts, which creates our feelings, which creates our actions, which creates our results in our reality. And if we want to change our reality, it starts back with the programming. And that's why I got so addicted to learning, because I know that all that's going to work into down the line of creating a better reality for me. But how much time do we have, Aaron? Just so I know.
I'm not sure. Depends on when's the next guest, Dora.
Cool. Okay. Sweet.
That's what
Yeah.
I was doing. That's the only reason. So Suha, who's coming up, who is also on a TV show, I'll let you all have a little overlap. It would be kind of fun. She's and she has in-laws there, but she's in. So I'm going to bring her up for a moment, Kenny, and then we'll let you two meet each other. And then I know you will go, and Aaron, you'll help me. Hi, Suha.
Hey.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you
So
for
let me
coming.
say a little bit about Suha. Suha was also in a show. Kenny was in a show. So, right. So I'm going to let you two for a minute tell each other your meet each other, like you just met each other, Kenny and Suha, and then we'll take over and I'm going to edify the mess out of you. Okay. So
I'm down.
Okay.
Okay. Hi, guys. So I'm Suha Ibrahim. About 7 years ago, I was on a reality TV show called The Bad Girls Club. I'm not really that proud of it because I'm no longer a bad girl. But I built a pretty big platform off that show. And then I was originally in the beauty industry for a really long time, like prior to getting on that show. So it only helped give me a platform for my hair salon. I was able to bring in clients and things like that. And after a while, I was able to charge a lot more. And then that's how we started, the Boss Beauty Makeup Academies, where we started teaching people how to do what I was doing for a living prior to the show. Because on the show, it was like all about like, bitch, I'm a boss. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I didn't care about anybody. So the bad girl notorious ways actually helped me get into the industry and in a realistic way where people could relate, And I'm from California originally, but I got married and I'm in Texas now. My husband's an incredible tattoo artist. So we found ways to like innovate the tattoo industry and like start tattoo schools. We opened a few studios and we do the tattoo distribution center for like supplies now. So we've just kind of gone with the platform and kind of catered to our following in a way where it's fun, it's fun education in the beauty industry and then fun, getting tattoos. So it's kind of what we do here in Texas. We're known for beauty and tattoo world. But Adora is one of my good friends. I met her at a nail salon one time and we just clicked and we were obsessed with each other. And so she's one of my go-to. So I'm like, anything she needs, I'm here anytime, anywhere. That's my girl right there. And I know she's got amazing people, in her network. So I'm so glad that I get to meet you because I know you're a person of quality, or people of quality. So I'm really glad to be here. Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, you're so awesome. I can't wait to add to that edification. But Kenny, I want to let you introduce yourself now.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Suha? Nice to meet you.
Hey, Kenny.
I'm just a normal guy. I'm just a normal guy that is big into personal development. I think the most successful thing that I've done is create a pretty awesome family with my kids. But yeah, I'm in sales. I've been in sales and businesses for about 11 years now, and yeah, I'm just a big advocate of personal growth and development, mindset, habits, and things like that. So it's like
But you were on a show too. Tell her what show you were on. Yeah,
I was MTV The Challenge.
Okay.
It was super fun, and yeah, it was amazing opportunity to be on there and do some epic.
You have something else in common. So Suha and her sister own Boss Beauty Makeup Academy, and her sister was also on the show, and your sister was also on the show, and you're both into personal development. And so Suha is super into personal development now, very spiritual, much. Elevating the lives of women. They have a powerful story that we'll dig into, but and those of you watching live, this is how a connector helps loop it together. You see, like they know each other, but when you're a connector, and I know many of you are, Kenny included, Suha included, Aaron, you're always with people, so you see the things too. Then you come in and let each other know, hey, but you also have this, you have that, and you see they're like, oh, okay.
You're
So,
the ultimate
Aaron,
for sure. The ultimate.
oh, I love you. Aaron, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say, well, thank you to Kenny, because it was amazing to have you on. You really do have an amazing mind, and it's very interesting. It would be great to have you back, that's for sure. We look forward to seeing you on more reality TV shows, because you did good, and everyone loved you on the show. So
Definitely. Well, hey, it's an honor to be here. You guys are amazing people. It's a pleasure meeting you, Dora, Suha, Aaron. Thank you for everything. And just this mission and project is so important, and I'm glad I could be a part of it. And if I can help in any way moving forward, then yeah, for sure, I'll do that. So you guys crush it.
We want that. Yes, Kenny, we want that. You're dropping wisdom right and left. So thank you. Nice to
Thank
meet
you guys so
Aaron,
much.
Good to meet you, Kenny.
thank you.
Okay, Aaron, stay with me a minute. So Suha, I'm going to introduce Aaron, then we're going to dive in here. So Aaron and his wife, Livia, are partner. You all are married, right?
Yeah.
I just realized I didn't know for sure if your life partners are. It slipped my mind.
20 years,
Yeah.
We're going to be 20 years married next January 6th.
Congratulations. That's so unheard of these days. Oh my God. That's amazing.
Isn't that inspiring? So they met in Brazil, went into filmmaking, joined up and did a film that changed animal rights in Brazil. And then Livia and he started working with the UFC and took their marketing from millions to billions by telling the stories of the fighters.
Oh, wow.
And Aaron continued documentary filmmaking with UFC fighters mostly, and in that realm, Livia did her career thing, branding with different companies, and then they came back together. I mean, they stayed together, obviously, but in work, bringing their skills for this project Uprise to end child trafficking here in the U.S. And so amazing human here, and that's why I want your help interviewing Aaron. Okay.
Yeah.
And so yes, no, I mean, we're going to interview you, Suha. You're like, okay, we're going to interview Aaron. I'm so slow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm just behind the cameras always. I'm never in front of the camera. So this is but yeah, we'd love to know. I'd love to know more about Suha for sure. Like how did you get on your reality show? I don't really know the background exactly.
I never ever dreamt of being on TV. Like, I didn't care about that stuff. As a matter of fact, like, I wasn't even a fan of the show. I know I hate to say that because they're like such fans of the show that would want to be on the shows, but it wasn't in my case, I was struggling at the time. I owned a hair salon with my mom at a really young age. And my sister worked at a makeup school. It was like the new thing in the early 2000s, it was like makeup school. It's like different than cosmetology. And so I have a very strong sales background. I used to sell diamonds. I got my first job selling diamonds. I lied about my age and everything. I was opening credit cards for people at 17 years old, talking about there's no interest, ton of interest. Like, I was like a little ass kid, working in sales, trying to hit goals and commissions, trying to get money to pay bills. And so I have a really strong sales background. So I was a little bit struggling in the service industry. It was just a lot to handle. I was only 21 years old with the salon, and it's like, it just was too much. And I kind of got bored. So my sister's like, why don't you come work with me at this makeup school and sell tuitions? You get so much commission, do it part-time and then do your salon stuff part-time. And so that was the first time I ever in my entire life had like an office job. Like, I didn't even know how to use Excel, a computer. I just got the job because I told the lady, I was like, I do a whole lot of money. And she was like, okay, you're hired. Okay, fine. I was like, okay, so I'm in my office. This is like brand new, like weeks into my first job, like office job. I'm like, I'm a stylist. This is so crazy, but okay, like, I want to get organized. I don't know how to do this stuff. So like the first thing I do on the computer is like, I go on to AOL.com. I'm like, that's my email address. I'm going to go on my email. And then like at that time, like AOL wasn't even popular anymore. So I like go into like digging through my junk, you know, I'm still trying to learn sales. And I'm like, let me just sit on my computer, and I get like a pop-up of like the show that's, you know, that they're casting for, like sisters, Bad Girl Sisters. All I did, literally all I did was I copied it, pasted it, and sent it in a message to my sister. And I said, LOL, imagine. And she was like, oh my God, I would die. So little did I know, I didn't know anything was going to come out of it. I just filled out the application, and I just like was being myself. I was being crazy. As you can see, I'm a little out there. I was just like filled it out all crazy. And I forgot about it. And then my sister and I were in Mexico. We went on a 3-day cruise. And when I got back, because I didn't have reception on the ship. And when I got back, I got so many missed calls. I got like 11 missed calls and voicemails from like production, you know, Benham and Murray. And they were like, oh, we've been trying to contact you. And I'm like, is this a scam? And they're like, it's definitely not a scam. Can you come in tomorrow? And as it was, I had already been new to the sales job. I was killing it, but still took 3 days off for the cruise. And I was like, dude, we have to go to this interview tomorrow. And my sister's like, dude, you're gonna lose your fucking job. And I'm like, I don't really care. So I took her with me. We both lost our jobs, and we both went. And little did we know that it was actually like a TV interview that actually got aired. And we ended up moving into the house the very next day. They had already been filming the show. They were already getting ready to wrap it up. And then when they brought us, they were just like, dude, we need some flavor in the show. And the girls aren't saucy enough. Like, we're going to throw you in and extend filming for like 10 more days. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, is this for real? They're like, yeah, you need to find a babysitter. I'm like, okay. They did some like evaluation, making sure I'm not psycho and didn't have a criminal background. And they threw me in this mansion with no cell phone, nothing, for 10 days. And that was the beginning of our platform and our life, and really the thing that changed our lives forever. So that's exactly what.
Yeah, well, and it's so cool. And Erin, I want us to dig in, and those in the audience and those of you that are influencers, you'll see both Suha and her sister, but even her husband that wasn't necessarily an influencer. You'll see they've successfully grown all of those accounts. So we will be able to dig into that. But I love, right? The story is so awesome. So a lot of people don't know, and you share as much as you feel, you know, at liberty or desire to share, but that you, your mom, your sister, you all were really walking through some very dark times together, and have become this major light for all kinds of women walking through different times. So I'd love for you to touch on whatever you feel like touching on with that.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing that. That's kind of like the thing that I do teach. I do teach bridal hair design also, and beauty business. And I always revert back to the struggle. I always revert back to a place where I was feeling hopeless or helpless. I was for a long time a single mom of 2. So like when I went on the show, I was a single mom, like legit of 2, trying to make it. My mom was a single mother of 5. And my sister also was like a troubled teen. So we didn't have like any guidance. We definitely didn't have any money. My mom was an immigrant from Mexico City. She just came, you know, with a couple bucks and a dream, just like every other immigrant, right? So she married my dad. He was Middle Eastern, from Jerusalem. And I guess you can say he wasn't the best father figure. You know, he wasn't mentally stable. His mindset wasn't right. He didn't know how to be there, you know. So he had a bunch of us and just kind of left my mom to fend for herself. She didn't have any family. She didn't have siblings. She didn't have nobody. And so she always, you know, taught us how to work really hard to get what we want. Like, we've never been handed anything. I've never gotten a car from a parent. I've never gotten a college tuition paid. I've never gotten an apartment key and said, here, wish you luck, son, daughter. You know, it was always just like, oh, do you want that? Okay, well, you're gonna have to figure it out. And so our life was all about like figuring it out through the struggles, through poverty. I was on food stamps at one point, you know, like I'm not embarrassed to say it, because I think it helps people understand that I was once there and I knew how to get out of it. So if I can do it, they can too. You know, It was by chance that I got on TV, but it wasn't like a mission in life or anything like that. Yeah, it gave me a platform, but the drive and the struggle and the hustle was always built inside of me. You know what I mean? And yeah, so we come from the struggle, you know, but we work really, really hard. I really believe, like, if there's anything I tell my kids, like, I believe in the power of showing up and being a person of your word. Like, if I said I'm going to be here today for the interview, I don't care what I have going on. I show up, because you never want to miss an opportunity that can help you grow. There are opportunities everywhere. And if you let it slip, it's your bad for not being there when you're supposed to be there.
Yeah. And the other, and to add to that, and then I'll pass it to you, Erin, to ask some questions, is that I know you also, as an influencer who could, you know, do whatever you want. I know that you paid cash for your house driving old Mazda, I think, right? Or something like that.
Long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was a while back. But
Yeah, but I'm still proud of you for that. I know you have a hot pink truck now that's gorgeous. And I also know that you have, I've heard you, I don't know if this is your current belief, we're all growing, but that you don't floss these big expensive brands. You put, so, and you know, there's pressure out there as people start becoming influencers or joining different crowds, like, oh, I need to have a certain level of car because, or I need to have a certain, all the Gucci belts or whatever belts, which fine if you do that. I'm not knocking that, but I like you. I want to hear your perspective around that.
I'm still the same. I still feel the same. I love nice things. I'm not going to lie. And I'm so blessed and fortunate that I could afford these nice things, you know? But I do, I guess because I'm a business owner now and I know how things are marked up and I know how business is on the back end and I understand branding and marketing. I can't get myself to go to the store and pay $5,000 for a plastic Louis Vuitton knowing it's plastic. Like, I just can't do it. I can take it as a gift and appreciate it, but I'm not going to do it, you know, because I'm like, hell no, I'd rather put that in my property saving or pay my property off or do, you know what I mean? Things like that. But as far as like vehicles, you know, to each their own. But me personally, I don't like to show off. I don't like to put my kids in danger. Like, I could rock what, like, I could go buy a Bentley. Okay, say for example, I could go buy one. You know, I don't want to be a target for anybody. I'm already flashy as it is. I'm already in my business on the day ins and day outs. The last thing I want is someone to be like, oh, she's got money. Okay, let me chase her, find out where she, you know what I mean? So it's more of like a safety precaution these days because I love my family. I just don't want them to ever be in danger. And I just think it's a waste of money. Like, who are you trying to impress? Leave it in the bank. And then my own thing is like, I usually feel like if somebody has, I don't want to say this, but I'm gonna say it. Like, if somebody feels the need to show like name brand, I got a Gucci bag and I got a Gucci belt and I got a Gucci shirt. It's like, I usually feel like they've got like an insecurity where like they've been in a place maybe they didn't have it. And that's like such new money, you know, it's like, people with like money like Bill Gates and Jeffrey Bezos, they're not doing that stuff. You know what I mean? They're using their money smartly to plant the seeds and make more of it for their future kids and their grandkids and building that generational wealth. You know, that stuff is disposable, you know, belts and cars, and it's just so materialistic. It's not going to last, you know? So for me, knowing that it's just kind of a waste, I can't get myself to throw the money out like that, you know?
Yeah, and I've been shopping with you. We went to like this little shop where we got all these little furry shoes and beautiful things, and our money went really far, and it was all less than a meal, right? Less than a meal.
And you know, especially with kids, like I have 3 kids, and it's so hard to get myself to go buy my daughter some Balenciaga shoes that she's going to outgrow, or, you know, they have the trends, you know, kids want stuff, teenagers want stuff. And I'm like, bro,
And
you're not even permanently that size. No, like as soon as it gets permanent, maybe, or when it can fit me too, you know, because I'm not doing that. I'll buy here and there, but I'm definitely not one to show the world and buy stuff to like floss or show off. And also another thing is some people don't have it. Like, how ugly is that to show up dripping all the time and someone's like struggling for a meal, or like someone's struggling trying to pay a bill? Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at me, ha ha ha, like you can't, you know. I feel like it's kind of like you can get either like envy, or people feel discouraged, or people feel like it's unattainable. And I like to be regular, you know what I mean? Just regular.
But you're so not regular. Anybody who knows you knows you're not regular, but I hear where it's landing right now. One thing I want to bring up, Erin, I know I hear you. I'm going to give it right to you. But one thing I want to bring up for everybody watching, and you've been with us this whole time. Influencers that have influence and are showing up consistently, they have their own strong identity and they're authentic to who they are, whatever that is. And I love that you said, I probably shouldn't say this, but I am going to say this because you're owning your own identity, your viewpoint, why you see things the way that you see. And a lot of people, you know, try to blend, or they don't want to offend anyone because they like this or that. But really, I think when you own your voice, you become more attractive or repelling, whatever, depending on, but people know where to stand with you, and you stand out more, as well as like find your own tribe. The people that, like, we fell in love with each other right away, right? Because you are so you, and we could read each other really quickly. So those of you that are going, I don't want to offend anyone, or what if they know I think this, like, we've already learned there are always going to be haters, right? But when you blend, you blend. That's the thing. When you blend, you blend. So be yourself and be it loud.
I know. I mean, you know, maybe it comes from me, like being at one place, like being a younger girl, you know, and maybe not having the nice cars and stuff like that. And say I did see another girl around my age being lucky, blessed, not knowing, you know, whatever her story, like it's envy that is curated subconsciously, or sadness, or like, dang, like you feel less than. And I don't want anybody to feel less than around me, or to feel like there's a pressure to look a certain way or to be a certain way coming into my classroom, because if they did, they wouldn't feel good coming in. Like, how can I sit here and preach about doing this, but I'm dripping from head to toe? It's like, I can't connect. You know, does that make sense? I become unrelatable because I'm showing too much. You know what I mean? And I think being humble is like so important to keep you grounded with everything that you do. You know what I mean?
But and Suha, what you're saying is so true, that a lot of people want that, though. They're attracted to luxury, to this you know, and for many who are in the industry, for them it's an art, right? Like you know, how makeup and your style, it's an art, and it can attract people, and it can build an audience. And you both are on reality shows, Adora, the Dining Divas, and Suha, you were talking about yours. And when you're on any platform, even Instagram or something like that, but when you're on a reality show and you have an audience looking at you, and maybe they're paying extra attention to you because of how you dress and how you do your makeup and these things, the real important part is not if you wear this fancy stuff or not, but rather what you do with the attention you get.
Right.
Yeah. Are you a role model, or are you just causing people to feel bad? You know, it's really important to be a role model. In fact, that's what society needs.
Right.
And currently the richest person in the world is his name Bernard Arnault. I think that's how you say his name. The CEO of I think it's Dior and all many brands.
Wow. Okay.
Luxury brands. And he said, I had to, because I wrote it down. Luxury for me is, how can you create desire? So the whole point of the luxury industry is to grab attention.
Right.
And then the important thing is, though, what do you do with that? What do you do with the attention that your audience is giving you? So can you talk about the importance of being a role model and having a positive influence on your audience, who maybe they first started paying attention to you because of your style, but now that you have their attention, the importance of doing something positive with that attention?
Right. I agree with you 100%. Maybe I guess I guess I don't like attention like that, or I'm not too flashy, but I have said this before and I'll say it again. To me, luxury is not about what you have and all the attention you can get. I believe that everybody needs to know that they are the value that make the clothes look good, or you are how you carry yourself, how you compose yourself, how you treat others, who you are as a person will add value to everything that you touch. You know what I mean? If you are a good person as a role model, and I always tell people this too, like, it doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter. Like, when you die, the only thing is what you leave behind, is the people you've touched, the memories you've left, things that you've said that have changed somebody's mind in a moment. You know what I mean? What you have, like physical, it literally doesn't matter. It all disappears. You know what I mean? And I've even said this on Instagram one time. It went kind of viral too. And I was just simply saying, like, I was wearing a coat from Ross, and Ross is like a really cheap store, and people were asking me like, hey, I love your coat. Where did you get it? And I'm like, okay, guys, I'm gonna drop the details. And I finally did. And I went on this little spiel, and I said, this coat was $20. However, it's because I'm wearing it that you love it. It's because you love me, and because I'm a good fucking person is why you like it. And because what I stand for, human rights, and the things I preach, and how I donate my money, it's like, because you like me, now you want this coat. But if it was by itself and a scumbag was wearing it, you wouldn't even want it. So I'm the valuable person here that made that worth something. And that's how you should feel about everything that you put on. You should never look at a price tag like that. You should always be like, I'm wearing it, I like it, I feel good in it, and it's because of me that it looks good. You know what I mean? So like Walmart, I've shopped at Walmart. I go to Walmart for runs all the time. I'll see a t-shirt. I'm like, oh, this is cute. No one would ever think, but I wear it and I'm fine with it. I'm cool with it.
I love that. Aaron, I'm going to let you jump in again, but I have to tell you this. Go ahead.
I still want to ask you that question as well, Adora. When you have your audience looking at you, how do you take on that role as being having that attention on you and knowing that you have a message to deliver?
You know what's funny is if I look at it like they're looking at me, then I shut down and I take it like a lot of pressure and like a lot of like, I better look right and I will hide. But if I think of the vision of a world where people are in their hearts, where they're connected, where they feel confident in their bodies and their souls connected to each other, and I don't think about myself as the perfect tool to deliver that. Instead, I'm focused on them and focused out. Like even here, I'm focused on Suha, I'm focused on you, I'm focused on the kids, I'm focused on the audience and the message that they're receiving. Then I can't help myself. So for me, it's like I think vision is so important. And, one of my mentors, and I want to come back to Suha, one of my business, and thank you, Aaron, one of my business mentors, kind of like what Ken said earlier, it's not just the vision we have for ourselves in our own lives, but what is the vision you have for your clients? Like if you can have a vision of them succeeding, if you can have a vision where their life is great and they're everything that they want to be, and then cast that vision, hold that vision, and then it's more powerful, right? And so my growth is not just the vision for my family, for the world, for these children, right? But it's for like we as leaders that are strong and independent, we have strong visions for our own life. A lot of times I'm in realms where I need to get a bunch of leaders that are freaking bosses on their own to align and to stay aligned. And in order to do that, even the best people, there's a reason eagles don't flock, right? They even the best people, it can be challenging, right? But what makes it work is when there's a high vision. Like right here, we have a vision that children get to be safe and child trafficking is destroyed, right? And because of that, you have very strong brands and entities all coming together, and we get over our stuff. We get over our fears. We get over our no sleep. We get over who's getting more play or whatever, right? So for me, it's about focusing out and focusing on the highest vision possible. And that was a long rant, passion rant. So Suha, and many of you know, we've talked about like intuition and gut instinct and divine guidance and all of that. So Aaron, I think you'll love this story. And some of you, Lynn, who's here, I know you'll love it. So there was a period in my life where I was very business focused, and my daughter, even though she has older brothers, she feels like an only child a lot, right? Because they're men and she's home. But I was in a phase where I wasn't going and hanging out with a lot of moms, with other kids. I just was very focused, on business. And I was thinking, I really wish I had a friend locally, because I had lots of girlfriends in Australia, New York, all over. I wish I had someone locally that was a boss, like I'm a boss, but loved spirituality and beauty, and like I could, and at the same time, Zaina was wanting a friend, right? Like someone we would hang with, and I never go. Like, no, I'm not just going to sit around and talk about nothing. Like it's
Right. I don't.
right. So there's this nail shop near my house that every time I went, they mess up my nails. Okay. But it's a little old couple and they're so cute and they remember my name. And like, so I kept going. I don't go there anymore, but I kept going. And Rudy would be like, where'd you go? You're complaining about your nails. I know exactly where you went. Right. And so it was the fifth time after I said I'm never going again. It's all bumpy and crooked and whatever, right? Right. And then I see Suha, and we're there like, you look so familiar. How do I know you? California film. We had all these things in common, but no friends in common, had never. And it's like, well, something's vibing here. And then she goes, oh, that's my daughter. And I'm like, oh, where? And she said, her name's Zaina. And I was like, no, my daughter's name is Zaina. And she was like, shut up. How do you spell it? And we both spelled our daughter's names the same. And they were exactly both 8, 7, 8, same age. Same. Yeah. And it was just like crazy. But my whole point of that is like in that moment, if I had followed my logic instead of like that deeper guidance that just flowed me into this place, I wouldn't have met this incredible human being who's become a wonderful friend. Yeah. And so those of you that are, in business and you're moving things, and back to that, okay, what's the strategy? There's a balance of like your strategy with your own vision for your life, and then following your own intuitive flow, and you get the little gorgeous gifts of friendship with this, boss, beauty, babe, tattoo.
It's crazy. I don't know how it all happened, but it did. I'm so glad I met you, Adora. It's been a blessing since I've known you. You've helped me tap into a really spiritual side of myself I didn't even know existed. For real. It's been really nice being friends with you. I can always count on you. So thank you. And you've always connected me to such great souls on the same realm, like Aaron and Kenny and everybody else you've introduced me to, and we've introduced each other to, have been on the same level. And I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, really though. But yeah. So question. Did you ask me a question about the how I make it work?
Yes.
Business.
Yes.
I think that, I have 2 business partners, and having business partners is great, because it's really hard to do things by yourself, right? And there's always having to be like 2 pieces to a puzzle to make it a complete puzzle, right? So for like the beauty industry, I find myself to be really nurturing to people with their talents, and making sure that they understand how valuable and appreciated they are. I found out that my love language is like words of affirmations, right? Like you'll never forget what someone does to you, but you'll always remember how they made you feel, or vice versa, right? So like my mission in life is always to make sure my employees, my contractors, my students feel heard, loved, appreciated. And I feel like that's a huge magnet in our business, because it's a culture now. It's like now if there's any negativity, I'm like, you better watch yourself with that comment, young lady. You better rephrase that before walking into my classroom, And they're like, okay. And I even give out like stickers like every day, literally, like for my kids, my students, my employees. I have these, this is just funny, but I'm gonna throw it out there so maybe somebody in their business can do it, because I find people love it and they look forward to it. I bought these like affirmation stickers. I bought 300 of them for like $9 on Amazon, and they
Oh,
have
wow.
affirmations and like messages. It'll be like, you know, you're great, don't forget to pray today, and remember that God loves you. Or it could be like something like, hey, I know you feel like quitting, but don't give up, you've got a little bit left to go. Like crazy, like paragraphs. So every day I'll shake it up. Literally, I have them in my backpack. I'll show you. I shake it up. I'm like, all right, guys, message of the day. Like when I walk in, I'm like, get your message. And people are like, where are the messages of the day? And they'll pull. And so many times we're like, this is the message I needed. Or
Wait. You got to pull a message for us. You all put some things in the chat if you want a message. Get a message. Who wants a message? I'll let you go. Yeah.
I got my stickers, but yeah, I have them
Okay.
in my classrooms. I've got a bag full of them. Let me see if I have them with me.
Okay.
But my kids have them on their iPads every morning. I give them, like, they pull a message and they stick them on their iPads or their binders, and they've got all these little like affirmation stickers, and it's become a thing in the beauty, in the classroom, you know, or in the school. And so
I love that. I love that.
I bring in the nurture, you know, and then
Mhm.
obviously like the talent, and I bring that in. And my sister does more of like the payroll. She does more of like the hiring, the training, the hard stuff, the stuff where she's got to be the bad guy, right? More like the nice mom. And then in the tattoo world, this is super different. And I think that we've innovated so much. When I came into this industry, my husband was so talented, like so talented where I was trying to book with him, right? He was renting a chair at a really awesome studio. And then I was like, okay, no. You're too talented for this. Like, we got something with this talent. And so of course, Mama Susu comes in, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna, you know, I take it from the hair salon. You know how you work with independent contractors? It's very like glam, and it's fancy, and it's pretty, and it's clean. And normal tattoo shops are kind of like dark, a little grungy, got men running it that don't know what the hell they're doing half the time, you know? So I put in like corporate systems in the tattoo business, where we started, you know, I started being the marketing person, lead generating and all that. And then I come in with, you know, helping people get financially stable and helping the guys fix their credit. And I've been bringing artists from all over, you know, with helping them understand what a 1099 is, helping the employees with W-2s, and people have never done their taxes. And I hate to say it, but like most tattoo artists, you know, the stereotypes are true. Like a lot of them are felons. A lot of them have been, you know, runaways. A lot of them, you know, had so much time on their hands at one point that were they doodled, you know, this is like true. And so we were able to create systems where we can bring success to them through financial freedom. You know, the corporate systems that I had in place are like things that we did for the school, things that we did for the salon. And no one's ever really done that for a tattoo studio, you know, to like market, like clean market and do things with intention. And so when we started bringing people in, they're like buying houses now, they're buying cars, and now they
it makes me so happy.
And now we're like 35 artists deep, and most, I didn't know this, but my husband said like most artists have a huge turnaround. Like tattoo shops cannot maintain talent because most talent is like looking for another home, you know? So we've had so many people come and so many people stay. They work and they stay, and they know the opportunity that's going to rise. They have guaranteed income. They know that it's very structured and legit, to where we're not playing around. We do direct deposit. Do you know of a tattoo studio that does payroll and direct deposit like a normal company? No, like that's unheard of. Have you ever heard of a tattoo school that can take you from 16 years old after 1 year making $100,000 guaranteed? We've already created 3 apprentices that had actual psychology jobs, accounting majors, somebody who was an insurance agent that loved to draw anime. And we're like, give us a year, we're going to teach you and we're going to help you. And we're doing that, you know, we're creating a kind of like a different structure. And then of course, my husband's like this big tattooed muscular guy, and I'm just like this nice, nurturing. So they're like, okay, she's nice and she's helping us. So I'm basically like the mom of the shop in the tattoo world. You know what I mean? And they're like, holy shit, like she's really like helping us get our lives together. And I take pride in that. Like I'm super proud of that part, you know?
Wow. Yeah.
Like I've hired credit repair, you know, companies and said, hey, I need a discount for my boys. You know, all of you guys fix your fucking credit. Talk to this lady. I'm going to take money out of your check and I'm going to pay this chick to help you fix your credit so you can get that repo off your name, so you can get the bankruptcy off your name. You know, like it takes time, but they're so grateful because they don't have that. You know, like they're like, please help me. How do I budget? Grown men. And I'm like, I got you. Like I'm sister to them, you know, like sis. And it's utmost respect. You would think that me being on Bad Girls, me being having the social media, you know, and I dress very modest, you know, and that's one thing also I'll put out there is that not to say that sexuality and being all seductive all the time is anything wrong, but there's a certain level of respect that you gain with how you conduct yourself. Again, you know, you are the valuable, you know, you got to value yourself and I'm changed, you know, I wasn't always like this, but I've learned that, you know, with status also comes respect. And with that, you've got to make sure that you dress accordingly, you act accordingly, and you function accordingly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really proud of that. They've come such a long way. And yeah, so I'm the mama of the tattoo shop and they respect, and I've never had any pushback or any negativity. I've got nothing but like loving text messages, people thanking and, you know, grateful for opportunities that they're able to change their lives, their families' lives, their kids' lives, you know, put them in better schools like that. That like feeds my soul, you know. I'm like, God, I wish I could do it for millions, you know, eventually one day.
Erin, but you see, like that's a role model, right? Like she's
Right.
not telling you, here's how you be a role model, but if you listen long enough, you hear this is what she does with the power and the platform, right?
And she's here, right? Obviously, she's a role model. You know, she has the passion and the purpose and the drive to save these kids, and you know, some of them will listen to you more than they would listen
Wait,
to
I have an idea. I have an idea. And Suha will say yes. But first, Erin, I know I jumped in. So this tattoo, my boyfriend and I both did in her shop. And it was supposed to be like a little tiny thing. And now it's like, you know, I'm like, but my sons have their tattoos from her shop. But, you know, Suha, we do different collaborations. Like on this one, you know, you could go to timetoupprise.com/merch and you can get the t-shirts. But we do different collaborations, both in t-shirts and gear, right? And in courses. So it would be awesome to do a collaboration, Brandon draw some art for us, and all the sales, you know, you guys would get a royalty, but then all the profits would go to, and we're funding a shelter right now that houses children who have been rescued and prevents children, right? But we're always on a different mission for ending sex trafficking. So that might be the easiest one, like a picture, something he draw. Yeah.
I'm so 100% for that. Like I've got about at least 10 apprentices. So you know how I said we do like the tattoo school where we take people that don't have anything really going, and so what they do is they have projects. So like right now, for example, we have like the anime month coming, so April 15th, so they have the anime National Anime Day, for example. They're all 10 of them have tasks. They have to draw up a sheet full of like beautiful flash, and then we have events, and then what we do is we use all their art and we showcase, and like the winner of, you know, the best art that was sold or placed on people's bodies, you know, get something. I can have a task for them where they do something that signifies, you know, like power and, you know, resistance against human trafficking, or like they can have the sheets and I can give them, you know, ideas, and they can submit that, and maybe we can throw an event at the studios and stuff like that. And I think there'd be a lot of people that would stand strong and want to support this cause, as long as, you know, we're backing it together. So we can go big with it, girl. We're not gonna
Let's do it.
And Adora, we should bring on Sarah, the author of Hustle, Believe, Receive. She's if she's there right now, I thought she was there. She is.
Oh,
hey. How's it going?
Great. How is everyone?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I've been loving this conversation.
I know.
Been listening backstage and just loving it. Very nice to meet everybody.
Oh, so nice to meet you. And I did need to say that so many of my tribe say, did you all love that there's a sticker, God loves you, and then all the F bombs? Like my papa, that's me. Like I've had to stop myself in church, like throwing out an F bomb. Like my papa. Oh, no, don't be
all my
sorry.
stuff,
No,
all
no,
my
don't
stuff
be
has a
sorry.
little E next to
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So don't be sorry. Unapologetic. I mean, my grandfather was a military man who looked like Santa Claus by the time I knew him, like 6'4", looked like Santa Claus, but had every medal except for the Congressional Medal of Honor. And he found Jesus really late in life. So he'd be like, well, shit, honey, the Bible says. And so when you put a cuss word with anything spiritual, it's like, Papa, I love you. Papa, I love you. It's like, I can't help myself. So anyway, so Sarah, tell us a little bit about your book. And Suha, I'd love you to stay in this with us. Ask any questions.
Yeah. So great to meet both of you ladies, by the way. So yeah, I mean, I have a couple. I'm not sure which one you guys want us to mainly talk about. I know Hustle, Believe, Receive is probably how this conversation started initially, because I was on the Ed Milet show a while back, and Hustle, Believe, Receive was what we were talking about. And I think maybe it might help a little bit if I tell you a little bit of my backstory, because then it just makes everything make a little bit more sense. And I was relating so much to what you were saying, Suha, because my story started in 2009 at this point, when I found out that my then husband had been having an affair, and just blew my life up in 5 minutes. Like, I read a text message, blew my life up. I had 3 little kids. I had twins that were a year old. My son was 5.5, and my whole life just exploded. Everything that I knew about my life exploded, like, with that text message. I threw him out. I filed for divorce like that week. And the part I was relating to is you were talking about being on food stamps, and I had to go on food stamps. I had to sell every single thing I owned. I didn't have a job, hadn't had a job, in 2 years, because I had 2 babies. Like, daycare was crazy, for 3 kids. And so, yeah, I mean, I think like that, honestly, like that day, I just was laying on the floor, like totally catatonic, been like crying till my face was stuck to the floor. And I just was like, I don't know how to do this. Like, I didn't know anybody. I mean, this was a long time ago. This was 2008. There was no social media, right? So like the only people that you knew were people you knew in real life, like the 50 people that you actually knew. And so I didn't know one person who had been through divorce. I literally didn't know one single parent. Like, I know that's crazy, but I didn't have any examples of anyone being able to get through something like that. And I didn't know anyone who'd ever been through anything like that. And so I just was like laying on the floor, just going like, oh my God, what do I do? Like, honestly, how do I pay rent? How do I take care of my kids? Like, I didn't have $5 to my name. He had all the bank accounts, he had the car, he had everything. And it was just this like really black moment that I just kept on trying to problem solve as women do, and everything was just like, I can't, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. And there was this moment that was like, well, what if you can? And I don't know what it was, but it was like a voice. It was the whole thing. It was like, I don't know what it was, but for me, it was exactly what I needed. It was just that tiny little beacon of hope that was like, maybe you could get through this. And that was enough to just help me get up and start figuring it out. And every time I thought I can't, then I would just repeat that. Like, what if I can? And if I could, what would I do? And if that worked, then what would happen? And so that kind of started the whole journey of everything that's followed since. And it really kind of started with my future board, which is my backdrop here. Because when I did finally get a job, I thought, man, if I have to build a life from nothing, and all of it was blank space, right? Because I had never planned on any of that. So I thought, why don't I just invent it? Why don't I just make up something way better? And that's what I did. And I started by just fantasizing about things going right and what that would look like. And if I did really well at my job and got a bonus, what would I do with it? And, things like that. And it gave me hope. It made me feel good. I just started doing that more than stressing about what was happening, which turned out to be kind of a magic little trick, focus on my rather than what's going wrong. And I Googled all the pictures and put them on my wall at work and just thought, oh, this makes me feel good. So I just thought people would give me a lot of crap about it. I was like
a vision board? A vision board?
What's that?
Was it like a vision board before vision boards were a thing?
Exactly. Yeah, that's really what it turned out to be. But the crazy thing was, is like I had zero expectation. I honest to God just did it because it made me feel better. And because like all day long I was in inside sales and I was hearing no, and inside sales is very much like either you're doing well or you're not. And so looking at pictures of places I wanted to go and imagining doing it with my kids, like made me feel better and gave me motivation, but the craziest part was like about a year and a half later, it just all started happening. Like it just like started coming off my board into my real life.
Wow.
I think I manifested a little over half of that board in like a 6-month period. So we're talking like going from food stamps, living in a tiny 700 square foot apartment, with my 3 kids, to I was like courtside at NBA games. I was going on business trips to New York City, not spending a dime, just like all this crazy stuff that I was like, okay, I feel like there might be something going on here. And whatever it is, I want to figure it out and I want to get really good at it because this is insane. And so that's been the mission for the last decade plus. And it's turned into 3 books and completely changed my life. I mean, taking my kids to 7 countries, and my son is living his dream. He plays football at the University of Oregon, which was his dream since he was 6 years old. And so yeah, it's been really crazy. But I've been on a mission to just show people that like whatever it is that you want, even if you don't have examples of other people being able to do that, even if you don't know anyone who has done whatever it is you're passionate about or been successful at it, or if you don't have role models in your life, like you truly can make anything happen. It's a matter of time and there's a process to it.
Ladies, I think you'll like hearing this. I mean, well, one part you already know, we're all 3 soul tribe here, like the manifesting,
love it,
putting our work into the world and receiving total different levels of life than we had ever seen before.
Yes,
3 books. Yeah. But I heard a statistic this past weekend that women in their 20s are out earning men right now.
I love everything about that.
Good.
I love that. I love that. Maybe women in their 20s are learning how to negotiate in a way that we never did, and are learning to speak their value and understand their value in a way that our generation and the generations before didn't. I mean, I coach a lot of women. We talk about that all the time because that's a real thing. Like knowing what your value is, being okay to have that conversation, standing by it, knowing that you're bringing something to the table too.
I want you both to answer this one. So, because I remember, and maybe you remember too, but I remember in my 20s when I first found Louise Hay, and I was like, okay, I got to love myself. I got to be myself. I got to value myself. But how? Who is myself? And how do I value myself? And what does that mean? And, I was a very good student. If I read a book and it said shoulders back, head up, and I would freaking do it. But, it was like still like putting on an outfit until it's not. The affirmations and the visions, they're like putting on something foreign until it gets inside. But I want to hear from you all. What is it to know your value? And how do you do that? And if you want to break down different levels, like I already broke down level 1, right? First, it's outside, and then you start training until it's inside. Then what? What's coming up for each of you? And we'll start with you, Sarah, and then I'll kick it to you, Suha.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great point. I think back when I was trying to figure out how to reinvent my life, I also found Louise Hay. She had been on the Oprah show, and I was trying to learn her process on how to control thoughts. And I had the same reaction. Well, how? Like I mean, that concept alone was insane to me. It didn't make any sense. And there wasn't really a how about it. So everything I teach is all about the how. I'm like stripping it down so 5-year-olds can get it and then apply it. So it applies to your question here. Like, how do we love ourselves? Like, what does that even look like? It's one of those things that's so easy to just be like this cliche or this mic drop quote, but how many people actually know what the steps are to get to the place where you genuinely love yourself and your life the way that it is, or you're evolving into someone that you've intentionally put work in to be. And you're right, it absolutely starts with what we tell ourselves, period. There's just no other way that you can get around it. There's because all of us are typically spending most of the time beating ourselves up and tearing ourselves down. That's kind of, I find, especially for women. I mean, we just have like a million voices in our head that is so nasty and so not nice. I call her the nasty bitch. She sits on all of our shoulders. She's like telling us all this wicked stuff that's like, girl, leave me alone. Like, how am I supposed to go into the world feeling good about anything when you're just shredding me all the time? And so you have to start noticing it, number one, because most of the time it just runs kind of subconsciously all the time. And you're thinking that it's pretty logical. You're like, yeah, good point. I do look like shit today. But you have to kind of start separating it out and say, no, I don't have to take this anymore. That's actually not true. I look really good and I feel really good. And I'm really proud of myself because I'm showing up today. And, so the more that you start to change the dialogue, and you have to do it consistently. You have to do it every single time you hear it. You have to turn it back around and say, no, I'm proud of myself for showing up. I'm learning every day. I'm getting better every day. I'm getting stronger every day. Or I look beautiful today. Like, all of those things, they don't just show up in one day. You're like, oh, I feel this way, right? You have to input that. It's just like a computer program. And if the program never exists, how can the computer run it? You know what I mean? And so that's what is going on in most of our heads. Like, the program never existed for us. We were never taught how to build ourselves up on a daily basis so that we would get to the place where we believed it. Then we embodied it. And that's part. Like, a lot of people think it's just about that fakeness in the beginning, because it feels 100% fake. Of course it does. Your brain's like, that's not true, But if you stick with it long enough and you're consistent, then this beautiful transition happens naturally over time, where you wake up and you are that person. You no longer have to tell yourself that. You would like go to the mat for it. You're like, that's my DNA. Like, sorry, this is who I am, but you don't get there without guiding it and without making that input intentional. So that would be my very first, there's probably a couple in there.
No, that's great. That's great.
Anybody can do. And actually, one of the best exercises to do is, I call it your I am statements. Lots of people have probably written some version of that, but I take it a little bit further. And I have all my clients write out 25 positive I am statements about who they want to be. Not definitions. None of it's definitions. It's all the next version of you, like who you're growing into. And you say it as if it was already. So think about like how you want to be treated, how you want to feel, think of all those variations of what make up you as a person. And then all of them should feel like they're not real, right? Because they're all creating the next version of yourself. And that's how you get there. And it honestly doesn't take very long. It really
I
does.
love it. I love it. I love it. And I realize between the three of us, we have sass, because we have Suha, Adora, and Sarah.
I love it.
Sass on the mic. So Suha, and I'm resonating with everything that you're saying, Sarah. Is such a great sassy circle. So let's go, Suha. What about you?
Sarah, that was so true. And I could not agree with you more. So I'm going to piggyback off of what you said, because I'm in full agreement with what you said. I do believe that every single one of us has a liar in our head, right? That's the voice that talks to you. Oh my God, ew, you're fat. Ew, you're ugly. Ew, why is your face like that? Ew, look at this, is sagging. This is ugly. You're aging, right? So like I know, like, I have good self-confidence, but damn, like sometimes I'll look in the mirror and I'm like, God damn, like what the hell's wrong with my face, right? So like I've learned, and I do this, and I've even taught my husband to do this, and I've taught my daughter to do this, and it's like a thing that I created, like a law in my house, that you have to respond vocally to that voice in your head so your brain can register the opposite, right? So like like I said, sometimes, like even happened today, I walked in the mirror, like getting ready I was in a pink robe, I was like, ew, and I was like, no, you're so fine.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
And I was like, oh, and it like tricked my brain to make me believe I was so fine.
Yeah.
That's what we do, right? Like, but I've even done it like where I've made it law, like it's a thing. Like you will catch me talking to myself, trying to shut down the liar in my head. Same with my kids. It's like a thing I say, if you're gonna say something, it better be positive or don't say it at all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and I want to piggyback on that too. Yeah, I want to piggyback on that too, because this, the book that I wrote was focused on manifesting money, but the base of it all was women feeling comfortable in their skin, trusting their gut, feeling safe here again, loving this place again, because when we feel worthy, we will ask for our worth and expect our worth in exchange. And so my latest breakthrough that I haven't shared with a lot of people is that, okay, as a spirit who made an agreement with God to come in, and whatever your beliefs are, you filter it through this, that I looked at this life and went, that's the one for me. She is so beautiful. I love everything about her. I want that one. I choose you, right? So I look at it like, yeah, God, we're special to God, to everyone, but my highest self was so infatuated and devoted to me that like I'm chosen, right? And that whole highest self is like hovering to see me through, right? Or the guardian angels, all the things that come with that. And then the other part is that my very first assignment, and the one that I'm most accountable for, is this life. How did I care for this one? How did I love and nurture? How did I feed? How did I protect? How did I give to this one, and then to my children, my family, my everybody? And so then I flip it just like that, like, nah, girl, you're the only one for me. You're the one. I love you. You're the prettiest. I love your thighs. I love your hips. I love, and the same kind of like flipping it around. But the spiritual anchor, those really work on me. They really work on my psychology, because like it feels aligned.
And saying it out loud is so important. To your point, Suha, it's so important that if anybody writes down those I am statements, like go to the mirror, make eye contact with yourself in the mirror. There's something crazy powerful about that, because we never do it. And then you say them out loud so you can hear your own voice. Say all the things that you wish you were. And there's just this crazy energy that you're going to feel, because it's like the first time someone told you that, but it's you. It's this really kind of weird thing. But I also love that you do that with your kids, because my daughters, they're 15. I have twin girls that are 15 now. And our thing is like, whenever I feel and I'm looking in the mirror, I'm like, God, it's so hard to be this beautiful. And so that's like our running joke.
That's so funny.
We're always like, oh my gosh, this is so fine. Like they're going to grow up. I'm determined to make sure that they grow up with a lot less nasty bitch in their head.
Right.
Because they're surrounded all the time with, and I do not allow anyone to put themselves down in the house. That's a rule. It's been a rule since they were little kids. So now, like, it's cute to hear them correct their friends. Like, we don't say that in our house.
Yeah, I love it.
One thing also with helping your kids, I notice, like, even sometimes I'll have a slip up, right? I'll be like, dang, Zaina, I look fat in this. She'd be like, you're casting a spell. And I'm like, oh, you're right. Because I told them, words are spells. It's like spelling is spelling. So I kind of read that one time and it stuck. And like on my way to school, we have a little bit of a drive. And so I'll like try to like preach, as much as I can, because I don't see them enough. And so now they truly believe their words are spells, so they watch what they say, they really are cautious, and they think, like you said, like your brain really absorbs that voice. It could be from yourself, from anybody, And one more thing I wanted to add about self-love, like I've felt this lately, and I've been wanting to share this more, and I want to practice it more. I found like the best form of love is actually self-discipline, right? Like when you discipline yourself to do something, and you make a promise of like showing up, and you tell, whenever we do stuff, it's usually for ourselves, right? Whether it's like fitness, whether it's, we want to see somebody that we love, and we always push things, right? For being lazy or whatever, we feel like we don't want to do it in the moment. We don't feel disciplined because the weather. But lately I've been finding that being disciplined has helped me so much, because it's helped me reach my goals, because at one point it's what I wanted, and it's what I and it takes work. When people say, oh, success doesn't just happen, it's because that person was disciplined. You didn't just write a book and blink your eyes and it was done. You, Adora, you didn't just blink your eyes and your book was published. Even the days where you want to hang out with your man and your daughter and watch Netflix and chill, you're probably in your office writing for your book, or you're recording something, right? Like, same with me. Like, we can be in Vegas on vacation, but if I'm like, I got a Tattoo Tuesday at 2 meeting to talk to the employees because I promised that I was going to be there and I'm going to nurture them and I have to do this for business, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to push it. I'm going to do it. If I say I'm going to time block from 8 to 10 to go to the gym, I'm going to go. Not because I want to, it's because I love myself so much and I owe it to myself. I've worked for people before I was my own boss, and I was disciplined because I was serving others. Why not do something to serve me? I know it's annoying and it's hard. Everybody works these jobs for other people and they're making people money. Why don't you get tired for yourself? That's going to serve you. So I feel like it's so important to show yourself love by really just putting discipline in the forefront to see what happens.
Yeah, just continuously showing up and having that consistency. As we all know, there's absolutely no way you get to any outcome that you want if you're not consistent, if you're not just chipping away at it. Sometimes you're doing really great and you're doing a ton of work, and sometimes you're just chipping a little bit, but you're showing up and you're being consistent. And I think for me, it really came down to self-pride, which was a little bit, kind of related, I think, to self-love in some ways, but for whatever reason, that resonated with me about 4 years ago, where I just realized that I got to this space in my life where I had let go of my own personal pride. I had totally let, myself go. I wasn't working out. I wasn't taking care of myself in the way that I always had before. And I did love myself. I did all that work. So I still loved myself, but I looked in the mirror and I was like, I'm not proud of you right now. Not because of a weight and you're supposed to be this or that, but because I know what I'm capable of, and I know what I'm at when I'm at my best and when I'm showing up, and I know what it feels like to fucking not do any of that, and it doesn't feel good, right?
Yeah.
She dropped F-bombs.
I know. I know. I saw your face light up earlier.
I can't help it.
I know. And ladies, so I know we're in a flow, and we're going to be wrapping soon. The production team in the background have families on Sunday waiting too. And I know you're in a flow. But here's what I want to do. I want to first say, Sarah and Suha, you're my soul tribe, and Sarah, I now know you are our soul tribe. So nice. I'm so glad I got to meet you here. And I know that we all agreed. Suha, you agreed for me, and you agreed because you're aligned with protecting kids, and you're a baby dragon who's very sweet, but don't mess with her people, her children. She is fierce, and I love that about you. And Sarah, I've learned that about you as well. So I want to do a little shout out, a thank you, and then I'll get a closing quick thought from each of you, and we'll call it a day after the video, right? So we're going to do a shout out. We'll do our closing thought, play the video, and that will be the end for everyone. So those of you watching, share this. And you know that this event went different than our first event because we were 100% focused on giving you real insights all the way through that can help you know how to create more influence in your own life and to peel back the curtains behind the characters that you're seeing with influence and how they think, and to give you access to them, right? And so I know it's been valuable because I took notes myself, through a lot of this event. But the core reason that we're gathered is so that we can raise awareness and funds. And the particular mission that we're on right now is a place in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that's right in the triangle of trafficking. They are a drop-in center that houses children who have run away, and they get to come and take a shower, have a warm meal, whatever. And why this is important, and they house children who have been rescued from sex trafficking.
Oh,
But why
wow.
this is important is it's a major part of the ring, and kids under 18 are not able to check themselves into a shelter. And the kids have run away because often very abusive home lives, and they need to get away. And the statistics are 1 in 3 of those children will be brought into sex trafficking for a warm meal, for a place to sleep, for somewhere to belong. And 1 in 5 are stolen in, right? So this place, the harbor inside of the dream house, it is a very effective intervention place, but it closes at 9 p.m. right now. So our goal over the next few months is to fund them staying open 24/7, because at 9 p.m. all the kids go back on the streets. So we want to fund them staying open for an entire year. And that's we've got about $150,000 raise to get that done. And so we do it in different ways. And this time, the way that you can get that done is we go to timetouuprise.com/merch. And you'll see we're not even asking for donations. There is a place to do donations if that's what you want to do, but we're giving you value of a shirt. You can get a shirt, a hat, a hoodie, or anything on the website. If there's a course that you want to take, there's a 20% off code that will go away Monday. Okay. And it's got heart. I have to see it again. It scrolled past. There we go. It's let's see, code got heart 20. All right. So that's the way you can give back. You can share. And as we go, you're going to see we're not going anywhere. We are going to fund this place. We are part of teams that are training disruptors, people that are going in and disrupting the business transaction of a trade that we found out about on the dark web. We are going and funding dogs that can sniff out the little chip that they hide all their contacts on when there's a bust. We are doing events, concerts. We are helping with the recovery once someone has been rescued, right? Because you know the let me just say it, the shit we all had to work through. Now imagine a child that's been through hours and hours and hours of things we would never want to imagine before they're 11, 12, right? What do they have to work through? So the recovery is the other side. And we as entrepreneurial activists are going to totally shift the narrative, and all of us as a community, by not just watching the sad song, giving our little pennies or dollars and walking away. No, we are disrupting together this conversation. It is a movement. And so thank you all for being a part of it. And we're going to innovate, and we're going to keep getting better and bringing you better access experiences live and in person. Some of the top information that will give you ROI on your business, ROI on your relationship, celebrity pictures and friends. You know, we're going to give you experiences that you wouldn't get otherwise at the same free or the cost that you would pay anywhere else, except for 100% of the profits are going to this mission. All right. So isn't that powerful? I'm like, I need to go work out now. But
that's awesome.
Yeah. So now on our closing thoughts, before we play this commercial, my closing thought will come after you two ladies. So go ahead, Sarah, you can go first, and then
I just want to say, thank you so much for having me here, because it is always so empowering to have these connected conversations with like-minded women, especially, the three of us here, and to just know that, like, whatever it is you're going through or have been through, you are not alone. And for anyone out there who is watching or listening and might be at one of those life-shattering moments where they don't know how to get up and restart, Suha, you're such a great example of having done that just in a beautiful way. And I know for a fact that if there's a desire and there's a will, you truly can make whatever dreams you have happen. Thanks for having me.
Good word, Sarah. Yes,
I love that so much. Thank you guys for being here, and anyone who's watching this or getting to watch us at a later time. This is so important to get together. We come together because we've been through things and we've overcome, so many obstacles, things that we share, things that we didn't share. And one thing is, for those that are listening, no matter what you're going through, no matter what you feel, there's always a solution. It does not define you. Like, no matter what it is, don't let that define you. It could be anything. You are not your past, and there's always going to be space for a beautiful, bright future. You are deserving. You are so loved, and God did not put you on this earth to be sad or dwell. You've got the power within you. If you can just manifest it and just envision it, if you close your eyes, it costs $0. You're already there. You've just got to want enough for yourself. And last but not least, for anyone who is going through any type of sex trafficking, don't be afraid to speak up. Don't be afraid to seek help. Just go for it. Try to get out of it. Do what you can to talk to people. Don't keep it hidden. Don't keep it within you. You've got to let people know that you need help. Don't be afraid. There's so many resources. I wish we can put some phone numbers or something if somebody happens to stumble upon this on Facebook or something, a number that they need to call. And also, I mean, if this means anything, I don't know if this would mean anything, or I feel like we could. I know that the place is in New Mexico. However, like for any of the recovering, victims, I would be happy to place them in school for any courses to help them jumpstart a career, to kind of get financially stable, because, financial stability is so important to get out of any mess. And that's really the root of everything, is just becoming financially free, to no longer have shackles or anybody have power over you. So if I can say anything, take advantage of school, go to school, educate yourself, read books, do what you can to get out of it. You're not stuck. You're not stuck. You're not stuck. You need to get out of it. Just let yourself know that you are capable of doing
Well, and Suha, on that note, and which is amazing, you were giving me chills, both of you, as you were talking. One of the initiatives that we have, and part of the academy, is the courses that are for sale, where we're teaching people how to launch into the world. Everybody can buy those, and 100% of the profits go to the cause. But all of the people in the nonprofits globally, anyone who knows about it, they contact us, and the students get all of this free. And part of that was prompted by the recovery phase, that what happens is, once a child is rescued, if within 6 weeks, a new identity has to start being formed, or they will often go right back to where they came from. And so, like Livia, she has an onboarding process teaching people graphic design and branding and all of that, like she did for the UFC. And for a lot of the students that feel creative in that way, that's a career path. They can be behind a computer, not have to interact. But what we need is more of what you just offered, Suha, is the ability for them to have career paths that match their opportunity, where they can find financial freedom outside of the identity that was sold to them, right? And getting beyond that. So that was very generous. And I will certainly be following up with you about that. And it may even prompt your virtual teaching, right? For some of the people that may not be ready to leave their home, but need to learn this skill, right? And then they can bridge their way over to, actually coming to your place.
I'm 100% open to helping anybody. Obviously, anything can go to the organization or funds. I don't need any penny. I'm going to give this out to those who need it. We can do tattoo apprenticeships, hair design, somebody who wants to work on, bridal hair and makeup and start a business. I will teach you personally, take my class.
You're going to make me cry right now.
Or like make courses. Anything that I can do to help. And our ages start at 15 years old and up, so they don't have to be 18, so they can start now.
Oh, you're just gonna, I knew that was your heart. I knew it was gonna happen. It still made me cry. I didn't expect it to happen live, but you went ahead, you went ahead, and that's powerful generosity. Thank you so much. And so to you ladies, to everybody who stayed with us, everybody who's contributed, I'm going to echo what they're saying. Wherever you are, there is a vision in your heart, or an inkling that you're designed for. And I heard it like this before, that if you take a bird and wrap its wings up, it's still always going to have the desire to stretch them. And the reason is because it's designed to fly, right?
Wow.
Isn't that powerful? So
love it.
your dreams and your desires are clues to what you and only you have been designed for. So follow that. No matter what it looks like on the outside, those internal things are what you're designed for. The other thing I want to say is all of you, whatever influence you have, whether it's 10 people or 1 million people, be the design that you are, because you never know who you're impacting, right? And you being you creates permission for everyone else to step into. And remember to go to timetouprise.com /merch and get your things. And I love you, ladies. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Lots
you,
of
ladies.
love. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, let's cue.